Good morning. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, February 13, 2024 is hereby called to order. We have important legislation to discuss this morning, and with the consideration of Bill number 35-0182. And while we will hear more later, I believe it is long overdue that this issue is addressed, and I want to thank the bill's chief and primary sponsor for bringing this measure forward. Later this afternoon, we will be reviewing the law enforcement operations of several departmental agencies and semi-autonomous agencies within the government of the Virgin Islands. It should be a very enlightening discussion this afternoon and throughout the day. Before we get started, let me remind everyone that this is indeed Black History Month. I urge all those listening to take advantage of the many opportunities before us this month to expand our knowledge in this area. I would also like to congratulate the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands and all sponsors as we approach the, I believe it's the 52nd year anniversary of the agricultural food fair coming up this weekend on St. Croix. If you haven't booked your ticket yet, hey, please book your ticket and get to St. Croix, those of you who are not here. It is amongst the largest displays of its kind in this entire region, and we're very proud to be hosting this year. As we get started, let me remind all as well to put your mobile devices on vibrate or silent or turn it off, and I look forward to a productive day today. Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Okay. Senator Bocas Jr. present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca present. Senator Alma Francis Heyliger. Senator Francis Heyliger absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator Javon James Sr. present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Here.
Senator Gittens present. Chair, Mr. Chair, you have Mr. Chair, you have 5 members present, 2 absent.
Thank you. We do have a quorum. Also, allow me to recognize the presence of our esteemed President, Senate President Novalee Francis Jr., welcome. And also our esteemed Finance Chair out of the District of St. Thomas, St. John, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, who's also the primary bill sponsor this morning. Welcome. Madam Clerk, any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Mr. Chair.
None. Can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 1, 10 a.m. The agenda is as follows. Bill 35-0182, an act amending Title 14 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 51, by designating the existing provisions as Subchapter 1 and adding a Subchapter 2 relating to the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images, sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, Honorable Ray Martinez, Commissioner of the VI Police Department, Honorable Ariel Smith, Attorney General, VI Department of Justice. Attorney Julie Smith-Todman, Interim Chief, Office of the Territorial Public Defender. Dr. Clema S. Lewis, Ph.D., Executive Director of the Women's Coalition of St. Croix. Ms. Anya Stuart, Executive Director of the Family Resource Center, Incorporated. And Ms. Jacqueline Heyliger, Executive Director of the VI Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Council. We have Block 2, starting at 1 p.m., Law Enforcement Officer Agency Update. This update intends to provide information from agency enforcement divisions. The testimonies will include, yet not limited to, reports on agency recruitment efforts, certification and recertification procedures, enforcement strategies, execution of penalties, citation records, and current initiatives. Invited testifiers, Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner of VI Department of Health, Sir Wanston Harris, Director of the Department of Health and Environmental Health, the Honorable Jean-Pierre Ariel, Commissioner of DPNR, Mr. Howard Forbes, Director of the DPNR Enforcement Division, Ms. H. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner Designee of DLCA, Mr. Wilbur Francis, Director, DLCA Enforcement Division, Mr. Gleston E. McIntosh Jr., Executive Director, Post, Mr. Antonio Stevens, Acting Director, VI Fire Emergency Medical Services, Mr. Leon Batiste, Fire Marshal, St. Thomas St. John, VI FEMS, and Kevin Deland, Fire Marshal, St. Croix, VI FEMS. Ms. Vernice M. Gums, Executive Director of the VI Taxi Cab Commission, Mr. George Mena, Senior Enforcement Officer, Taxi Cab Commission Enforcement Division. Mr. Chair, that concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And you did state it, we do not have a correspondence, or we do?
Okay, we did receive a correspondence to read into the record.
We just received one.
We just received one.
Okay, you may proceed from who, and you may start.
Okay. We've just received correspondence from Senator Alma Francis Heyliger. Greetings, Senator Gittens. Please note for the records, I will be tardy to the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, scheduled for 10 a.m. on Tuesday, February 13th, 2024, in the Fritz Eloetz Legislative Conference Room. Due to a previously scheduled appointment, I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you for understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heyliger. That concludes the correspondence. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Please mark her as excused. At this time, I don't believe that we have anyone attending, any testifiers that is attending virtually, so I just want to start with the testifiers here and just do a mic check. Just please state your name and the agency that you're representing, starting with the good doctor on my right.
Budget.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Clema S. Lewis, and I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Coalition of St. Croix.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning to you, Senator Gittens. Good morning to you and the community of the Virgin Islands. I am Maria Brooks, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Good morning and welcome. You're in a safe place, no need to be nervous. And congratulations to you and your promotion within the Virgin Islands National Guard to, I believe it's Lieutenant Colonel?
That's correct. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, congratulations, and thank you for your service. Ma'am?
Good morning, Julie Smith-Todman from the Office of the Territorial Public Defender.
Morning, welcome. Always good to have your participation as well.
Sir.
I also want to recognize two of our newest attorneys on board. Just before we start, I want to introduce, and media, if you could assist me, if you could just stand so that they can see you, Attorney Cynthia Moore and Attorney Catherine Hill. Welcome to the team. These are two of our newly added legal minds that will be here with us in the St. Croix district. Again, this is Attorney Cynthia Moore. You could wave so they could see which one is Cynthia Moore, right? And Attorney Catherine Hill. Welcome. All right. As we proceed now, the agenda was read into the record, so we will begin with Bill number 35, that's 0182. Who speaks to this matter?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Madam Finance Chair, you're recognized for the introduction of Bill number 35, that's 0182.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to all those that are here with us in the chambers. Today's a good day. And this morning, I introduced Bill number 35, that's 0182. An act amending Title 14 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 51, by designating the existing provisions as Subchapter 1 and adding a Subchapter 2 relating to the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images. Colleagues, this measure is an important piece of legislation and is the continuation of the work that I began in the 34th legislature with the victims notification. But I would be remiss if I did not give credit to former Senator Alison Digazan. Alison Digazan actually worked on this measure. It looks very different to when she shared it with me while exiting the institution of the legislature a few years ago. But I will say that in the age of technology and instant connectivity, more and more people are becoming victims in a whole new way. And we all know that many of us, many people in our communities, and we see it right here in the U.S. Virgin Islands, where we have individuals that sit behind their computers and do all sorts of illicit things. And that is as a result of the advent of social media. Just imagine having explicit photos, images of yourself shared across the globe with strangers. And we don't have to imagine it. We see it here in the territory, right here in our small islands. This measure is not novel. 48 states, plus the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and Guam have enacted some form of legislation prohibiting the non-consensual dissemination of sexual images known as revenge porn. The majority of the state laws have been adopted in the last 10 years. Only Massachusetts and South Carolina have not enacted such statutes. However, it is important to note that the Massachusetts House unanimously passed a revenge porn bill on January 10th of 2024. In March 2022, Congress passed federal law that allows a victim of revenge porn to file a federal lawsuit. Most states make it a misdemeanor for a first offense and a felony for a second or subsequent offense. This bill follows that practice. It criminalizes the practice of disseminating non-consensual images of a sexually explicit nature if the perpetrator acted with a specific intent. Example, to harass, intimidate, threaten, coerce, or inflict physical, emotional, or financial harm. Knowing or should have known that the victim has not consented to such dissemination. Colleagues, I like data, so I will provide you with some. According to the National Association of Attorney Generals, As of 2020, roughly 223 million Americans use social media. An estimated amount, 4 out of 5 adults have sent or received an explicit text or photo. 80% of non-consensual porn is revenge porn, meaning that it was originally sent between 2 consenting adults in the context of an intimate relationship. This context is often posted alongside the victim's name and other identifying information such as their phone number, email, or social media link, i.e. Facebook, Instagram. Additionally, sexually explicit images or videos are often linked so that a simple internet search of the victim's name will cause harmful content to show up. Although online providers such as Google and Facebook have taken steps to allow victims of revenge porn to remove the offensive material from their social media pages, those steps are not enough. According to a 2017 study by the Pew Research Center, and that organization is an organization that provides research for legislative bodies throughout the country. 1 in 25 adults has been a victim of revenge porn, and it disproportionately impact young women ages 18 to 29, with more than half the women in the study indicating they have received unsolicited sexual images. Colleagues, the harm to victims of revenge porn can be severe. By the time a victim discovers the content, it has been shared by countless others. Victims report suffering embarrassment, emotional stress, being fired from their jobs or expelled from school, or being forced to change their names. Other victims have even gone as far as committing suicide. We must protect our victims. Finally, revenge porn statutes have withstood court challenges. Courts in Vermont, Illinois, Indiana, Minnesota, and Texas have found that statutes that prevent the distribution of non-consensual sexual images do not violate the rights to free speech, good old WAPA, do not violate the right to free speech protected by the First Amendment. I have an amendment to this bill to protect adults in both domestic and non-domestic circumstances. And that will be to include revenge porn as the 15th domestic violence crime in the territory. That amendment also cleans up some minor typographical errors and to correct the imprisonment for misdemeanor from 2 to 1 year, and to make clear the statute of limitation to filing a claim. Colleagues, I don't like to say it's a no-brainer. What I'm going to say in this instance is this has been a long time coming, and we know the age that we are in, we know the times that we're in, so I'm asking for your support on Bill number 350182, and I look forward to the conversation and the discussion that we will have today around this very important measure that's impacting individuals, families, et cetera, right here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Finance Chair, bill sponsor. Very important bill here that we'll be discussing today. Before I proceed, I see that we have two testifiers on the St. Thomas end. Can you kindly identify yourselves, please? I apologize.
Good morning. I am Anya Stuart, and I serve as the director of a family resource center.
Slow down a second for me until we could get the camera on you, St. Thomas, so that we could see who we're talking to.
Yes, no. Good morning, everyone. I am Anya Stuart, and I serve as the director for the family resource center.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Timothy Perry. I am criminal chief at the Department of Justice for St. Thomas, St. John Water Island District.
Thank you. And just to get, okay, that's Ms. Stuart. Okay, thank you. Welcome. Also, how dare me, congratulations, Attorney, or I should say Chief Smith-Todman. You're no longer interim. I'm told that you were appointed chief of the agency. So congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
President.
So we'll begin now with the point of information. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I was just letting you know I'm here, present.
My apologies. My apologies. Please recognize the presence of committee member Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Hope I'm not missing anyone else. I'm trying to scan the screen on St. Thomas in here. So at this time, we will begin with the testimony. We'll hear from the Office of the Territorial Public Defender first.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Julie Smith-Todman, and I am the Chief Territorial Public Defender. I thank the members and staff of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety of the 35th Legislature for this invitation to testify on proposed bill number 35-0182, an act amending Title 14 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 51, by designating the existing provisions as Chapter 1 and adding a subchapter 2 relating to the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images, sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. The non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images is colloquially termed as revenge porn. I have had the opportunity to review the proposed legislation and to receive comments from some staff within the Office of the Territorial Public Defender. The Office of the Territorial Public Defender takes no position on the necessity of the legislation. As the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands pointed out in the People of the Virgin Islands versus Roebuck, the Virgin Islands is in the minority of U.S. jurisdictions by not having a statute concerning the non-consensual publication of sexually graphic images information. That being said, it is noteworthy that the Roebuck opinion is from a magistrate judge of the Superior Court, and there is no definitive statement from the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands as to the state of the local law in this area. There is one error in the bill as currently crafted. I note that Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory did mention an amendment. The current draft of the legislation states in Section 1035, subsection A, that a person who is convicted for the first time for a violation of this chapter is guilty of a misdemeanor and is subject to a term of imprisonment of not more than 2 years or a fine of not more than $5,000 or both. This is an error because misdemeanors are by nature crimes which carry less than 1 year in jail as a punishment. C14 VIC Section 2, a felony is a crime or offense which is punishable by imprisonment for not more than 1 year, and every other crime or offense is a misdemeanor. The Office of the Territorial Public Defender assumes that this is a scrivener's error and that the legislature intends to keep the offense in Part A to a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail. That punishment would still be an increase over the petty misdemeanor level punishment provided by the current obscenity statute, which holds a maximum punishment of 90 days in jail and/or a fine of $100. While the Office of the Territorial Public Defender understands the need to update a 65-year-old obscenity statute to embrace current technological realities, the reasoning behind such an increase in the punishment provided does not necessarily follow. I hope that my correspondence adds to your consideration of the proposed legislation. We are pleased to have been part of this process and look forward to further discussions on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Now we'll go to the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Good morning to the chair.
Or I apologize. One sec. We'll go to the Department of Justice at this time. Sorry. And St. Thomas.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Gittens, distinguished members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, Senate sponsor, Donna Fred Gregory, legislative staff, and to everyone listening at home in the viewing audience. Colleagues, my name is Timothy Perry. I'm Chief of the Criminal Division for St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island at the Department of Justice. On behalf of Attorney General Ariel M. Smith, Esquire, I'm pleased to provide a few remarks regarding this important bill, proposed Bill number 35-0182. Bill number 35-0182 seeks to criminalize the non-consensual dissemination of private sexual photos, amending Title 14 of the Virgin Islands Criminal Code, Chapter 51, to designate sections as Subchapter 1 and add a Subchapter 2, known commonly now as the Revenge Porn Act. The Department of Justice has done a preliminary review and offers the following comments. In the way of background, there is presently no federal criminal cause of action for non-consensual dissemination of photographs of this nature. However, in 2022, the U.S. Congress reauthorized the Violence Against Women Act. This includes new provisions to address revenge porn, non-consensual dissemination of private sexual photos. This has created a right of action for victims, which permits civil remedies. Nationally, as of 2023, and I echo the honorable sponsor of this bill, 48 states and the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico have all enacted legislation criminalizing the non-consensual dissemination of private sexual images. Only 2 states, Massachusetts and South Carolina, do not have laws preventing revenge pornography. Because states have authority to enact laws concerning non-consensual dissemination of private sexual images, laws, including classification of crimes and penalties, vary widely from state to state. In Alaska, violations are second-degree harassment, a misdemeanor punishable by 90 days, $2,000 fine. In Hawaii, revenge pornography is a violation of first degree, a Class C felony, punishable by up to 5 years in prison, and a $10,000 fine. Some jurisdictions, including Connecticut, designate violations as either a misdemeanor or a felony based upon the number of people to whom the image was disseminated. Some, including Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia, classify offenses as a misdemeanor or felony, depending on how the images were distributed. Others include, as the Virgin Islands proposes, a felony offense for subsequent violations. The proposed legislation in the Virgin Islands is very similar to statutes that exist presently in Illinois and Oklahoma, both in structure and content. Section 1035A, which discusses punishment to a first offense, is similar to Maryland statute. 1035B, which establishes punishment for subsequent violations, is comparable to how this is handled in Hawaii. Unlike statutes in Illinois and Oklahoma, this bill, 35-0182, includes a provision as well for civil remedies. 35-0182 also allows for property forfeiture, including funds and electronics acquired or maintained in connection with the dissemination of private sexual images. With respect to constitutionality, and looking at the elements of this crime, as it is presented to prosecute non-consensual dissemination of private sexual images, a prosecutor, an assistant attorney general, must prove that the accused did, 1, purposely and with the intent to harass or cause some other harm, distribute a sexual image of an identifiable person, 18 years or older. 2, did obtain that image knowing it should remain private. And 3, there was no consent to the distribution. This bill appears to comport with due process. The 5th and 14th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution guarantee due process to someone's life, liberty, or property, fair procedures before depriving a person of life, liberty, or property. One way to do this is by establishing the elements of a crime that are clear to all, or, quote, a set of facts that must be proven to convict a defendant of a crime. To ensure that the procedures are fair, each of the elements listed above, 1, 2, and 3, would have to be proven before a person could be found guilty of non-consensual dissemination of private sexual images. This legislation has come under challenge in other states under First Amendment grounds, which protects freedom of speech, or on grounds of unconstitutional vagueness. Defendants have argued the statute could be overly broad or vague, doesn't provide notice of the type of conduct that our legislature or the legislature is intending to prohibit or criminalize, or prevents from engaging in activities protected by the Constitution, such as First Amendment freedom of speech. While these types of arguments have been made in other states, challenging the criminal revenge porn acts, these have not been successful. At least 3 state Supreme Courts and 1 appellate court have upheld similar laws to the one that's proposed today, finding that these laws were in fact narrowly tailored to meet an important government interest. Further, 3 of these courts found that free speech regarding purely private matters deserves less protection because it's not at the core of First Amendment protections. It has been noted that there is a deficiency to this law with respect to penalties, and I will note it sounds as if that has been corrected. A misdemeanor in the Virgin Islands under 14 Virgin Islands Code section number 2, a misdemeanor is a 1-year offense. It sounds as if that issue has been solved in the redrafting of the bill or the editing of the bill. Friends, there are defenses to this crime as well, requiring prosecutors to prove someone performed an act on purpose and with the intent to harass. This could lead to prosecutorial challenges. These defenses, when someone is able to prove that they knew a private sexual image was in fact to remain private, it implies a connection between identifiable person and disseminator. As such, a defendant in this type of a case can assert a defense if they can prove they lack the intent to harass a person or did not know that the image was supposed to remain private, or the consent, actual or constructive consent from the identifiable person was necessary. These possible defenses will make prosecution of this bill, if passed in its current form, challenging. The exceptions to culpability further diminish chances of a likely prosecution, as there are valid defenses to the bill. The Attorney General has asked to draw to attention some further considerations, including, first, will the elements of the criminal offense as it has been proposed effectively deter the behavior that the legislature seeks to criminalize? If so, will requiring a prosecutor to prove that a defendant had both the intent and the knowledge required to commit the criminal offense achieve the outcomes that the legislature is envisioning? Second, do the suggested penalties match the undesired behaviors, misdemeanors, and felonies? Does the legislature intend to apply felony-level punishment to misdemeanor charges? Again, it sounds as if this issue has been amended. Third, what are the required resources, including human resources, financial resources, technological resources needed for Virgin Islands Police Department and other investigators to investigate this type of crime? What resources are necessary for the Department of Justice to prosecute under this new legislation? Creating new laws without a coexisting plan of action lessens the deterrent effect under the non-consensual dissemination of private images statute. Finally, The Attorney General suggests that we review sections 1034A3 and 1036 for clarity, editing section 1034A3 to quote, the images involve voluntary exposure of an identifiable person or public or commercial settings. The recommendation further is to change section 1036 to read, quote, a person whose private sexual images have been disseminated in violation of this subchapter may bring a civil action against the person who disseminated the images. With that, I would like to thank the committee genuinely for this opportunity for the Virgin Islands Department of Justice to testify on this bill. And should this bill will be passed into law, the DOJ Criminal Division will work to see that defendants charged under this law are fully and fairly prosecuted. This concludes the formal remarks. And with that, I thank the committee and look forward to questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now we'll move to the Virgin Islands Police Department. Representative, you may proceed.
Good morning to the chair, the Honorable Kenneth L. Giddens, legislative body and staff, members of the VIPD team, and to the listening and viewing audience. My name is Mario Brooks, Assistant Commissioner of the United States Virgin Islands Police Department. I come before you on behalf of Police Commissioner Ray A. Martinez to address the urgent issue of non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images, commonly known as revenge porn or non-consensual pornography. On behalf of the entire VIPD family, I thank the bill sponsor, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, for her foresight. Our organization has witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of non-consensual pornography on individuals in our community, and we believe that legislative action is necessary to address this harmful phenomenon. Currently, the Virgin Islands lacks specific laws addressing non-consensual pornography, leaving victims without adequate legal recourse and allowing perpetrators to evade accountability for their actions. By amending Title 14 of the Virgin Islands Code to include a new subchapter specifically targeting the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images, we can send a clear message that this behavior will not be tolerated in our community. It is crucial to recognize that non-consensual pornography is not only a violation of privacy, but also a form of sexual abuse and harassment. Victims of non-consensual pornography experience profound emotional distress, humiliation, and trauma, often leading to long-term psychological harm. Moreover, the widespread availability of digital technologies had made it easier than ever for perpetrators to distribute intimate images without consent, magnifying the need for legislative action to combat this problem. Many states across the nation have already enacted laws criminalizing non-consensual pornography and providing avenues for victims to seek justice. For example, California's Penal Code 647J4 explicitly prohibits the distribution of intimate images without consent and imposes significant penalties on offenders. Similarly, states such as New York, Texas, and Illinois have implemented laws targeting revenge porn and non-consensual pornography, recognizing the importance of protecting individuals' privacy and autonomy in the digital age. These laws aim to hold perpetrators accountable for their actions and provide recourse for victims who have been subjected to this egregious violation of their privacy and dignity. It is crucial to emphasize that non-consensual pornography is not limited to the case of revenge porn. It encompasses a spectrum of acts, including sextortion, troll attacks, and physical and sexual abuse, among others. Therefore, any legislative review must not narrowly focus on revenge porn, but rather acknowledge a broader scope of non-consensual pornography victimization. By following the example of these states and enacting comprehensive legislation to address non-consensual pornography, the Virgin Islands can take a crucial step towards providing and protecting the rights and dignity of its residents. Bill number 35-0182 proposes important provisions to address non-consensual dissemination of private sexual images. However, in our opinion, based on what we've seen across the territory, there are certain aspects of the bill that require careful consideration and refinement. Firstly, the age limitation included in the bill should be revisited. Excluding minors from the scope of protection overlooks the significant prevalence of non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images among young people, particularly in our school systems. It is imperative that the legislation addresses this issue comprehensively without excluding any demographic group. Territorially, there have been 23 cases filed with VIPD from 2022 to present. Of the 23, 16 involved distribution by minors. Secondly, the criteria for determining the culpability of individuals who disseminate such images require clarification. While the bill rightly emphasizes the need for intent to harm and lack of consent, questions arise regarding the defense available to individuals who receive and disseminate such images without knowledge of their origin. Additionally, the distinction between images obtained in private versus public settings poses challenges that may be different expectations of privacy in these contexts. Furthermore, the proposed penalties for violation of the subchapter should be aligned with the existing classifications of crimes and offenses within the Virgin Islands Code. The department raises these concerns regarding the misdemeanor classification, particularly in light of the severity of harm inflicted on victims of non-consensual pornography. Additionally, it is essential to acknowledge the emergence of deepfake technology, which presents new challenges in combating non-consensual pornography. This technology allows for the manipulation of images and videos to create realistic yet entirely fabricated content, further endangering victims and complicating legal recourse. Finally, while the proposed legislation is appropriately housed within Title 14, Chapter 51, we initially suggested considering alternative placement under Title 14, Chapter 23, the Computer Pornography and Child Exploitation Prevention Act. However, the bill sponsor indicated adding it as the 15th crime under domestic violence list of crimes, and we stand in support of that amendment. This aligns more closely with the nature of the offense and avoids a congruity of addressing non-consensual pornography within an indecency section of the Virgin Islands Code. In conclusion, we urge the Senate to support the amendment of Title 14, Chapter 51 to address the scourge of non-consensual pornography. By enacting comprehensive legislation, we can protect the privacy, dignity, and safety of all individuals within our community and hold perpetrators accountable for their harmful actions. By taking decisive action to combat this harmful behavior, we can uphold the principles of privacy, dignity, and justice for all residents within the Virgin Islands. Senator Gittins, I thank you and this body for the opportunity to testify. I remain on standby to answer any questions.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. Now we'll move back to the St. Thomas Chambers to Ms. Stuart of the Family Resource Center with Dr. Lewis.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Gittins, members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and to our listening and viewing audience. I am Anya Stuart, and I serve as the Director for the Family Resource Center. I am in full support of Bill number 35-0182, an act amending Title 14 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 51, by designating the existing provisions as subchapter 1 and adding as subchapter 2 relating to the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images. Non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images is the act of sharing or distributing intimate photos or videos of someone without their consent. This can be done through various means such as online platforms, messaging apps, email, or physical copies. This act can have serious and lasting consequences for the victims, such as emotional distress, reputational damage, harassment, blackmail, or even violence. Non-consensual dissemination of sexual explicit images is a form of sexual abuse and a violation of privacy and dignity. This bill is important because it protects the privacy and dignity of victims who have been subjected to this form of abuse. As a professional working with Family Resource Center, Inc., I have seen the traumatic effects of non-consensual image sharing on some of our clients. One of them was a target of this malicious behavior by her ex-partner who uploaded her private photos online after they broke up. He wanted to harm her and damage her reputation. She said that she felt violated, ashamed, and powerless. She had no legal options to stop him or to make him responsible. This bill will change that.
Indeed.
Yeah. This bill would establish a new criminal offense for sharing nude or sexual images of someone else without their permission, no matter what the intent or the relationship was. It would also allow the victims to sue the perpetrators for civil relief, such as restraining orders, compensation, and legal costs. This bill would make it clear that this conduct is not tolerated and can be prosecuted by law. It would also give the victims the opportunity to pursue legal action and to reclaim their lives. In conclusion, Bill number 35-0182 is a necessary and beneficial act that will amend Title 14 of Virgin Islands Code Chapter 51 to provide more clarity and consistency in the definitions and penalties of sexual offenses. The act will also align the Virgin Islands Code with the federal laws and standards on sexual assault, rape, and related crimes. By passing this act, the legislature will demonstrate its commitment to protecting the rights and dignity of the victims of sexual violence and to ensuring that the perpetrators are held accountable for their action. Thank you, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, for this proposal, and the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and for everyone who assisted or are in support of Bill number 35-0182. Thank you, everyone, for giving me this opportunity to testify, because, you know, working with the Family Resource Center, we go through this. It's like every other day somebody comes, or you go to the school to do an outreach, then there's a child who is crying, sitting in a corner because she's embarrassed, she's ashamed because her boyfriend she broke up with have her pictures over social media, all over. And it's heartbreaking to hear a young child who's in high school, who's trying their best to do the right thing, but, you know, sometimes people can influence them and they get led to do the wrong thing. But we as adults and working as a professional, the teachers, the counselors, we are the ones who are there to assist them the best way we know how. But having this bill amended, it will be a plus. They will be able to gain some sort of sanity. And thank you, Senator Donna Gregory Fred, for your proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Stuart. Next up, we'll have Dr. Lewis.
Good morning again. Good morning, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairperson of the Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety Committee of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the other 35th legislative senators. Good morning to Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Good morning to Senator DeGraff. Good morning to Senator Bogus. Good morning to Senator Johnson. And I hope I haven't left out any senators. No, Francis, saving you for last. And good morning to the Senate President, Francis, as well. Good morning to the legislature staff that work so hard. Good morning to the listening and the viewing audience. And I would also take a moment to introduce my staff person with me, Ms. Bernice Kite, that's behind me. She's my HR office manager, and she's sitting in the audience as well. So good morning to all who's listening.
Do you want to bring her forward?
No, she don't want to come forward.
I know she doesn't want to be on the limelight. So.
No, she don't want to come forward. That's my backup. So my name is Dr. Clema S. Lewis. I am the Executive Director of the Women's Coalition of St. Croix. I've been working with victims and survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault, stalking and dating violence for over 40 years in this community. First, I would like to thank again Honorable Senator Kenneth Giddens for inviting me to testify, first time before his committee. I would also like to thank the Honorable Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory for bringing such a powerful bill. Thank you, Senator Gregory, so much. For proposing this bill, number 35-0182, is an act amending Title 14 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 51, by designating the existing provision as, it is also known as non-consensual pornographic or revenge porn. The Women's Coalition of St. Croix has been providing services to crime victims in this community since 1981. Services, for example, individual and family counseling, crisis intervention, 24/7, 365 days out of the year, advocating and supporting victims and survivors of crime, conducting support groups for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, in-person court accompaniment to victims that have to go to court, providing food, clothes, and shelter for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. The Women's Coalition of St. Croix wholeheartedly supports Bill 35-0182. What is non-consensual revenge porn, in my view? This is when someone steals or shares and disseminates sexually explicit images without the victim consent. Clear, without the victim's consent. Specifically to public humiliate their victim or use the information for financial gain. This bill would give victims an opportunity to seek justice when they have been violated publicly based on the dissemination of sexually explicit images of themselves. Please note, most of the victims who have been impacted by this horrible act have been in intimate relationship with perpetrators that are disseminating their personal images. We have seen this act carried out over cell phones, videos, internet, text message, fax machines, cameras, and even still pictures. Additionally, we know this has been carried out in middle schools, high schools, university, public places, government agency, private business, clubs, agencies, chat rooms, houses of worship, and etc. There is not an entity in this community that haven't been touched by this legislation. The impact on the victim is devastating. It can range from shame, embarrassment, humiliation. We've had victims lost of employment, lost of trust, family breakdowns, lost of control of their life that they knew before this offense. In all cases, the victims trusted the perpetrators, and that's what you all need to understand. This is about a serious violation of trust, of an intimate relationship. That's what we're missing here. This ain't no stranger taking pictures of us. This is somebody we had a relationship that we trusted. The after effects are like sexual assault victims. It is a form of sexual assault. The anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress. Yes, it's just like being a vet. PTSD, our victims suffer. Many of the victims are women, and they are too ashamed to report this incident because of the embarrassment and the stigma in this small community where everybody know everybody, where everybody is family to somebody, where everybody is a friend. That makes it difficult to go forward. Based on the identity of the perpetrators, the victims are afraid that no one will believe them. This would have significant consequences on victims' personal, physical, and mental state and well-being. This is considered, let's be clear, a gender-based crime because the majority of the victims are women. Let me be clear, male legislators. I'm not saying that men are not targeted, but the majority of the victims are women. In summary, we are so appreciative that this building. Keep going? Okay. In summary, we are so appreciative that this bill is coming before the Senate. Is long overdue. If we do not protect our most vulnerable citizens, then who will? Any woman in our community could be the next victim. Any woman. I would like to make a few recommendations to this bill. Not an attorney, but I've worked with enough victims that I think I could add my insight. Number one, a person who is convicted on 2 or more violations, more than likely if they're constantly doing it, they're a sexual predator, and I feel they should be added to the sex offender registry. That's my recommendation. Yeah, I know I'm pushing it, but yes, I do. Number 2, we feel like the funds for when things are forfeited, it shouldn't go back in VI government, but it should be allowed to go to the victims because they lose their phones, their computers. They lose a lot of things when they have been victimized by sexual images. We're recommending that we create a fund from this legislation where victims could recoup their losses. We're even hoping with this legislation that some of the funds could be used for pulling down some of the websites. So in case we're not clear, once your images go out into the internet, you can't get them back. And I think that's what most people don't understand. So there are some different websites that will continue to put them up and share them, and we're hoping that we can get some funds to help these websites bring it down once it happens. That's the recommendation from the Women's Coalition of St. Croix. Thank you so much for having me here today.
And thank you so much for being here with us today. Thank you all for your testimony. I think we heard from all the testifiers. Again, I want to truly express my thanks to all of you for your testimony, and just for the benefit of those viewing and listening so that they can understand the process. When we're vetting bills, we usually send out invite letters to agencies, organizations, and individuals to participate in the process, whether for or against. And one thing I always try to do is encourage, especially the government entities, when you're expressing your or sharing your thoughts and this conversation with the bill sponsor prior to us coming here, so that just in case there's something that could be tweaked. Many of us have agreed with your suggestions and whatnot, and able to make those adjustments prior to us being here. But just as a reminder, especially to government entities, again, when you're invited to participate in this process, your thoughts shared or your concerns, I encourage you to always try to reach out to the bill sponsor so that we could have a smooth process. All right, before we commence the discussion, I'm gonna take a brief 3-minute recess. Just stretch your legs, use the restroom quickly if you can. We have enough that we could get back here within 3 or 4 minutes. So 3 minutes, no longer than 4. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is hereby on recess. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, February 13th, 2024 is back on record. We've heard testimony on Bill number 35, that's 0182, regarding designating the existing provisions for relating to the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images offered by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Now we will proceed. We heard testimony from the Office of the Territorial Public Defender, the Department of Justice, the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Family Resource Center, and the Women's Coalition. Now we will open the floor to a discussion with my colleagues, beginning with the at-large Senator, Senator Bolkes, and he'll be followed by Senate President Novel Francis Jr. So at this time, 5 minutes. You use it or lose it. If you don't need all 5, you could return it. Senator Bolkes Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And of course, good morning to our testifying panel here at the legislature concerning the bill before us. I will say that we live in a hypersexualized society, if not a world. And we seem to push that sort of agenda in the faces of all of our people, regardless of age or background or socioeconomic. And it is unfortunate that we see that when individuals get upset or frustrated, that they use something that would be considered sacred or such an intimate part of someone to destroy them and bring pain to them. And, you know, this makes me think of Matthew 7:12, which is, so in everything, do to others what you would have them do to you. For this sums up the law of the prophets. And in this verse is considered the golden rule, whereas you treat others with kindness and respect, and that's what you will receive from them. You know, revenge porn is a harmful way of trying to hurt someone. Not that hurting someone is something that we should do, but it causes such long-lasting emotional distress, as we've heard our testifiers share with us this morning. And the widespread, uncontrollable nature of the internet does not make it easy for individuals to recover from such a hit. And I want to say, you know, I am in support of this measure, and I have signed on. I do believe there are some amendments, as mentioned, that are needed in order to fortify the bill, in order for us to have a good framework that would speak to such a thing, in the sense of making sure that the victim is able to have some sort of right to recoup from such damages and so forth. Now, I wanted to start off with the Office of the Territorial Public Defender. You mentioned that you took no position on the necessity of the legislation. I wanted you to quickly just share with us why, what could you elaborate on the factors that were considered in this neutral stance?
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. We took no position because I believe...
Mr. Chair, could you hold my time? We cannot hear the testifier, please.
We took no position because I believe this came out of a case out of People versus, of the Virgin Islands versus Roebuck, dealing with the obscenity statute. And I believe the obscenity statute could have been amended or could have gone on to appeal. And so although the magistrate court dealt with the issue, the people of the Virgin Islands did not appeal the decision by the magistrate court regarding the obscenity statute that was used for that particular offense. That's why we've taken no position, because right now the opinion of the court is at the magistrate level, and it has not gone up to the Supreme Court. So the statute, the obscenity statute, could have dealt with this, and not necessarily this new statute, although I understand the need to update that this is a 65-year-old statute. So there is only one court case that dealt with the obscenity statute. Thank you.
Noted. I asked you the question because I assume that a bulk of these types of cases will likely come to you, assumingly, correct?
Probably.
Probably. I'm assuming that will be the case because of the nature of our society, in the sense that not everyone can afford an attorney.
1 minute.
And more than likely they will come to the public defender's office in order to get some sort of representation in the event that this affects them. So I was a bit surprised to hear that the Office of the Territorial Public Defender had no specific position on the bill before us. And I'm hoping that through more discussion and deliberation or suggestions on your part thereof, that we would be able to amend the bill to be able to get it to be something that the Territorial Public Defender's Office can support.
Well, thank you, Senator. However, we would have to see what a client is charged with and what defenses that client may have to any bill that is promulgated or passed. And I believe that, our clients may have challenges to different aspects of the bill based on what they are charged with at the time of a criminal matter.
Okay, very well. My time has been called, but I'll be listening keenly to the discussion. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes Jr. Point of information, bill sponsor, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My point of information is as a result of the previous speaker. So what is of concern to me is that we would be in this institution and expecting the arm of our government that's responsible for standing up to individuals that are accused to come and say, look, I need you to strengthen this legislation so I could lose my case. That question should have been asked of the Attorney General's office. Okay, so let's make sure that we're clear on what we're dealing with here. There is a big difference between revenge and consent. They are not one in the same. So I want to make sure that I clear that up, so we don't have any further miscommunication or misunderstanding of the intent of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Now, Senator President Novel Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. And of course, good morning to the testifiers. Thank you very much for your testimony on this very, very important measure. And I want to take this opportunity to commend the bill sponsor, of course, on bill number 35-0182. And also to say hello to Clema Lewis. She talked about being in the fight for 40 years, and I've been with you for the last 37 years.
That's right.
We've been in the trenches.
Yes, yes, yes.
You know, so when we talk about this whole issue of domestic violence and cyber stalking and bullying and non-consensual revenge, back in the 31st Legislature of the Virgin Islands, I joined with former Senator Positive Nelson, where we move legislation regarding stalking. Very, very difficult piece of legislation. And in that, too, we were somewhat forward thinking because in that legislation, we talk about the cyber stalking, which really included means of communicate or cause to be communicated, words, images, or language through the use of electronic mail or electronic communication directed to a specific person which serves no legitimate purpose but causes that person to substantial emotional distress. Today, we have some more definitive language, again, that address the issue of revenge porn. Mine. He done you? She done you? Move on. Get over it. you know, get over it. Because when we start to use means of getting back, revenge, we get ourselves in trouble. And I'll tell you that there is some landmark cases that have occurred in this territory as well. Right now, on the books, we have had individuals that serve time for this particular issue. Once you press send, there's no recalling, there's no deleting, there's certainly no unsending. It's already gone. It's gone into cyberspace, and again, we can't pull that back. What you had as a beautiful relationship over a period of time now have turned sour because there is some separation. And all we ask is for some peaceful, amicable resolution to this. Everybody just go their own separate ways. But once you start seeking revenge, laws are being put in place now to address this particular issue. We have seen where, and of course, the victims mostly, and I would agree, has been females. Very rare instances there have been some males, but most of them are females, where they're subjected to scorn, ridicule, relocation in some instances, or even suicide. So again, I believe that this is a very good legislation. I thought that the Attorney General's office will be certainly on board and in addressing these type of issues, because again, their role and responsibility is to protect the people in these instances. So Mr. Perry, Attorney Perry, I saw that you made some recommendation on how this could be strengthened. I see that you're a little bit lukewarm in whether or not the Attorney General's Office, Department of Justice, support this legislation. Can you again just tell me what are some of your concerns?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Thank you for the question. I believe the approach taken by the Attorney General when drafting the response was to analyze the bill. Let me just tell you, speaking for myself as a practitioner who's in the courtroom and dealing with victims, Department of Justice is 100% for victims. I've had people come to me, they come to our office for help. They are describing how pornography has been put out into the world. Their friends have seen it, their colleagues at work have seen it, and they feel helpless and they feel violated. This law is, I think, excellent. It fits perfectly between under 14 VIC 465, we have cyber stalking and cyber harassment. Under 14 Virgin Islands Code 1024, we have distribution or possessing of indecent, obscene material. This clarifies and fits perfectly between those two code sections, because we were finding at the Department of Justice, we were trying to find an appropriate charge to assist a victim in a case like that. And there was a hole that this bill cures, because we may try to charge it under cyber stalking. And I think the point in the prepared materials was to note that sometimes, because of the way the elements of the crimes are written, even though clearly a criminal act has occurred, proving the criminal act in terms of proving each element at court beyond a reasonable doubt is nearly impossible sometimes, because the way the bill is written. The new bill as proposed by Senator Fred Gregory appears to fit perfectly between these existing laws to create an opportunity for our victims to get some justice.
Thank you very much for saying that. You had me a little bit worried. So I'm glad that you're able to put that on record and clarify some of your concerns there, because that certainly addressed some of the issues that we've been discussing here today. Unfortunately, my time ran out and I didn't get to engage
you may proceed,
Clema Lewis.
if you have a...
Oh, Dr. Clema Lewis. But again, I will give you an opportunity if you'd just like to put on record some of your years of experience and some of the victims discussion with you in respect to their emotional impact consequential to these type of behaviors.
Thank you, Senator Francis. We have a lot of victims that come through our office that has been impacted by this bill, and we've had frustration trying to get something done, whether it's a police arrest, whether we take it to the Attorney General's office. Trying to get some kind of justice has been almost null. And the impact that it leaves from, you work in a government agency and you're in the same relationship, and as you said earlier, you in love and you break up, it hits that knockout that agency. We sitting here acting quiet, but there's been several government agencies that have been impacted by this law we talking about right now, is where they work. And it's constant. This is not new. We have people in our office. We've had victims lose their job. As you said, we had victims. We've sent victims off island. There's no justice. I was appreciative, and we are still thankful when you and Senator Nelson got that stalking law passed, because that's very helpful, and that's being used a lot. But it's still not the same. I can give an instance where a victim was in a relationship with a particular powerful person, and we were trying to get her to go for a restraining order. And she was afraid to go for the restraining order because who the person was, and she was convinced the court system wouldn't believe her because who she was. And that happens a lot in our community. We can act like it don't, but we all know it's about who you know, where you're from, and what you got backing you up. And the sad thing is, most victims don't have that power play. All they have most of the time is the Women's Coalition. They don't have all the other entities. This law is so important. It will help the police, give them something to work with, and I was definitely appreciative of Brooke's testimony. And it will help us let victims know. It encouraged them to go forward, because now they don't want to go forward because there's no justice. Why should I put myself out on a limb to get humiliated and embarrassed because ain't nothing gonna happen? It ain't gonna go to court, the person ain't gonna get arrested. I'm just gonna be further humiliated. So we're hoping that this bill gives them what they need to go forward to seek justice. And we need you all to put that in place. This is a critical bill. This is not a joke. Thank you, Senator Francis, for giving me a chance to say that.
Thank you, Senate President. I too also signed on to this measure in order to further protect victims, and I am happy that the Department of Justice was able to clarify the statements made in the testimony today. Hence, colleagues, one of the reasons why this chairman does not follow that practice of reading testimonies into the record, and that testifier is not here to defend what's in there. Because statements could be made, misconstrued, taken however you want. But I just want to remind my colleagues why this chairman don't usually allow a testimony to be read into the record, and people are not there for us to be able to cross-examine, like you would say in court. Right, attorney? All right. So we'll move on to the next senator, who I'm not seeing in his seat. So we'll move on to Senator Franklin Johnson out of the West, and then we'll move to the committee vice chair thereafter. So Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewer and listening audience. I too really support and thank the author of this measure here. But what I really say most of the time is, why do you need to take that picture to start? Why would loved ones do these things, and then especially our young ones, juveniles, they use this technology and don't look back and see down the road what it does to them as far as even some of them career. That's right. You know, young ladies, and I sure hope that parents will get more involved and see what's going on in their children's life. And I started in that angle because in the VIPD testimony, spoke about 16 minors involved incident. What I really want to ask public safety is what resources you will be needing to execute this, because you also spoke about deep fake. So do you need technology? Do you have the technology to identify these things, and what resources the department will need to accomplish their mission with this piece of legislation?
Thank you for that question, Senator. So the deep fake technology goes hand in hand with artificial intelligence, the AI. Okay. And as we know, that is, as of today, that is the method of choice for most of the photography that we see going on in the community. Across the nation, actually, ways to enhance your photos and so forth. And you can You can take someone's photo and then put it on someone else's body. And something such of this nature is quite difficult. Quite difficult to investigate. It's quite difficult because once that image is formed, it's the AI is so precise. The color tone, the skin tone, it's quite difficult to investigate. But we are working with a couple of our contractors to identify ways and means to investigate these types of crime. It's still a work in progress, and that's just the truth. And it's not only us, the FBI, those different entities, they have their hands full along and when it comes to these type of crimes. It is quite difficult in this day and age because there's always a loophole to everything. So we are working hand in hand with, like I mentioned before, our contractors to identify a way that we can investigate these crimes and find the avenues, the loopholes that actually show where and how these images are being generated, and use that as a way to really curtail and bring these individuals to justice. So we need help. We're doing that research. We'll get back to the Senate, and more than likely will involve Senate involvement for legislation to support us in that area, but we will be in contact with you for that. But it is something that we have put as a high priority because it is very, very important. And as the senator mentioned before, it's right in front of us. It's not going away. It's there.
That's why I asked that question, because I saw you spoke about deepfake, and then I saw you spoke about minors. And my next question would be, how many juvenile officers do you have on your team?
Not enough. That's my answer. Not enough.
You know, I asked that because in the past, everybody knew who was the juvenile officer. I don't even know who is one right now. It's sad to say that. But and I say that because the juvenile officers back in those days, like Anita Christian, they was really involved in our community, and we need to get your juvenile officers. I don't know what's going on, but I know for sure you need to get more involved in the schools, and this type of information needs to be brought to the schools through your agency, collaborating with Department of Education, making sure that these things are spoken to these young children, because a lot of time innocency is what causes our children to fall into these traps. So if you want to expand on that, as far as what communication or working relationship you have with Education Department and your juvenile section.
Well, I'm sure if both chiefs were here present, I do have Deputy Chief Cornelius here. The chiefs will tell you we don't have enough juvenile officers because of the growing number of crimes that involve the juvenile, and notice I use the word growing because it is growing. We see the videos that come from the schools. We see the videos around the community, whether it's fights or whether it's different crimes of a different nature across the territory. So we are desperately in need of juvenile officers, but the juvenile officers are trained specially for that purpose. And it's quite difficult because they have to go through a series of different trainings to be certified to handle juveniles. The juvenile laws that has to be enforced, and only juvenile officers who have the specific special training can in fact investigate those crimes. So we are working with Department of Education to look at avenues how, particularly when it comes to the schools and those different crimes that occur in the schools, how we can alleviate and minimize some of those crimes. The Department of Education has an enforcement chief, and we're working closely with him to see how we can do that along those specific avenues. But yes, we do need more assistance. We do need more juvenile officers. And of course, we'll be coming to you. The finance chair is here for more money so that we could get...
Most definitely, because we have to start looking at that preventative measures.
Yes.
A lot of time, if we can try to execute it and bring that knowledge to these children at an early stage, it will help from us going down the line and going farther. Ms. Lewis, you had something to chime on with, if I may, Mr. Chair?
His time is up. Can I answer?
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay. What I wanted to add is it's not just a police that go into the schools.
Yeah.
The Virgin Islands Domestic Violence Sexual Assault, the Women's Coalition, Family Resource, and right before COVID, the U.S. Attorney's Office had their officers and the federal custom officers going into schools, educating the children about this law, because now even if you're under 18 and you take these explicit pictures and send them out, you're getting in trouble. I had 3 of those cases referred to my office. So it's not just on the onus of the police, it's not just them in education, but you got all these other entities that's doing this work that we can get more done as a team. And we were doing all that before COVID, and we do need to get back. But we also need to do it with the adults, because they don't seem to get it either.
Thank you very much. And if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair.
You may not at this time. Your time has expired. But I will, you know, I've had a change of heart, so I will allow you 30 seconds. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. My question goes to the Department of Justice. Based on states and revenge porn laws, is there any stats that have been generated to determine how many of these cases have went through and, you know, came out with a guilty verdict?
Sir, I would have to look into that further to see what data we have. The issue is there was not a revenge pornography, so it would be charged under statutes that already exist under Virgin Islands law. So there is a child pornography statute. There are other statutes in the Virgin Islands related to cyber stalking and harassment. So it would probably have been classified. And truthfully, there's such a deep connection between what we're talking about today and domestic violence that the domestic violence number, which again, I can provide to the committee, the number of cases we're handling involving domestic violence on a monthly or yearly basis would be a telling and important number too to consider.
Thank you very much. If you can, I'll appreciate it through the chair, those type of stats, so we can have some numbers to go by and figure out what direction we need to go. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the 30 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Bolkes Jr., you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As indicated by the previous senator when he was speaking to the Deputy Commissioner of VIPD, cyber crimes was mentioned. So I would like to go through the chair to the Department of Justice. Does the Department of Justice have a cyber crimes unit, and how are you handling your cyber crimes currently?
So we work, sir, good morning. We work in fairly close partnership with the Virgin Islands Police Department. We do not have a cyber crimes unit within the Department of Justice. We work with VIPD, who developed the case through the investigation. And again, so many of these cases, because of the way that the laws are written, are very difficult to prove. And if you notice in this law, for example, it says the word identifiable victim. It becomes a question of, and this is the fight we have with our colleagues across the aisle, and congratulations to Chief Todman. But these are the fights that we have in court. There's not a whole lot of case law yet in the Virgin Islands about, for example, what like identifiable means. So no, we do. Unfortunately, we do not have a specialty unit in the Department of Justice to handle this. I know that VIPD, and I won't speak for them, but I know that they have contractors with some expertise in trying to develop, and we assist with search warrants, but trying to get at the root of who is creating these images, who is disseminating these images. And again, it's not that this is something new that is happening. Revenge pornography has been happening in the Virgin Islands over probably the last decade or so. The issue is we haven't had a law on which to charge it. So it would fall under a domestic violence harassment law or a cyber stalking law. So this is going to be a new and positive thing.
Well, as we move forward, I believe this bill touches on the tip of the needle concerning cyber crimes. The Department of Justice should seriously consider creating a cyber crimes unit within the department to help address or mitigate what the VIPD is doing concerning cyber crimes. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I'm sure you will follow up with them thereafter. At this time, I want to recognize the committee vice chair for his 5 minutes. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized.
Yes, pleasant good morning to all the listening audiences, and thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, for the time. We give thanks and praises to the Most High, and blessings to all those within the sound of my voice. Mr. Chair, so we're talking about non-consensual pornography, and I'm in support of this bill 100%. but I got some questions. And so I'm going to ask Ms. Clema Lewis, the Ph.D., Dr. Lewis, Women's Coalition, and I need you to answer just yes or no. Just yes or no. Okay. So would this person or should this person be considered a sex offender if they share these non-consensual pornography?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I want to ask Mr. Timothy Perry, the Criminal Chief Department of Justice. Under the existing law, would this person be considered a sex offender?
So within the Department of Justice, we have a SORNA unit that is responsible.
No. I ask you yes or no. Please answer my question the way how I ask, yes or no. Would this person be considered a sex offender?
I don't believe so at present. I'd have to look into it further.
Okay, good. Okay, you see, so also there is some issues that I have here, right? Because this law will allow the person to be sued for punitive damages. So let me ask you again, Mr. Timothy Perry, if you can just answer yes or no, because I got a whole bunch of questions and the time running. So suppose someone owns a WhatsApp site or a Facebook page or some other media platform. That's person A. The person B, who is the non-consensual pornography, shares it. Person B shares it, but person A is the owner of the site. Could person A, who owns the site, be held liable?
I don't believe so.
Okay, good. So let me ask you, what about the situations where the image was shared when the lady and Tom or Chad were good? They were good. And then later, Chad now get a new girlfriend, and now it's a problem. They are now non-consensual. Is there a statute of limitations, and how would we apply? You know, have a situation where they're good. She and Tom or Chad good. They share the images. Last year, no problem. Now he got a new woman. Can they now prosecute?
That would be non-consensual sharing. The issue is when you share it, is it consensual at the time? So he would be sharing an image that no longer he would have consent to share.
Okay, no, but he shared it last year while they were good. Now they break up.
The statute of limitations, sir, would be traditionally 3 years.
3 years.
The murder or first-degree rape or government corruption.
Good. Another question. Suppose now, you know, Carnival Parade, right? Everybody got everything, a little button covering everything. The image is shared 10 years after a Carnival Parade. Is that non-consensual pornography? Because some of the Carnival Parade images is pornography, in my opinion. Could that be considered non-consensual?
Well, two things. Number one, I think they've written the description of sexual images very carefully. For example, it says the part of a woman's breast below the top of the areola. I believe that they've tried purposefully to write it and say, but in terms of, there'd be a statute of limitations that would probably bar the prosecution of this. Statute of limitations, unless it's a rape, a first-degree murder, or government corruption, is usually 3 years in the Virgin Islands.
Okay, so then now I got two more questions. Suppose an independent person received the image, not not anybody that has an interest, and they shared them. Is that person, in other words, there's a WhatsApp site, say St. Thomas VI. Person X shares those images on St. Thomas VI. Can that person X be held liable?
So in candor, they probably could be charged, but then the devil's in the details. Because if you look at the way the statute's written, if the person knows or should have known the person in the image had not consented to the dissemination of the images, 10 years later or something like that, or an image that's already been out in public, it's very difficult to prove probably that element at trial.
Okay, so the statute of limitations would be 3 years.
Yes. Now, I will just note that at the very beginning, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory indicated that they had written into the bill a statute of limitations. I have not seen that draft, but if it follows form in the Virgin Islands, it's 3 years and a felony.
Okay. And what is the maximum amount of the punitive damages that they can be held liable for?
And sir, I apologize. So I'm criminal. That would be a civil lawsuit. The person would have to hire their own attorney and then pursue damages. I don't know the number, if that's written into the bill or not, if there's a cap.
Time.
Okay. I am in support of the bill. I can see the bill moving, but there are some amendments that I think we need to consider, because you can get into a situation where you have what I call a reverse revenge. And this can happen if Chad get a new girlfriend. This reverse revenge can pop up, Papa. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Sir, to clarify under 1036, it says $10,000 for actual damages.
Thank you.
You beat me to it, Mr. Vice Chair. I was about to say in the voice of my Vice Chair, well, sir, Papa. Thank you for your line of questioning. Senator Fred Gregory, you have a point of information?
Yes, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clear up any confusion, there's a section of the bill on page 4 that speaks to liability exceptions, and that speaks to the images is section 1034A3. Images involve voluntary expose in public or commercial settings. And I brought that up because my colleague asked specifically about individuals coming down the parade route. If you are coming down the parade route and you are voluntarily exposing yourself, this bill does not protect you. Okay, so let's make that clear. It says liability exceptions. So when we make decisions to carry ourselves in a certain way in our community, so there's no reverse, what do you call it? What do you say? So reverse something, reverse retaliation. Because those images are images, people take pictures along the parade route. So that bill covers that particular area. So that don't have anything to do with consent or non-consent. That has to do with you clearly out there doing what you gotta do, what you feel comfortable with doing. So I wanted to make sure that we clear that up. There isn't anything, and I'm hearing somebody in my ear shut, there's nothing malicious about it. If you get on the parade route and conduct yourself in a manner. Okay, let's be reminded of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Gregory. Next up, we'll hear from Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senate Minority Leader. You're recognized for your 5 minutes, followed by Senator Alma Francis Heyliger, who is online with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Along the lines of statute of limitations, I too was concerned in regards to how the bill is written, half misdemeanor, half felony. Statute of limitations will only apply to the felony end of it?
Yes, forgive me. I need to clarify, please.
Okay.
Misdemeanor has a 1-year statute of limitations, and the territorial felony would have traditionally a 3-year statute of limitations.
Okay. Okay, so 1 and 3 years. So I just wanted to get that cleared up. Okay, in contractual law, they talk about name, image, and likeness. This bill here, I see it tries to cover that. I was just wondering in terms of if I was to take, hypothetically, someone's use their X and put an emoji over the face and post that a non-consensual image. You don't know it's that individual, but maybe they have some identifying mark or something that they claim. Would this bill cover something like that along the lines of some of the, what's in the bill? Would it cover that, Attorney Perry?
Sir, yes, sir, I think so. So I brought this bill to my staff and we looked at it and we conceived of every possible way that we've seen these cases or it could play out, because it's written as identifiable from the image itself or information displayed in connection with the image. Very rarely are these images just posted. It's generally done, or at least the way we've seen it here in the Virgin Islands, is done very maliciously. So it identifies the person or exposes them, whether it's to their work community, their friend community. So I think under 1033A1 uppercase B, a person who is identifiable from the image itself or the information displayed in connection with the image, probably based upon the context, it could be identified.
Okay, great, because that was, again, we're in a new era of age where I think the young generation don't think that we're smart enough to address some of these issues, and it's being addressed. So I vote yes for the bill, without a doubt. But one thing I don't like to hear again in this day and age, it's not a gender bill. Even though women have traditionally been the victim, it is not a gender bill. In this day and age, male are victims too, in every capacity, and transgender and everybody else, because that's we here to serve everybody. That's how I feel. But I believe you're gonna do the time, you're gonna pay for the crime. And in closing, Mr. President said something in the beginning. I think it needed to have a translation for Attorney Perry, and it's basically, Mr. President, I don't know if you have the exact statement, but it's basically to leave a person alone. I saw when Mr. President mentioned it, Attorney Perry Chief Perry looked and said, well, hey, but it's just our local talk in terms of what we saying, leave her go, go on, leave her alone,
Yes, sir.
So it's just a translation, just to clarify for you. So, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, if you could just have Mr. President say that word again and translate it for Attorney Perry. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You said you and him could have a conversation after. I think isn't that considered patois? Chidonio, however that is translated.
All I know,
in any
sir,
case,
I heard a Virgin Islands word I recognized on national television at the Grammys the other night.
All right. I want to also get some clarification on something here as well. And the legal minds can tell me, whether it's from the Department of Justice, the Office of the Territorial Public Defender, or even our legal minds here at the legislature. Now, there was a discussion, what came up with this thing with our parades. Now, if someone takes a picture on the sideline and maliciously uses that picture to blackmail someone later on, that can be considered criminal. Yes or no? Department of Justice?
From Department of Justice, yes, I think so. If it's for purposes of harassment, it wouldn't fall under the current bill before us today, because in fact it's put out into the public willingly and consensually, whatever's being shown during a parade route. But it would fall under probably, we have 14 Virgin Islands Code 465, cyber harassment, any kind of an image or communication from an electronic device that causes the person for the sole purpose of harassment, and then harassment is defined in the code. So I think there's other ways to get to this criminal conduct, or let me say it differently. There's other ways in the code that would define that kind of conduct for purposes of harassment as criminal in nature.
Good. I just don't want it for folks to believe that it wouldn't be. I just wanted that clarification. And unless someone else wants to say something on that, we could move on. All right. Hearing none. Next, we will hear from Senator Alma Francis Heyliger. And as I indicated earlier, she's online, so she should be marked as present.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
We need to see you, though. We need to see you.
I'm on camera. I'm not sure if they have me up.
We don't.
I'm here.
Media, can you assist? Because you know I wouldn't be violating the rules. We have to be able to see the senator. Try, okay, there you are. You may proceed.
Okay.
All
Hi.
right, nice smile. You may proceed.
Thank you. How are you? Good
Blessed.
afternoon. Good morning to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. The first thing I would like to hone in on has to do with identifiable, because I do agree that from reading the piece of legislation, for me, I think do you believe that there's a need to define that word a little bit more? Or does it just leave it open-ended? Because, for example, in this day and age, you heard some of my colleagues spoke about deep fake videos. I currently am working on a piece of legislation for artificial intelligence, and I am fully aware of what, in our day and age, what is capable of being done. Do you think we should, or is just utilizing the word identifiable open across the board so it can be as effective as it needs to be? Any one of the testifiers could respond to that.
Identify someone.
From the Department of Justice, he can share his thoughts.
Hi, thank you, Senator. Good morning. I hope you're well. Identifiable, so again, I put this bill in front of a group of attorneys, criminal attorneys, and the way that this seems to contemplate is that you'd actually have a victim who would report the crime that his or her image has been put out into the world in a malicious way. So that person, by nature, our thought process was in looking at the bill that they would be able to identify themselves in the photograph, either from the photograph itself or from the information that's displayed in connection with the image.
Okay. The reason why I brought that up, like, for example, if somebody were to crop out the head and they just have a body, but that individual is saying, this is my body, and could a person potentially get away with saying, well, I didn't know who it was, I was just circulating something? Because that's why I keep saying identifiable, because I don't want us to be in a situation where victims are now being forced to defend themselves to prove that it is them when other people might be aware. Or do you see that as just a loophole? That's where my concern with that was. But if you feel that it's adequate, I fully understand your thoughts. The other question I wanted to ask had to do with public information. I think this piece of legislation is a very important one. And I do believe that we do have to invest some type of, whether it's limited financing, to make sure that this information is pushed out to the public, whether we write it into the bill to say that there must be a public marketing aspect of it, because this is running rampant, especially with our young children, our teenagers, and even the adults that are affected, male or female. I think this has to do with things that ruin people's lives or cause them immense hardship. What are your thoughts about making sure that we do incorporate that into the piece of legislation?
I think DOJ, that's an excellent idea. But I also think you need to build in some support for victims, because getting a case like this to trial is a deeply intimate process for the victim, because you're at the heart of the trial, have to expose the image that has gone out and caused all of this chaos in the community for this individual. So anything that can be done to provide support for victims, whether it's resources for a victim witness advocate, who could really not only work in this, someone described this earlier as not just, they described it almost as an assaultive offense. You know, but if we were to provide resources for a victim witness advocate, someone who could deal with all range of sex crimes, because this is truly a sex crime as well.
Definitely.
1 minute.
This one, the question I want to ask, Ness, has to do with how do you actually identify? So, for example, you have a picture that's potentially shared around 1,000 times. How is it from the perspective of law enforcement or even prosecutors, will you be able to track back to find out who was the original sender? Because I could see that where you were discussing from the Justice Department, the need for making sure that mechanisms are in place to guarantee that it's a support from making sure you're able to even prosecute some of these situations. What are your suggestions specifically for being able to do so? I know we recently passed a law when it has to do with real crime centers. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'll tell you, I think it's a very complicated question. It involves a lot of work with the victim. If you're talking the 500th time the photograph has been shared, the photo had to get out somewhere originally. So, it involves a lot of contact with the victim to find out the nature and the circumstances under which the photograph was taken, who it was shared with, who would be likely suspects to have begun the dissemination in order to create the harm and the harassment. But in terms of nuts and bolts, I mean, we do search warrants for technology companies all the time. WhatsApp is very difficult. We can generally get decent records from Facebook and Instagram. Other companies have less stringent or less strict retention policies. And also, as Senator Graff points out, under the misdemeanor, if it's a first-time offense, you only have a year to bring it to trial, or bring the charges, rather. So these are very time-consuming things and a lot of records, which is why I think, Attorney Brooks, Deputy Commissioner Brooks, hits the nail on the head in identifying that there may need to be training and resources attached to this for the investigators at VIPD.
Thank you so much. I wasn't sure if I heard time, so I want to make sure I'm following.
Yes, time was called.
Okay.
Time was called, but you may wrap up.
Mr. Chief.
You may wrap up.
The only other question I wanted to ask had to do with a lot of the individuals that are victimized by this suffer from disrespect, suffer from loss of employment. Can we tweak it in a way that the same way we have created laws to make sure, or attempt to create laws to protect others from arrests and being discriminated against because of their past, can we craft the law in a way that it's also inclusive, that the victims cannot be fired without probable cause? Like, just because you're getting fired just because you were victimized by this. Do you think this is something that could or should be done to protect the victim as well?
Senator.
So,
Ms. Clema Lewis.
Yes, Senator. I think that's a very good point, but we would have to put something in place with the employers, put some law out that they just can't terminate victims because they were involved, because we've seen many of these incidents in the local workplaces, and I've seen them where they fired them both the perpetrator and the victim. So there needs to be maybe the different workplaces, there has to be either HR policy or some policy in place to cover the victims. I also want to add quickly that you're right, once this law is passed, we do have to do education, but we don't have to add extra money to that. You got the Victim Advocates Group. We are more than willing to put the information out and educate. That's part of our job. So we will cover the education piece once the law is passed. Thank you for mentioning that as well.
Not a problem, and thank you for letting us know how serious you are participating in making sure this happened. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heyliger. Now we'll move to the, what I'll say just before I recognize the bill sponsor who will speak last on this is that I truly applaud her efforts on this measure, and I'm happy to hear of the amendment coming forward as well that will protect everyone, to include adults. But I want to especially caution our young people on this type of thing. Whether you take the pictures yourself, or you allow someone else to take the picture of you. Because today we sweet, tomorrow we sour.
That's right.
And only God knows what could happen during that sour time. So I want to especially caution our young people on taking these photos of yourself or you allowing others to take these pictures of you. I don't see the need for it. It's either you're there and you see it for yourself, or just leave it alone. I mean, it's not like your significant other is serving somewhere overseas and they miss you and you want to share something. But even in that aspect, you have to be so careful. So my caution and my words to you, especially young people, is don't do it. Don't do it. All right? Have no regrets of doing it. And if I say I love you unconditionally, even if you don't send it to me. So don't send it to anyone. Again, I caution you. Bill Spencer, I said I know I would recognize you. However, we're joined physically now by Senator Javon James, so I will allow him for his 5 minutes, and then we'll wrap it up with you. Senator James, Senior, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. I stand in full support of the bill. I'm ready to vote yes. However, I do understand there are some concerns for amendments. A bill of this nature, I don't care what amendments we have today. It needs to pass. We will fix it in Rules and Judiciary, and if not, we fix it in the full body for session. This is a bill that is well needed. I don't want to bring up any specific cases that I know of, but recently we saw something that transpired, and we will leave it like that. I saw where the individual tried to make a public apology. Sometimes we have individuals who goes into individuals' phones. Sometimes it's not the individual who actually posts the picture or the video or shared it. You can have someone that you trust, sometimes not even a person, whether you trust or not. Just so happen to be here on the Senate floor, and the good senator next to me happened to see my code, and then I put my phone down for a little bit, and by the time you know he knows my code, tried to mess me up. Not saying that's what you're gonna do, but it's a very touchy situation, but we know for sure we have brilliant minds in the Virgin Islands as far as lawyers, attorneys, judges, who can be able to watch the facts and make a decision. I am not a member of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, but I have no issue today giving up my power in my vote to the members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary to make a final decision, or I should say another decision, until it reaches to the full body. But my question though, and I'm not sure if this is an area where we can have a proposed amendment, but do you think we should treat, I'm going to speak to the Women's Coalition, do you think we should treat situations for children differently compared to adults in this scenario when you have dissemination or individuals sharing pornography without individuals' permission?
Yes, Senator, they should be treated different, but we already have porno laws to protect children. Actually, we've been in the schools that I said earlier already educating the children under 18. So they're already covered, and the laws are pretty similar. Less penalty, get help for them. But I think it should be a difference, but we already have laws. So now we have to protect children. Now we need them to protect the adults 18 and over, but we already have it in place for 18 and under.
Okay, I will look into that, because anything that comes to children, I don't play, because if anybody do that to my children, I'm sorry for them. I don't care what they want to say.
No, we already have them in place. We already have the laws in place for that.
No problem. As far as the whole thing with Carnival and all them things, let's be real. I listened to the conversation while I was here. This been going on for donkey years with Carnival and Parade. It reached a point where some of the older folks in our committee are not happy with what we see. But hey, these are grown individuals who come down the road. It's just like a bikini. And I understand the conversation, but let's be real here. Well, like I said, I stand in support of the fine. I saw where you have the imprisonment, the term for imprisonment, 2 years, not more than 2 years. I think that's decent. And if a person is convicted a second time, they have additional time for those individuals. But I really hope and pray, and I really want to say thank you to my colleagues. Earlier we saw where we passed the legislation for those individuals who are first responders. We have an issue sometimes with not accusing anybody, but they're saying first-time responders are not supposed to share certain information. And I'm happy because as we reach into this digitized era, there are so many bills we have to change. It's not funny. We are going to be writing bills from now till God come when it comes to this digital age, because it's hard to how to say, regulate. I've been paying attention to those hearings with Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg has been going to the Senate hearings continuously, and they're asking him different questions, and this whole global transformation in how we will protect our individuals who are on the internet. So I applaud the sponsor of the bill. I am not going to overdo to my thoughts. I have no questions. I just look forward to the amendments, if need be. And once again, kudos to the sponsor of this measure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. You know, every time this discussion really just got me jittering here in this seat. And again, going back to because I'm thinking on our young people, for real. Although victims, in this case, there's no age. But especially to our young people, I want to remind you that relationships are built on trust and communication, especially those two. That's your ground pillars. And if you have a password, I will tell you, change it up ever so often, so you don't have to worry about the person sitting next to you. And don't take pics of yourself like that. And if you don't, guess what? You ain't need no password. Go have your phone right there. And whether you're done today or tomorrow, you ain't got to worry about it. But express your love in words to each other and not by taking nude pictures of yourself, because you don't know where it will end up. Senator Fred Gregory, I'll ask you to wrap it up here and take us home on this one. Thank you so much for this measure again, and I'm happy to be able to sign on as a primary sponsor. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to respond to the previous speaker, VIC section 487 to 490 addresses the issues with child pornography and exploitation of our children in the territory. So that's already covered as shared by Dr. Lewis. I've heard today a lot of non-consensual dissemination of sexual images. The operative word here is private sexual images. So any concerns around public events, carnival events, etc., festival events, is not covered in this legislation. The operative word is private. Okay? Also, one of my colleagues from St. Croix, female colleagues, spoke to the deep fake technology, and I do agree with her that that measure needs to stand on its own in a separate piece of legislation. So I am looking forward to her bringing that legislation forward and supporting that measure, as today we are discussing revenge porn, a non-consensual release of images. I don't necessarily have any questions. I think I have one question, and that's to Dr. Lewis. I want to flesh out some more the sharing or the sexual registry, the recommendation that you made around after the second offense, that that person should be required to be included in the sexual registry. Could you flesh it out for us a little more?
So why I brought that up, because I was one of the people that worked on the sex offender registry and got it in place years ago. It's different levels, it's different tiers. And I feel that when somebody, like what we have in this community, we have certain perpetrators that's perpetrating it against different women. And this one man is doing it. That means he's a habitual sexual offender. So if you catch him one time, you catch him once and he's slick, you might not get him again. But if they've been brought before the court 2, 3, and 4 times, they need to be put on the registry so alert goes up that this is a sex offender, to make everybody's job easier, to protect the victims and the system as well. So that's what I meant. And it's different tiers. I would say the first tier, the lowest tier for this sex offender. I'm not saying put them up and for the rest of their life they have to be registered. But we have such a small community, and we have a community that like to sue people when you use names. I think that once they committed to this act more than a couple of times, they should be labeled. They should be put on that registry so the defense knows, the prosecutors knows, the police know that it's alert signal that this ain't the first time they committed the offense.
What are your thoughts?
That's why I felt strongly about it.
What are your thoughts, Deputy Commissioner?
Because they're going to keep doing it.
I am in full support. The Virgin Islands Police Department stands in support of that recommendation.
All right, so I think there was a question, I know there was a question as it relates to the statute of limitation. And there is an amendment that we're bringing forward that says that the statute of limitation begins when the victim becomes aware of the sharing of the image. So that's when it begins. What are your thoughts on that?
And how long does that mean? So the beginning, was that up, can they up to 2 years, 3 years? You need, I think, put a time
I think the thought process is around 3 years.
Yeah, most of it is around.
But we could flesh it out some more, but it's basically what happens now. I think it's about 3 years.
Right now it's about 3 years.
1 minute.
We should put up to 3 years.
Okay.
Pardon me, just to clarify,
always,
on misdemeanors, it would be 1 year. For the felony charge, meaning second or subsequent offense, it would be 3 years.
Okay, so that's something that we need to look at a little closer, but definitely the statute begins when the victim becomes aware. And again, I just have to drive home the point about consent. When you're in a relationship, and I'm also bringing an amendment on that, that's clear, that says if you are or you were in a relationship and consented to be videotaped, the consent was solely for the taping, not for the dissemination of the images. That's key to this legislation. The consent is for the taping, not for the dissemination. So even if you have a new girlfriend or a boyfriend and you share without consent, it is a violation. So I want to make sure that the legislation is clear. If they have to go back and look at the tape. Like I said, I don't have any questions. The one thing I will say to the Department of Justice, though, we've done some research and we've also seen that the porn statutes have withstood court challenges in Vermont, Illinois, Indiana, Minnesota, and Texas. So, and those statutes have prevented the distribution of non-consensual images in those states and do not violate the right of free speech protected by the First Amendment. Because I know that in the testimony, you guys made reference to that. And you also said that you made mention about the state of Massachusetts. In January of this year, Massachusetts passed legislation around the revenge porn. So I think there's only one state that remains outstanding, and that's North or South Carolina?
South Carolina.
South Carolina, okay. Mr. Chair, I don't believe that I have anything else to add, so I rest. I'm asking my colleagues to support this measure. All of the suggestions and recommendations that came before us we intend to make the amendments. As a matter of fact, the amendments should be ready. So we'll see how far they are with legal counsel. But I hope that we're ready to move forward with this measure. I'm not a voting member of this committee, but I ask that this measure be voted up today and sent to the Rules Committee for further consideration and actions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you to the testifiers that came before us today.
Thank you so much. Let me recognize the presence of non-committee member, our Rules and Judiciary Chair, Senator Diane T. Capehart from the District of St. Croix. And before I recognize you for your 5 minutes, I'm just looking, and I'll probably suggest that I see that we have the definitions within section 1032 of the measure, and I will probably just suggest that we add one other term there of Photoshop. All right? Especially since we're talking about utilizing these electronic stuff called cell phones and computers and whatnot. You know, it's easy. I no longer have a six-pack. I walk around with a keg, but I mean, somebody could put me up and I have a six-pack, or vice versa. So I suggest that we just include the term Photoshop in there. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 5 minutes, and you're the last, and then we will entertain a motion to move on, because I see testifiers for the other block coming in, and we want to be able to take a short recess to come back. You recognize Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm not a member of this committee, but I thought I'll just weigh in as to how important this legislation is for the territory, because sharing text messages and images of sexual nature seems like it have become the norm. And you know, this is something that I always tell my 3 girl children: don't ever let nobody take no pictures of you that wasn't decent pictures. So, and I followed that myself, because you never know how revenge porn and revenge comes through social media. So I just want to, I don't have any questions for the testifiers, but I think this is very important that we make sure that these kind of legislation the community understand how serious this act is. They may not think so, but it's very important, because as I said, revenge crime, this is like a revenge crime, you know? So I just want to say to the bill sponsor, it's very well needed, and I look forward to seeing this bill in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The committee will take a short 3-minute recess at this time. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, February 13, 2024 is back on record. So we just completed all testimony and exhausted all debate time on the bill before us, 35-0182, regarding the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images. I want to thank you all again for good conversation here on this matter. And at this time, what I'll do is I'll just allow for a 30-second close off, and we'll start with the two testifiers on St. Thomas. We will hold the vote until after the next block, but I just want to go ahead and close off now so we could excuse the testifiers before us and be able to take a quick break for lunch and then return back for the next block. So starting with Ms. Stuart on St. Thomas, then on to Department of Justice, quick 30-second close off, and then we come to St. Croix. Please recognize Ms. Stuart and have the camera on her, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I must say it has been an honor being here testifying, and this bill will lessen the crimes in the Virgin Islands. As we all know, it takes the whole Virgin Islands to make a dent. And we can make a big difference if we work together, partner with each other. And I'm so thankful for Clema Lewis, Dr. Clema Lewis, from Women's Coalition, who has been the backbone of these agencies on St. Croix. And we work good as a team. I really appreciate her because you know she's a powerhouse. And with her, we can make a change in the Virgin Islands. We need her and we need each other with DOJ, the 35th legislature, and everyone who's involved, Homeland Security, Public Safety, VIPD. I just want to thank you all for coming together and putting your thoughts, your ideas to amend this bill. And to all the victims out there, I am saying, if you see something, say something. If you hear something, say, because you never know whose life you could change out there. So let's continue to work together.
Thank you so much. And again, testifiers, 30 seconds, okay? You may go, Department of Justice.
Thank you, sir. I would just say it is an absolute honor and humbling to be part of this conversation. I thank you sincerely for the opportunity. I remember drafting what we thought would be a great bill, something like this with some of my colleagues, working through cases like this maybe 2 or 3 years ago to see something come to real life. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be a small part of that today. I appreciate the opportunity to form partnerships with my colleagues as we look toward fighting for victims in the Virgin Islands. And I will just say finally, as a father of 2 daughters, including a 1-year-old, I appreciate everything that this committee is trying to do for the public safety of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, sir. Chief, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Senator Gittens and the committee for having me present. I hope that if this bill passes, that one of the things that the legislature and the Department of Justice does is actually have an education period. It's okay to have a bill or enacted. However, if there's no education to the public so that they know what has been enacted, then we have lots of potential for criminal activity. So I actually would promote education in this regard.
Thank you, and I understand the education piece, but remember, ignorance of the law is
no excuse.
No excuse. So these are things that, you know, commonly in life we should know that we should not do. But I understand the education piece. Thank you for that. Assistant Commissioner, Lieutenant Colonel, all the titles are yours.
Good afternoon again, Senator. On behalf of the Honorable Ray Martinez, Police Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department, I'd first like to thank the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, the sponsor of this bill, for an excellent piece of legislation. We really look forward to it being passed. And to the members of the Virgin Islands Police Department, thank you for the excellent job you do. To the community, we are your Virgin Islands Police Department. We are here to support you, and bills such as this, we'll definitely put our hand in the ring to support it and do our best to enforce going forward. So again, thank you, and we love you.
Thank you so much. And we'll wrap it up here with the good doctor. Ph.D.
I would like to thank you, Senator Giddens, again for inviting me. I'd like to thank all the senators that's present, and in St. Thomas as well for supporting the bill. A special thank you and love and everything else for Senator Donna Fred Gregory for always championing the cause of victims. From my heart, thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. I'd like to thank my staff because all this work, a lot of this work will fall on us. We are very conscious and clear about we will be doing education because we realize that's going to be important. Thank you all. And remember one thing with the whole bill about disseminating, it's not just about being in a relationship and when it's over. Sometimes we don't understand when it's over. And when we in a relationship, we in love, we don't think about what's going to happen when we break up 2 weeks later. So when we blame victims and say we tell them they shouldn't take pictures, well, when you in love, you do all kind of stuff. When you in love, you take pictures, you upside down, you fly around the world. Let's be real, folks. And then a few weeks later, you paying for it. So I just want us to remember, let's not blame the victim for this bill. Let's support the victim. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. Remembering those times all over the clouds, huh?
Yes.
All right. So again, thank you all. Bill sponsor, Donna Fred Gregory, excellent bill. Colleagues, excellent dialogue with the testifiers. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety will break until 1:15, and we will return to have start the process of reviewing our law enforcement entities within the Virgin Islands government. And I believe we'll be starting with the Peace Officers Standard Training Council, the Department of Health and Environmental Protection or Environmental Health Division, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Enforcement Division, and the DPNR, Planning and Natural Resources, and the Taxi Cab Commission. So we will return at 12:15. Testifiers, you all are excused, and I'm sorry, 1:15. Testifiers, you're all excused and get back to your respective offices safely. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is on recess. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, February 13th, 2024 is back on record. Good afternoon. In Block 1, we heard Bill number 35, that's 0182, which speaks to the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images. We had a good, diverse conversation on the matter, which we will be disposing of before the close of business today. We have not voted upon it yet because we're still awaiting an amendment. So once we get that, we may pause and take a vote on that measure. But in the interim, we are now entering into Block 2, and I want to ask the clerk to read Block 2 again. I know you did it earlier, but read Block 2 into the record.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 2, Law Enforcement Officer Agency Update. This update intends to provide information from agency enforcement divisions. The testimonies will include, yet not limited to, reports on agency recruitment efforts, certification and recertification procedures, enforcement strategies, execution of penalties, citation records, and current initiatives. Invited testifiers, Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner of the VA Department of Health, Mr. Wanton Harris, Director of the Department of Health, Environmental Health, Honorable Jean-Pierre Ariel, Commissioner of DPNR, Mr. Howard Forbes, Director of DPNR Enforcement Division, Ms. H. Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner Designee of DLCA, and Mr. Wilbur Francis, Director of DLCA Enforcement Division, Mr. Gillespie E. McIntosh, Jr., Executive Director of Post, Mr. Antonio Stevens, Acting Director of VI FEMS, Mr. Leon Batiste, Fire Marshal, St. Thomas St. John, VI FEMS, Kevin Deland, Fire Marshal, St. Croix, VI FEMS, Ms. Vernice M. Gums, Executive Director, VI Taxi Cab Commission, Mr. George Mena, Senior Enforcement Officer, Taxi Cab Commission Enforcement Division. That concludes the agenda of Block 2. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just for the benefit of those viewing and listening, DPNR is the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. DLCA is the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Post is the Peace Officer Standard Training Council. And VI FEMS is the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. But at this time, Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
From whom? And you may proceed.
Yes, we have correspondence from Sir Antonio O. Stevens, currently the Acting Director of the VI, or Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Dear Chairman Gittins, thank you for the invitation to testify at the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety hearing scheduled for Tuesday, February 13th, 2024. Regrettably, my team and I are unable to appear due to a scheduling conflict with a media briefing regarding agency leadership. We appreciate your understanding and look forward to updating the committee on our enforcement units at a later date. Respectfully, Antonio Stevens, Acting Director. That concludes correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I don't forget, I will start, I'm gonna do a communication check with each of these mics, testifiers, so you can identify yourselves. Starting on St. Thomas, please identify yourself and the agency, your title and the agency you represent. And please make sure the camera is on you before You proceed, please. I'm still seeing your back. Media, can we see the testifiers on St. Thomas, please, as they identify themselves? There you go.
Bernice M. Gums, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission.
Thank you.
Nicole
Welcome.
Cragwell-Sims. Sorry, Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health.
Thank you. Welcome. Why both of you didn't catch a flight to St. Croix? You could answer that after. Starting with from my right, moving to the left. St. Croix.
Weston E. McIntosh.
One
Jr.
second, let the cameras get back to St. Croix so we could see the testifiers.
Weston E. McIntosh Jr., Executive Director, Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health, on behalf of the Honorable Justa E. Encarnacion.
Good afternoon, Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health for the Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner on behalf of Natalie H. Hodge, Commissioner Designee, Department of Licensing and Consumer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement at the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Howard Forbes, Senior.
Pull that mic, pull that mic.
Howard Forbes, Senior, Director of Enforcement for DPNR.
Thank you, welcome. Thank you all for being here. So we did, please excuse, Madam Clerk, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. We will reschedule them for another day. Again, we do plan to get an update, an overview of our law enforcement agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to be as upfront as I'm always to let you all know that I am not at a comfort level with our law enforcement entities in the territory. I do believe that we can be doing more to assist the not only the Virgin Islands Police Department, but to assist our citizens in this community. And therefore, we're here to get an update to see what's going on, because I will tell you, I will not hesitate that if people aren't doing what they're supposed to do, I will not hesitate to introduce legislation to pull the law enforcement status of individuals. We don't need armed secretaries walking around the territory. We need individuals that's going to stand up and defend this territory. And I'm hoping that with this overview that we're beginning today, that we will be able to see a light at the end of the tunnel, and hopefully it is not an oncoming train. So we will begin with the testimony with the Peace Officers Standard Training Council so that we can get an understanding of what it takes to become a certified law enforcement officer in the territory. So Director McIntosh, you may proceed with your testimony.
Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairman on the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen in the chamber, members of the media, and viewing and listening audience. I am Weston E. McIntosh Jr., Executive Director of the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council, also known as POST. I'm honored to be present before you today to give testimony into our agency's responsibilities regarding law enforcement officer certification and recertification procedures, outlining the specific trainings provided and any recruitment efforts or initiatives. The Peace Officer Standards and Training Council and the Office of Posts were established under Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, subsection 1201, to establish the standards for training for all law enforcement officers, which includes correctional officers. Its purpose is to promote a high level of professionalism and training for all law enforcement and correctional agencies within the territory. Post Administrative Rule 204-X-1-15 functions and duties of the Council states: 1, to study and obtain data, statistics, and information, and to make reports concerning recruitment, selection, and training of all law enforcement officers in the Virgin Islands, and make improvements to the methods of recruitment, selection, and training of all law enforcement officers. The Post Council consists or is comprised of the following: the Police Commissioner, the Attorney General or designee, Director of Fire and Emergency Management Services or designee, Police Chief from the St. Croix District, Police Chief from the St. Thomas St. John District, Director of Enforcement for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Director of the Bureau of Corrections, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. The Post Council is an independent agency within the Virgin Islands government. All costs of the council, all operating costs of the council, including administrative, secretarial, clerical, and investigative duties, are paid through the through legislative appropriations. The Attorney General provides legal service to the council as needed. As the executive director of the council, I have the responsibility of the administration of all council policies and the daily operation of the office. POST has partnered with several organizations which have allowed us to have a seat at the table to have discussions with police commissioners, law enforcement executives, training directors, and police chiefs from different law enforcement departments throughout the United States. Some of those organizations include the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, NOBLE, the International Association of Directors of Law Enforcement Standards and Training, IADLES, and the International Association of Chiefs of Police, IACP. In this arena, we engage in discussions concerning officer safety, wellness, recruitment and retention, the use of artificial intelligence in police training, and how to transfer training from the classroom to the workplace. Each peace officer recruit in the territory must complete and pass the basic peace officer training, which consists of 831 hours of instructions, broken down into 5 different categories: 1, academics; 2, physical fitness; 3, firearms; 4, Virgin Islands Code; and 5, first aid training. Instructors teaching at the Basic Peace Officer Academy and in-service training are certified by POST and must maintain their certification by completing instructor development course and refresher training. The required annual recertification training which all peace officers territory-wide must complete under Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Section 1204A8, and the Post Council resolution that all peace officers must complete 40 hours of annual continual training, which includes firearms recertification, use of force, constitutional law updates, ethics, domestic violence, sexual assaults, taser refresher, OC refresher, baton impact weapon refresher. POST has certified 148 peace officers territory-wide from 2019 to present, along with tracking the recertification of approximately 640 peace officers territory-wide who completed training through VIPD and other law enforcement agencies annually. Currently, the territory has 22 agencies that have peace officer status with full arrest powers and can enforce the laws within the territory, including issuing of citations for traffic violations. Those agencies are the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Attorney General's Office, Fire and Emergency Medical Services, the Bureau of Corrections, Human Services, YRC, the Department of Health, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Virgin Islands Lottery, Taxi Cab Commission, Government House Security, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, the Inspector General's Office, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Judicial Branch, the Virgin Islands Legislature, the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, the University of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, Wang F. Louis Hospital, the Roy Lester Schneider Medical Center, and the Peace Officer Standard and Training. These officers are comprised from the legislative branch, the executive branch, the judicial branch, and semi-autonomous agencies. The Office of Posts have provided continuous and quality training that is in line with industry standards based on current events. These trainings include instructor development certification, single and two-man active shooter, officer survival, dignitary protection, interview and interrogation, firearms instructor certification, Glock armorer course, nonviolence crisis intervention certification, defensive tactics certification, basic and advanced SWAT, and recruiting, hiring, background investigation, and retention trainings. Post provided these trainings to 495 peace officers in the territory, including civilian personnel, attorneys, and support staff from various agencies. This year, Post will be seeking additional training through the grant process and any available funding source to ensure that all peace officers receive the highest level of training according to industry standards and best practices. The Office of Posts is the leading agency tasked with establishing professional standards, top quality training, and providing effective service to develop and support all peace officers and law enforcement departments within the Virgin Islands government. The Council is also tasked with ensuring all peace officers in the territory receive the highest level of law enforcement training so that all law enforcement officers can provide committed service and protection for the community. I would like to thank the dedicated staff at Post for their hard work, the Post Council members, and the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for the opportunity to provide testimony on our agency's responsibility for law enforcement officers, certification, and recertification procedure. I stand ready to answer all questions you might have for our agency.
Thank you for your testimony, Director McIntosh. On behalf of Post, next up we'll move to the Department of Health.
Good day, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Honorable Ray Fonseca, Vice Chair, committee members, and all non-committee members, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Department of Health, on behalf of the Honorable Health Commissioner Justa Y Encarnacion. Present with me today are Dr. Nicole Craigrell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner, and Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health and Safety. We are happy to provide testimony on our department's health enforcement officers. We appreciate the opportunity to provide a comprehensive update on the enforcement section within the Division of Environmental Health at the Virgin Islands Department of Health. In addition to the statutory authority granted under Title V of the Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, Chapter 305, Subchapter 1, I would like to highlight the vital role our dedicated enforcement officers and the ongoing efforts to strengthen our manpower, operational efficiency, and capacity. Currently, the enforcement section operates with a dedicated team of 3 enforcement officers. Their unwavering commitment and diligence have been instrumental in carrying out inspections, investigations, and enforcing health and safety regulations throughout the territory. I am pleased to share that we are actively in the process of enhancing our manpower. Plans are underway to add 3 additional enforcement officers to our team, reflecting our commitment to expanding our capacity to address the evolving challenges in public health and safety. Additionally, we are in the process of creating 2 chief positions, one on St. Croix and one on St. Thomas, to provide leadership and coordination across the islands. The enforcement section utilizes 4 vehicles equipped for enforcement activities, 2 of which are undergoing repairs for mechanical issues. The division also uses advanced technologies such as data management systems to monitor and analyze environmental health indicators. The enforcement officers work from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday, with weekends and holidays off, as per the collective bargaining agreement. However, they also conduct after-hours operation and respond to cases in collaboration with the Virgin Islands Police Department, especially when dealing with individuals with behavioral health issues. The enforcement section recently apprehended an individual involved in the burglary of buildings operated by the Virgin Islands Department of Health after thorough investigation that involved gathering evidence, conducting interviews, and collaborating with relevant authorities. This incident highlights the effectiveness of our investigative processes and the commitment of our enforcement officers to maintain the security of facilities under the jurisdiction of the Virgin Islands Department of Health. It also underscores the critical role our officers play in collaborating with law enforcement agencies to address criminal activities that impact the well-being of our community. During 2023, the enforcement section conducted inspections on 789 establishments throughout the territory. Our dedicated enforcement officers identified and addressed significant health and safety concerns, resulting in the issuance of 127 cease and desist orders to establishments that failed to maintain health standards, posing imminent health and safety threat to the public. Furthermore, enforcement officers issued 195 citations during the same period, with fines totaling $16,100. These fines were imposed on establishments that violated health and safety regulations, reinforcing our commitment to regulatory compliance. Our enforcement officers work in close partnership on initiatives with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and the Virgin Islands Police Department. This collaborative approach enhances our ability to combat illegal activities surrounding business establishments, ensuring a holistic response to potential threats to public health and safety. To bolster our enforcement capabilities, our officers undergo rigorous training and maintain certifications in various essential areas. The training includes instructor development certification, active shooter response training, officer survival training, dignitary protection training, interview and interrogation training, background investigation and retention training, firearms instructor training, advanced SWAT officer training, Glock Armorers course, nonviolent crisis prevention training. These thorough training programs enable our enforcement officers to provide effective support to the Virgin Islands Police Department and the other law enforcement agencies within the territory. Furthermore, all officers have successfully completed their annual 40-hour training regimen, encompassing vital subjects including firearms recertification, use of force protocols, updates in constitutional law, ethical considerations, training on handling domestic violence and sexual assault cases, proficiency in taser and OC spray, deployment, and certification in impact weapon usage. To identify and address potential health hazards, the enforcement section conducts routine inspections of establishments and public spaces. Leveraging advanced technologies, we utilize surveillance systems to monitor environmental health indicators, allowing us to proactively respond to emerging concerns. Furthermore, we prioritize responsiveness by addressing complaints from the public promptly, taking appropriate actions to mitigate potential risk. In our enforcement efforts, the enforcement section is dedicated to upholding regulatory compliance through regular inspections, applying penalties and fines for non-compliant applying penalties and fines for non-compliance serves as a deterrent, reinforcing the importance of adherence to established standards. In instances where immediate action is necessary, our division is empowered to take legal action, including using cease and desist orders when required. After conducting our actuarial study a few years ago, we were able to submit a proposed bill to Government House in 2023 to raise our fines in Title 19 on the Virgin Islands Code, Section 1481, penalties for violations of chapter. After many meetings and recent feedback on the proposed bill, we submitted our final draft to Government House. Our proposed changes in this section increases the fines, and whomever violates the provision of this chapter will now be fined for the first offense not more than $900 instead of $30. Second offense, not more than $1,500 instead of $50. Third offense, not more than $1,700 instead of $50. And for any subsequent or repeated offense, a cease and desist letter will be issued to the establishment, putting them on notice that an imminent health hazard exists. The business establishment will be closed until a written request is made from the permit holder stating the conditions in the letter no longer exist. The regular authority, the Environmental Health Division the regulatory authority, the Environmental Health Division must conduct the inspection within 2 days. Once the regulatory authority determines that the public health hazard or nuisance no longer exists, a notice of reinstatement shall be provided to the business establishment. The addition of the cease and desist letter is incorporated from the FDA Food Code, specifically Section 8-904.10, which summarily suspends a permit to operate a food establishment if it determines through inspection or other means that an imminent health hazard exists. Furthermore, for serious and repeated violations, the health permit may be revoked by the Commissioner of Health after the violator can be heard under Title 19 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 1434. Embracing innovation, the enforcement section implements cutting-edge data management systems, streamlining the collection analysis of environmental health data. Moreover, we leverage advanced testing methods for environmental monitoring, ensuring the accuracy and efficiency of our detection measures. Acknowledging the significance of collaboration, we proactively initiate engagements with various government agencies, nonprofit organizations, and community groups. This collaborative strategy cultivates a unified response to environmental health challenges. Furthermore, our dedication to community engagement is exemplified through outreach programs and feedback mechanisms, which actively involve and empower the public in environmental health processes. The Division of Environmental Health adheres to a legal framework outlined in the Virgin Islands Code, specifically Title 5, Subtitle 3, Part 1, Chapter 305, Subchapter 1. Our prosecutorial approaches and execution of administrative penalties follow a structured process. Our commitment to thorough investigation is exemplified through our comprehensive inspections aimed at gathering conclusive evidence of non-compliance with health and safety regulation. These inspections, coupled with meticulous documentation, including photographs and relevant evidence, form the basis for our enforcement actions. The enforcement section operates with precision under specific statutory authority outlined in the Virgin Islands Code. This legal foundation empowers our actions, ensuring a robust and lawful approach to environmental health enforcement. Our endeavors are guided by clear regulations and guidelines that meticulously define the standards for maintaining and enhancing environmental health throughout the territory. In instances of identified infractions, the enforcement section issues notices of violation to entities meticulously outlining specific breaches and providing a defined timeframe for corrective action. This proactive approach ensures transparency and offers an opportunity for remediation. To deter non-compliance, the enforcement section applies a strategic use of monetary penalties. Imposing these penalties serves as strong deterrent against violations, with graduated penalties implemented for repeated or severe breaches, ensuring proportionate consequences. In adherence to principles of fairness, a formal appeals mechanism is provided for violators who wish to challenge enforcement actions. Furthermore, judicial review processes are in place, allowing courts to assess the appropriateness of penalties imposed, ensuring accountability and fairness. The enforcement section adopts a multifaceted approach to legal action, encompassing the pursuit of legal proceedings, court orders, and injunctions to address violations and enforce compliance. In cases of egregious violations posing significant threat to public health, criminal prosecution is pursued to maintain the highest standards of public safety. Our commitment to public health does not conclude with enforcement actions. The enforcement section conducts follow-up inspections to ensure entities subject to penalties achieve compliance with prescribed corrective actions. This ongoing compliance monitoring, coupled with sustained oversight, creates a proactive and preventive approach to environmental health enforcement. Finally, the decisions and actions within the Department of Health are guided by our mission, vision, and values. Our mission is to reduce health risks, increase access to equitable, quality health care, and enforce health standards. Our vision is to be a trusted system that supports a healthy Virgin Islands. And our values are equity, community focus, integrity, compassion, accountability, teamwork, inclusiveness, respect, and results-oriented performance. In conclusion, I want to thank the Environmental Health Division and our enforcement officers for their commitment and dedication, not only to the department and the enforcement community, but also to our community. This commitment to prevention, investigation, enforcement, technological solutions, and collaboration forms the cornerstone of our efforts to ensure the highest standards of environmental health within the territory. The Department of Health is committed to reducing health risks, increasing access to quality health care, and enforcing health standards. The department commits to continued collaborative efforts with members of the 35th Legislature. We stand ready to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Malloy. Boy, I thought I had everything, but you guys got me writing notes, boy. Thank you for your testimony. Next up, licensing and consumer, you may proceed.
Good day. Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Giddens, Committee Chair, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Committee senators present, non-committee senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Horace W. Graham, Jr., Assistant Commissioner, appearing on behalf of H. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner Designee of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Ms. Hodge certainly would have liked to be here today, but she thanks you, Senator Giddens, for your consideration in excusing her absence. before this august body. She and her family are in the throes of grief from the relating to the passing of her 13-year-old nephew, and she certainly wants to let you know that she desired to be here. Please keep them in your prayers and thoughts. Today, I am accompanied by Wilbur Francis, the Director of Enforcement, and Geraldine P. Vaval, Esquire, our General Counsel. We are pleased, and thank you for providing the DLCA with an opportunity to testify before the 35th Legislature and provide an update on the Department's Enforcement Division. Specifically, we are prepared to provide information on our recruitment efforts, citation records, current initiatives, officer certification, and recertification procedures, to include specific training provided to our enforcement officers, our prevention, investigation, and enforcement strategies, and the Department's prosecutorial approaches and the execution of penalties. The DLCA provides and administers consumer services and programs pursuant to Title III, Chapter 16, and the Consumer Protection Law of 1973, as set forth in 12A of the Virgin Islands Code. DLCA is charged with establishing, administering, coordinating, and supervising the regulation and licensing of private businesses and professions. The department also ensures that persons do not engage in any deceptive and unconscionable trade practices involving consumer goods or services, or in the collection of consumer debts. The LCA also coordinates with sister agencies and boards and commissions in the licensing of professions and occupations as provided for in the Consumer Protection Law and Title 27 of the Virgin Islands Code. The mission of DLCA is to review applications and issue business licenses in a timely manner, assist and protect consumers, and ensure that all persons comply with the licensing and consumer protection laws of the Virgin Islands. DLCA enforcement officers who are granted peace officer status pursuant to Title V of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 3561, enforce consumer laws by inspecting all businesses to ensure compliance with the Virgin Islands licensing laws. This is done from the initial application for licensing through the life of the business, thereby educating when necessary and citing businesses when warranted. The enforcement officers also serve documents on behalf of our legal division, consumer protection division, and our division of boards and commissions. The Division of Enforcement participates regularly in task force operations and joint initiatives with the Virgin Islands Police Department and the Department of Health to ensure the safety and well-being of the people of the Virgin Islands. Current and regular initiatives include operations with underage drinking, the unauthorized sale of tobacco products to minors, unauthorized possession and sale of hemp products, and inspections on truckers and conducting business. Most recently, with the assistance of the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Enforcement Division executed an arrest on the owner of a nightclub that had been served a cease and desist order by the department. For the period October 2022 to September 2023, the Enforcement Division inspected 3,771 new businesses in response to new license applications. They conducted random compliance checks totaling 3,184 existing businesses and issued 253 citations totaling approximately $154,650 in accordance with the Territory's licensing laws. I'll repeat. Shall I go back a few and go? All right, thus far, for the first quarter of the calendar year of 2024, the division has conducted 755 inspections of new businesses and 753 random compliance checks. Additionally, there has been a total of 48 citations issued amounting to some $23,950 for businesses found in violation of the territory's licensing laws. Let me share with you that of the citations issued for fiscal year 2023, collections of staggered at 18%, with only $27,675 collected for that year. It is sufficient to say that the efforts to make good on those collections continue. Thus far, the collection rate has risen to 41%, and the department has collected $9,800 in citations for those citations issued in 2024. More presence, reoccurring visits, and scheduled hearings are proving effective in realizing this increase in compliance. As a contingency, we are also finalizing a memorandum of understanding with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles that would prohibit offenders from completing registration who, after due process, have outstanding obligations with the DLCA. The department's prosecutorial approaches and execution of administrative penalties are conducted pursuant to authority derived from 3 VIC 272 and 27 VIC 304 and 307 in conjunction with informal conferences, mediations, prior to the initiation of administrative hearing procedures. As a preventive measure, the department is consistently notifying the public of the requirement for all individuals and or businesses operating a business in the U.S. Virgin Islands without a valid business license to comply with the law. Other preventive, investigative, and enforcement initiatives include systematic renewal reminders to businesses 30 and 60 days before their license expiration, regular monitoring of social media and other advertising platforms, conducting random compliance checks on brick and mortar businesses, addressing complaints, disseminating more public service announcements, and generating delinquency reports. Currently, the DLCA has 7 enforcement officers, including the Director of Enforcement and the Chief, who are all sworn peace officers. As such, they are required by law to remain in good standing with the Peace Officer Standard Training or post-certification and recertification requirements. Initial post-certification requires all enforcement officers to complete 831 hours of basic peace officer training, which all of our officers have. To be successful in this endeavor, each officer must pass 5 different categories comprised of the following: academics, physical fitness, firearms, Virgin Islands Code, and first responder training. Recertification requires each officer to undergo annually 40 hours of continual training, which includes the following: use of force, constitutional laws, updates, ethics, domestic violence, sexual assault, OC spray, baton, and firearms proficiency. Additionally, DLCA utilizes an online training platform to foster professionalism, ethics, and accountability, and to help keep our officers updated with evolving laws, technologies, and best practices. Additional trainings that were provided to officers included, but is not limited to, the following: leadership fundamentals, career professionals, performance management, ethics in law enforcement, enhancing work relationships, time management skills, and anti-workforce harassment, to name a few. Expanding the enforcement division is pivotal to advancing the department's overall success and revenue generation. Due to the unit size, the absence of an officer due to sickness or vacation significantly impacts departmental functions and the daily operations of the remaining staff. Our analysis indicates that the inclusion of additional enforcement officers would optimize the division's performance. The division is currently grappling with a substantial workload encompassing a range of critical tasks. Foremost among these is the processing of new business applications, a task that demands meticulous attention to detail and adherence to established protocols. Equally pressing is the need for rigorous compliance reviews. These reviews are essential in ensuring that businesses adhere to regulatory standards and operate within the legal framework provided. A particularly challenging aspect of the division's work is delinquency enforcement, which has emerged as a top priority. To effectively manage this issue, the Division of Enforcement has been collaborating closely with both the licensing and legal divisions in preparing and serving notices to delinquent applicants. And this step is crucial in the enforcement process as it formally notifies the concerned parties of their non-compliance and the impending consequences. An optimistic outcome of this concerted effort is the potential recovery of approximately $1 million in outstanding fees and penalties stemming from pandemic-era delinquencies. This significant sum underscores the importance of the division's enforcement activities and the impact they can have on revenue recovery. Workforce augmentation will improve our ability to promptly and decisively address cases of delinquency, leading to improved compliance. This proactive approach is vital in maintaining the integrity of the regulatory system and ensuring that all businesses operate on a level playing field. In summary, the division's comprehensive approach, combining diligent application processing, rigorous compliance reviews, and robust delinquency enforcement, is integral to its mission of maintaining a fair and legally compliant business environment. This strategic augmentation aligns with our commitment to operational excellence and positions the department to handle increased responsibilities seamlessly, contributing positively to our overall efficiency and effectiveness. Simply put, I would like to thank you on behalf of our dedicated officers and staff at the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs for the opportunity to provide these updates and participate in discussions about optimizing our capacity to meet the rising demands of our responsibilities. Your assistance in ensuring we have the necessary resources, including personnel, will undoubtedly contribute to our effectiveness in handling the challenges associated with our growing responsibilities. We stand ready to answer any questions this body may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. Next up, we go to DPNR, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Hey, Honorable Chair Gittins.
Please pull that mic close to you so we could hear the full testimony.
Good day, Honorable Chair Gittins, other members of the 35th Legislature, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, Public Safety, non-committee members and legislature staff present, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Howard Forbes, Senior, Director of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Division of Environmental Enforcement. I am here present today representing John Pierre L. Ariel, Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR. As requested, I am here to provide an update on DPNR Enforcement Division to include other functions, present status, and challenges. The Division of Environmental Enforcement, DE, is the enforcement arm of DPNR. Our primary mandates are covered under the Virgin Islands Code, Title 25, Chapter 15 and 16, for the execution of boating safety regulations throughout the territory. And our secondary responsibility is the enforcement of fisheries regulations under Title 12, Chapter 9A. In addition to our primary and secondary responsibilities, DE provides enforcement assistance for all the regulatory needs of the department. Our primary source of funding comes from the Department of Homeland Security, Coast Guard Boating Safety Program, and we generate matching funding from the fee collection from boating registration, mooring, and anchoring in the territory. It is important to note that while our main responsibility focuses on the enforcement of the conservation laws of the territory, the conservation officers are peace officers and certified under the Peace Officer Standard and Training Council, as codified under 23 VIC Section 1201. Within DE, we have a total of 11 conservation enforcement officers, 6 in St. Thomas and St. John District and 5 in the St. Croix District, along with the director and the assistant director, both of whom are also certified peace officers. We currently have one vacancy that we have reserved for placement of an officer in the St. John District. Over the last several years, we have been able to increase our manpower to our present staffing level. But ideally, we would have at least 10 officers in each district. Unfortunately, given that our primary source of funding is a formula based on the number of registered vessels in the territory, which has remained consistent over the years, we do not have the resources at this time to significantly increase our numbers. While we may not be able to increase the number of officers at this time, we have been able to capitalize on grant funding opportunities that have allowed us to improve our assets. In 2022 and early 2023, we replaced all of our terrestrial vehicles across the territory. And in 2023, we purchased 4 rapid response vehicles and had all officers trained by the National Association of State Boating Law Administrator, NASBLA, in their use of operation. And in 2024, we're expecting the arrival of 4 new patrol vessels. In 2023, our officers spent 1,918 hours doing marine patrol and 1,910 hours doing fishery enforcement. In partnership with our other DPNR division, we've served 15 administrative orders and assist with 15 inspections. We have also provided assistance to the Virgin Islands Police Department and the Governor Executive Security, as we have assisted in providing coverage for Carnival, Festival, Ag Fair, and other public events. Coverage for visiting dignitaries and numerous other special assignments. We stand at a ready continue to assist. We stand at the ready to commit to assist whenever called upon. This concludes my testimony. I am here to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Director Forbes. Now we'll move to VA Taxi Cab Commission.
Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairperson of Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety, members and non-members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety. Thank you for inviting me to speak before your committee. My name is Vernice M. Gums, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. Today, I will provide an update on the Commission's recruitment efforts, certification and recertification procedures, enforcement strategies, execution of penalties, citation records, and current initiatives. Recruiting and staffing shortfalls continue to plague law enforcement agencies throughout the territory. Challenges include, but are not limited to, an increased rate of retirements, Homeland Security obligations, and higher wages. The general view among enforcement leaders is that recruitment has not kept pace with the change. The goal in the recruitment of peace officers is and always has been to hire not merely enough people, but the right people. The Commission's recruitment efforts include going beyond racial, ethnic, and national diversity. We are seeking employees who are proficient with computer skills in addition to knowledge in all areas of law enforcement. A growing number of civil and criminal cases rely, at least in part, on digital evidence, email messages, internet browsing records, etc., who can conduct statistical analysis, be able to deliver presentations during the town halls, community meetings, and interact professionally with our industry operators. All the Commission's taxi inspectors/enforcement officers are required to attend, participate, adhere to, and successfully pass the peace officer standard and training classes, commonly known as POST, which was established under 23 VIC 1201 to meet the standards of training for all peace officers under 5 VIC 3561 and maintain status as a peace officer for executing arrest warrants and making arrests under this subchapter. The purpose and mission of POST is to promote and ensure peace officers throughout the territory receive professional law enforcement training while protecting the safety and welfare of its citizens and visitors alike. Currently, the Taxi Cab Commission has 2 full-time taxi inspectors/enforcement officers that have received their certification through POST and who continues to receive their recertification annually through POST. The Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission regulates automobiles for hire, such as taxi cabs and open-air vehicles, commonly known as safaris, to ensure compliance with standards governing cleanliness, vehicle maintenance, and appropriate licensing and documentation. The Commission employs inspectors/enforcement officers that are required to enforce the laws by subjecting drivers to vehicle checks in accordance with Title 20 VIC 402. Unfortunately, due to the lack of resources, officers, and a location to conduct automobiles for hire, cosmetic inspections, we are unable to follow through with the mandate as written. It appears that many taxi cab operators are not up to date with the rules and regulations governing them, which then contributes significantly to lack of compliance and to operators' perception that they are being improperly cited for violations. Ensuring that prospective taxi operators are provided the rules and regulations during the taxi license training classes and a refresher course at least every 3 years should alleviate any concerns of bias enforcement and reduce the perception of or incidences of police misconduct that may stem from officers' enforcement of taxi regulations. TCC's inspectors, enforcement officers are authorized to issue administrative citations to an automobile for hire operator when, based upon a personal investigation, the officer has reasonable cause to believe that the operator has committed an infraction in violation of Title 20, 401 and others et al., or any rule and regulation of the Taxi Cab Commission thereof. TCC's inspector/enforcement officer may also issue superior citations for traffic violations. Prior to issuing a citation, the officer shall provide notice to the automobile for hire operator that they have committed a violation of the Virgin Islands Code and/or taxi rules and regulations and may pay the violation or appear for an administrative hearing. A citation issued by an inspector/enforcement officer shall contain the following: 1, the citation number; 2, description of the violation; 3, specific time and place where the violation occurred; 4, the operator's license plate and driver's license number; 5, administrative hearing date and time; and 6, the name of the inspector/enforcement officer. For FY 2022 through August 2023, a total of 5 taxi citations were issued, and from September 2023 to present, a total of 10 taxi citations have been issuing, totaling $2,200. While we are aware that there are many automobiles for hire violations occurring daily due to the understaffing of inspectors/enforcement officers and budgetary constraints, the agency is unable to maximize its potential to enforce the rules and regulations of the Commission. Within the next couple of months, the Commission intends to initiate the recruitment process for 2 inspector/enforcement officers for the island of St. Croix, 2 for the island of St. Thomas, which will also service the island of St. John, in addition to designating a chief of enforcement. Currently, we have no inspector/enforcement officer on the island of St. Croix and only 2 that service St. Thomas and St. John, with one of those being out on medical leave since early January. In closing, taxicabs play an important role in sustainable transportation. The ability to provide prompt and reliable taxi services may prove to be more economical and diminish the need to own our own vehicles. At the same time, taxi medallion owners and operators are struggling with the current licensing structure of limousines by the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, which technically is conflicting because limousines are in fact automobiles for hire, although 20 VIC 401H says they are not. They are not automobiles for hire. If they are not automobiles for hire, exactly what business are they being licensed to conduct? The truth remains that limousines are infringing on the business of taxi medallion owners and operators due to the lack of regulations and enforcement by the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. However, without having a well-staffed and dedicated enforcement unit, the automobiles for hire industry operators will continue to violate the rules and regulation that governs the business for which they are licensed. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to present an update of the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission's enforcement unit. I stand ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Executive Director. So, colleagues, we've heard from at least 5 agencies, that of the Peace Officers Standard Training Council representative, the Department of Health, the Department of Licensing and Consumer, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and the Taxicab Commission. I'm going to try not to be too hard today, because I did send a cheat sheet and expected to hear a little more. But thank you for the testimony provided. Let me ask you to Department of Health, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, DPNR, and Taxi Cab Commission. And all I would require is a yes or a no response to this. Does your agency have enforcement vehicles, whether marked or unmarked, fully equipped with emergency lighting devices in your respective divisions? Department of Health?
Yes.
Department of Licensing and Consumer?
Yes.
Department of Planning and Natural Resources?
Yes.
Taxi Cab Commission?
Yes.
And in all the information that each of you gave, not one spoke to a traffic citation of any violations of Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code. Does your officers issue traffic citations? Because I was specific when I asked about issuance of citations, traffic citations versus administrative citations, which you would hear in your respective agencies. And some of you did speak to that. I think Department of Health spoke to collecting citations, 195 citations totaling some $16,000. DPNR spoke to some, but no traffic citations. Department of Health, have you all issued any traffic citations?
No.
Department of Licensing and Consumer, have you all issued any traffic citations?
No, sir.
Department of Planning and Natural Resources?
No, sir.
Taxi Cab Commission?
No.
So that means we have no traffic infractions out there. Hence my concern that we have people running red lights, we have people operating vehicles unregistered, no license plate, broken windshield, everything, and we have some 22 certified law enforcement agencies, not just the police department, 22 law enforcement agencies. But I will open up the floor to my colleagues, and we will proceed with a 6-minute round. We will begin with Senator Angel Bolquez. Senator at large, you're recognized for 6 minutes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and of course our testifying panel here concerning the framework or what we would consider our post who trains most of the safety officers for all the divisions of the government. It's one government. We have many divisions, and before us now we have the individuals who are responsible for the safety of each and every respective division of the government. I really want to start with the root of it, and I believe the root of it is post. At the end of the day, it begins and ends with you. Any individual who wishes to serve in any capacity or division has to go through post in order to be certified. And I know for a fact that your division or your entity, I don't know how to classify it, you've been having funding issues for quite some time. And I have a number of questions that sort of indicate your ability to be able to, not that you have not been doing so, but properly train and provide the materials needed for this ever-expanding government that we have and the new things that come up from time to time. So concerning certifications, do you have any data concerning the number of individuals right now that do not meet post certifications? Is everybody across the government of the Virgin Islands certified at this moment?
Executive Director McIntosh, post, yes, all the peace officers currently are certified.
And at some point or given point in time, they become not certified and have to do what exactly?
Well, if an officer misses, say, for example, 1 year of their recertification, they're given an opportunity to reschedule, and that is done through the Virgin Islands Police Department Training Bureau. So contact will be made with the Virgin Islands, with the VIPD Academy to schedule, that officer who may have missed training for whatever reason. They may have been out sick, they may have been on annual leave when the training was done. But if they do miss the annual training 1 year, we do make sure that they get the follow-up training.
Okay, very well. So with recertification, that's how it's handled, because especially in light of the evolving law enforcement needs and standards that probably come up from time to time, which you would more so be more aware than I, you may need to utilize different methods or methodologies of training these officers. Now, my question is, do you have the proper funding in order to do that? And I'm very well aware that you do not. And how do you work around those types of situations?
Executive Director McIntosh. Well, POST does not do the actual training of the officers. What we do is we oversee and make sure that the hours that are allotted for each officer, that at the end of the training, those 831 hours have been met. So with the training entity, the training entity, which will be VIPD, they are the ones that actually do the training. So what POST do is we offer continuous training or continual training, which we try to, after they leave the academy, we try to bring them back or offer additional trainings that will enhance their training throughout their career.
Okay, very well. So how do you POST ensure the accountability of agencies and departments concerning officers who may fail to meet some standard?
Well, at the end of every year, we do get a report from the VIPD and all the other agencies that assist VIPD with the certification of the officers. So at the end of the year, we get all the information and we make sure that all the officers who are in these different departments did complete the recertification, the annual recertification process. And those that we find that didn't complete, then we make sure to schedule, bring them in and make sure that they do the recertification, so they don't fall out of, so they don't get decertified.
Okay. Okay, very well, and thank you for that. I'm going to shift over now to DLCA because I believe that you have a very huge responsibility when it comes to enforcement of our commerce section of our community or our society. And we have a lot of different businesses and different entities that generate funding and so forth, and there's a lot of regulations and laws that need to be enforced. And sitting in this seat and from time to time attending many different hearings, we keep hearing a number of concerns about not having the enforcement, whether it's someone saying that and just using an example, not attacking any business out there, but just using an example, the prices of groceries, for instance, or something that was sold to an individual that is expired and they may not be able to return it and there was some issue or whatever. My concern is, and you alluded to it as well, is that you don't have enough officers and you don't have enough of the enforcement division to be able to accommodate the broad overall businesses that exist in the Virgin Islands. What type of strategic ways are you trying to, sort of use technology perhaps to try to enforce?
Well, thank you, Senator. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner. One of the things that we have to also get sort of straight is that the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs Division...
You may conclude your statement.
Division of Enforcement, you actually speak to two different things. So we have the Division of Enforcement that deals with the business licensing component and some of the other regulations as we indicated, but we also have the Consumer Protection Service. And many times when we speak about enforcement, sometimes we sort of link those two together. So our enforcement officers typically don't do the consumer protection enforcement, which is another division that works tirelessly to do so. Recently, we were able to obtain complete recruitment and hiring of, I think, another 3 for individuals to fulfill the mandate under that particular area. So we look forward to seeing improved service to the people of the Virgin Islands in terms of the consumer protection, price considerations, and otherwise.
Very well, and Mr. Chair, I don't mean to abuse my time, but really quickly.
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your leniency. I believe it's relatively important for those two divisions, as you alluded to coordinate and communicate a bit more, because I myself mix them up as well. I will say I'm guilty of that. And if we're going to really look at how we're going to actually capture a lot of those infractions, it is imperative that they communicate on a very clean level, in the sense of that there's no mistakes between the two and what needs to be done.
Right,
Thank
Senator,
you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, would I be able to respond? Senator, you asked a very critical question, and I think we should address it directly. One of the things that we seek to do is, in our attempt to improve our technology, is to make sure that we give access to the public a better ability to report those types of violations. There are more people going into the grocery stores and interacting with the merchants of the territory than there are enforcement officers to walk around and see. And so we are working with the Bureau of Information Technology and identifying our current provider to try to improve on that, the ability of the community to respond, giving us immediate notice to whenever these things happen, and we can take appropriate action.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the answer.
Thank you, Senator at Large, and thank you for your responses. Before we move to Senate President Francis, who is well-versed in this area as well, I know specifically licensing and consumer and Department of Health. You have other enforcement personnel within your agency. They may not be sworn, but you have other enforcement personnel. What are those positions or titles? Because I believe you had weights and measures officers that would not be sworn personnel, and sworn for the layman will be those who have been post-certified.
We have the right. So we have the consumer protection consumer protection officers, and we also have the weights and measures inspectors, as you rightly said. You know, you've done your homework.
All right. So those, and it's just those two that you have. Chief, you could weigh into, you know,
Yes.
I don't want you guys, chief/directors, don't be bashful to chime in. This is your arena. I expect that you chime in here. So you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement at DLCA. I was just nudging my colleague, well, my Assistant Commissioner, to tell him, just to educate him on the correct terminology for the compliance officer that you referred to.
So that's what I'm asking. You tell me it might have changed. So they're no longer weights and measures officers.
No, weights and measures deal with the fuel stations, the gasoline pumps, and stuff of that sort, balancing scales. And then the consumer compliance officers are those who deal with the produces.
So you have weights and measures officers,
inspectors,
compliance officers, who are both non-sworn. Any other? And then you have the enforcement, the law enforcement component.
Correct.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So that's three from your side. Department of Health, name on the record first.
Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health. Other than the sworn officers, the enforcement officers, we have the environmental health specialists. We also have the vector control specialists, and we have a neighborhood nuisance officer.
You guys got a fancy title, neighborhood nuisance officer. What does that position do?
So we, the position pretty much enforces the Title 19 laws surrounding neighborhood, abandoned junk cars and private property, folks having overgrown bushes where vector affecting neighbors or other entities. Open pools left unattended for the breeding of mosquitoes. Tires thrown in a yard. Open containers. So that's what the neighborhood nuisance officer does at the Department of Health.
To include dead animals, etc., in neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't want to throw my clerk under the bus, but
yes.
You know, I wanted her, I should have told you to take a picture so he could have seen that overgrown bush that you can't even drive. You're talking about being in a neighborhood and having a two-way street, and the overgrown bush is so much out in the road that it totally, entirely, I'm not over-exaggerating, covers the one lane. So you have to go around. So before you leave from here, you will get that information as well, because, you know, our community have to know who to reach out to. So at some point, we're going to ask you all to put your contact numbers for the office, and if you have government cell phone, to put it on the record.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, you ready? Always.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers from the law enforcement agencies. I first of all want to say thank you for the work that you do in law enforcement. Law enforcement is no easy task. Being a former law enforcement officer myself, and I truly appreciate the work that you do. While many run and hide, law enforcement is tasked with the responsibility of going into the fire. So thank you for what you do. I also want to extend congratulations on the promotion of Mr. Graham to Assistant Commissioner. I hadn't heard, but certainly it's well-deserved, and I look forward to our continued working relationship. So the chair asked a question in respect to traffic enforcement and the issuance of traffic citation. And I need that discuss with you the great possibilities of traffic enforcement and what could be netted as a result of those type of enforcement. Contrabands and firearms and all those others. Can you succinctly just tell me real quickly what is the challenge or what is the rationale behind of not issuing any traffic citation? You don't find it's your responsibility, you don't see the violations. What is happening in that space in respect to doing good traffic enforcement? Start with Department of Health, and then we go to DLCA and certainly DPNR.
Well, certainly the Department of, well, you said Department of Health first? Go ahead.
Winston Harris, Director of Environmental Health and Enforcement. The biggest challenge, and it's not an excuse, I think, is the way we're unable to obtain traffic citation books. We've tried in the past. Some of the citation books that we actually were able to acquire were books that were already used from officers who actually gave us their books, and when we conducted initiative, we were able to give the citation.
DLCA?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement at DLCA. I wouldn't put an excuse on it. What I would say is that we don't have any traffic citation books, but I know that we can secure them. Ordinarily, my guys are busy with doing their daily administrative functions of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. And to be quite honest, I just hadn't ordered that task in addition to everything else that's being done.
Okay. DPNR?
Howard Forbes, Director of DPNR Enforcement. Technically, it's a budget issue. My funding comes from the U.S. Coast Guard. So I'm basically being audited every year in regards to the hours that the officers are actually doing the requirements on the water for the grant. So if I put them to do traffic citations, I'm gonna be flagged for not working on the grant itself.
Even if you're looking for turtle eggs or you're looking for small fish.
Now,
you
if a blatant violation occurs in the presence,
so I just
they
want
will
to say,
issue a citation.
as a law enforcement officer, I could find any reason to be able to traffic stop an individual, developing a probable cause to initiate that traffic stop. So while I hear that there might be some challenges, I think that we should work collectively to make sure that we're addressing those challenges, because again, it has a serious impact into this community. And if we're all in this together, I truly believe that supporting the other law enforcement agencies, that we could make some inroads in what we're seeing here in our challenges. Because guess what? Left unattended, they become a problem to you as well in your role as law enforcement officers. You'll have to respond to it at some point. So my next question will go towards what is the greatest challenge that you've seen in your respective agency that you believe that could be addressed with whatever, and tell me what the means you would need to be able to address. Just two challenges from each of you real quick.
One, Senator is Director of Environmental Health. Yeah, Senator, I know you asked for two. I only have one. That's manpower. We have 6,000 establishments that we have to regulate, and it's hard with the 3 enforcement officers.
Let me begin by saying that the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs has the responsibility for regulating some 12,000 businesses throughout the territory. And as our sister agency indicated, manpower continues to be a significant challenge. Also, ensuring that the technology keeps up to speed with the type of actions. We've been working towards securing geospatial mapping and those types of technology to ensure that we can have real-time data for active and inactive businesses, for delinquency reporting, so that an officer in the field could immediately perceive when they're going through any particular zone which businesses are in compliance and which are not. So there's some things that we definitely, some challenges that we have that we don't currently have the resources to meet, but certainly could improve if we had additional resources.
Thank you.
Time.
DPNR, Mr. Chair, if I could just...
You may continue.
Yes.
DPNR.
Two challenges is funding and boots on the ground.
Okay. Very well. And real quickly, tell me about active shooters drill within your respective agency. We see what's happening nationwide in regards to active shooters. When was the last drill that you have, and when is the next one scheduled for each of your respective agencies? Because you're the first line of defense. Before you call the Virgin Islands Police Department, each of you have law enforcement agencies, and you have people that you are required to protect. When was the last active shooter drill within your respective agencies, and when is the next one scheduled for?
Wilbur Francis, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The last active shooter drill rehearsal information session that would have been shared with employees would have been when Vitima put on the information through their training source. I know it came back and it was a discussion amongst the floor throughout both offices, St. Croix and St. Thomas, with regards to what would be done in the event of. That was, I would want to say that was sometime mid-2023. And thank you for highlighting that, because I need to make sure that we get that back on the swing of things to do it again.
Health.
Watson Harris, Director of Environmental Health. Good question. We were in the process of conducting a active shooter drill at our old location, the Charles Howard, but since we had to move due to building issues, we coordinated with posts to have one of their trainers from the mainland to come down to the Virgin Islands to do active shooter response training for the civilian in a clinical setting, which he's specialized to do. We're working that through our HR department.
DPNR?
I'm thinking probably within the last 2 years, we'd have training based on what post provided us.
Yeah, that involve your department,
Active shooting.
DPNR?
That's for the officers.
No, and that also, what about the employees within the DPNR proper?
Negative, sir.
I want to make sure that that's made a priority. Director, you could respond.
Yes, Director McIntosh, Post. I just want to put on the record in terms of challenges. I just want to, make note that funding is also an issue with Post and also additional staff. Monies that Post receive on a annual basis, we only get it from two funding sources, which is the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and the courts. A percentage of citations goes towards a special fund that funds Post. But over the years, the responsibilities and the duties of the office have, it's a small agency, but we have a lot of responsibilities. And as you can hear from the other agencies, they do depend on Post to provide additional training because at times their budget don't permit. So additional funding for sure and additional staff.
Very well, thank you. My time has been called. If there's a second round, I have one or two more questions, or I have many more questions, but I appreciate the responses thus far. I like the neighborhood nuisance officer. I'm hoping that we could really expand that and come up with some duties and responsibility because we have a lot of neighborhood issues that needs to be addressed. So I like that concept. And Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you for your line of questioning, Mr. President. Was drawing more concerns for me again. DPNR, your salaries of officers, are they 100% federally funded?
Howard Forbes, Director of DPNR Enforcement. I would say out of all the officers, it would probably be about a majority. I'd say 80% of the officers are federally funded through the Coast Guard grant. Correct.
So only some are federally funded.
All.
Excuse me?
All of them is federally funded in one way. A portion of the funding.
A portion.
Correct.
But not 100%.
We have some that's 100%, and then we have some that's broken down into categories.
Again, slow down for me. That's why I said just answer the question. Not all are 100% federally funded, correct?
No, but
Good.
we have two.
Ain't no buts. That's why I say I asked one question. That's why we're going into something else, and then we get a little confused. I'm asking this because, or in addition to, or let me ask this: what were your duties after COVID when they put you under the police department? Your agency too was
We did Marine Patrol, sir.
One second. Now, we can't talk at the same time. We have a stenographer, though we don't see them here. After or during COVID or during an emergency, you guys are reassigned or have been temporarily reassigned to the Virgin Islands Police Department?
Senator, we were conducting security on the Marine side to keep the additional vessels that was
Stop,
coming
Director. You're not answering my question. During an emergency or during COVID, were you guys assigned to the Virgin Islands Police Department?
Yes.
Thank you. And when you go over to the Virgin Islands Police Department, would you be conducting assignments as per the police commissioner or police chief, or you still continue to do your own respective responsibility of DPNR?
Approve assignment by the commissioner, but
okay.
with reimbursement funding from the police department.
Reimbursement, right. And I know that we, the local legislature, do appropriate a match. But we look at that because that's not an excuse for the agency not to have citation books, etc. We know what we sign up for when we go through the post certification, when we say we want to do law enforcement here in the territory, and we just can't minus or delete once we graduate from the academy. Next up, we'll have Senator Javan James Sr. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. During the pandemic, almost everybody had a citation book in the hand, but you understand we were fighting a common cause. But we were shutting down businesses. And we are counting on these same businesses now to bring in revenues to this territory to pay for all our salaries and all our good stuff. So when the good chair asked about citations, I was upstairs listening in my office, and I really hope and pray not to make individuals' lives miserable, but we definitely want to send a strong message that when you come to the Virgin Islands, it's not the Wild Wild West. I saw many times where visitors, they do come here, and of course you want them to free up and enjoy themselves, but there are a lot of violations all across the territory. Sometimes I wish I was a police officer. You kind of like, this person really doing this thing? So nobody is seeing this? Which leads to my conversation or my question I would like to ask everyone. We know VIPD is working on this camera project. So I will start off with Department of Health, Mr. Wanston, Mr. Harris, I should say, Mr. Harris. As far as this VIPD project, are they collaborating with all law enforcement agencies or entities to make sure that there's a uniform strategy moving forward to make sure that we capture these criminals? Mr. Harris?
Senator, I don't know what camera project you're referring to.
So you don't know about the camera project? So I don't have like discussions and it's like, hey, you know, as law enforcement officers, we have all these cameras we putting up around the island. This is a strategy. You don't have those, no communication with law enforcement? Well, sir, listen, nobody here should feel guilty for that, you know. I'm simply saying, as VIPD move this camera project forward, I'm hoping and praying that law enforcement all across government are included, so when we do have this project, we are aware. And it's not to tamper and to interfere, but to just be aware. And even if the heads of the agencies, at least the heads of the agencies need to be notified. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Harris?
I agree, Senator.
Not every single officer, because certain things you have to be discreet in it. But I just want to make sure that we are having a conversation. It's not our job to mandate that, but I have to come from the top. But anyway, moving forward. With your experience, Mr. Harris, with the camera project, say for instance, somebody violated a specific section of the code and it's caught on camera. Don't you think moving forward, we could be able to say, well, all right, with these cameras, it was a Department of Health violation, we could pull up this camera and then get this camera and be able to have a citation for that person? That's doable, right?
I'm kind of lost in reference to your question, Senator.
I'm saying a camera captured a violation. It falls under the Department of Health as far as a violation. And I want to make sure it pertains to you. Don't you see that benefiting the department?
Yes, Senator.
And that's what I'm getting at with the whole camera project. Because you guys cannot be everywhere. We get that. You're underfunded, you need personnel, the list goes on. That is why I asked my first question earlier about VIP and the camera project and hopefully having that dialogue with law enforcement all across government to make sure that we can hold these individuals accountable. You know what I'm saying? So it's just something that I'm suggesting here. And as far as recertifications and procedures and what have you, my question to Mr. McIntosh, as far as the year 2024, what can we expect differently when it comes to the caliber of law enforcement officers we're going to bring in moving forward? What initiatives can we see coming from you to help improve law enforcement as far as dealing with certification and recertification?
Director McIntosh, Post. When it comes to training on the academy level, the officers or the recruits will receive the same training that's been approved by Post. But after graduation, the plan is to have continuous training in the areas of, as I mentioned before, active shooter, officer survival, host of different trainings that will enhance their knowledge and their skill set as they go out, to be able to perform their duties.
So pause right there. Do you receive feedback from the public? And how is that procedure? What is that process
1 minute.
like?
Well, the feedback I receive mostly come from the officers and the agency heads, based on the quality or the type of training that we provided, of how useful that training was for their officers. So not much community input, but more or less coming from the agency heads.
Subject matter experts.
Correct.
Understood. And the reason why I'm asking that, because rarely we do have you come down here, and I want to take advantage of asking you certain questions, and I'm not an expert in anything dealing with law enforcement. I just have common sense, and I know you want to get the brightest and the best out there. That's all I want to see. Whatever you have to do, I understand it's going to come with a cost. So as far as these initiatives that you want to see happen this year and beyond, I'm assuming that you're preparing for the FY 2024 budget and to sell that to us?
Director Martinez, definitely, sir.
Understood. Don't short change, because I really want to make sure moving forward we're good, because I brought that legislation that's going to change policing in the Virgin Islands. When you come after somebody, you want to make sure that you have all your ducks in a row as far as probable cause, and the list goes on. And we want to make sure that these officers are being properly trained. So when we do get somebody off the street, hopefully it's not just temporary, and they can actually close that case and hold those individuals accountable, if you understand where I'm coming from. You understand? You know the bill I'm talking about that I got passed? It's with auto expungement?
Yes, Senator.
The foundation of it, Mr. Chair, I don't want to abuse my time. Just let me close up, if you may.
You may.
The root of it is probable cause. And we want to make sure that we change policing, so when these individuals apprehend these individuals, that is not continuously being thrown out. And that is why I asked about the recertification and what kind of funding you will need to help improve law enforcement across government. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. And before I recognize my esteemed colleague from WIM, who thought I skipped over him, let me just rehash something. Post, you stated that the peace officer Standard Training Council has about 5 basic areas for certification, correct? Academics, physical fitness, firearm, Virgin Islands Code, and first aid?
That is correct.
In the first aid, to what magnitude of certification?
They receive basic CPR.
Right there? That's it?
That's it, yes.
Okay. And the VI code will encompass definitely, the entire thing, but you concentrate on Title 14 and Title 20?
That is correct, sir.
And Title 14 is criminal, Title 20 is traffic?
Traffic, that's correct.
The firearm certification, how often?
Say that again, sir.
How often are the certifications for firearm?
They do certification twice a year.
Okay. How about physical fitness? Is there any requirements for after you've graduated from the academy?
Currently, there is no standard set or nothing in place at the moment when it comes to physical fitness. I know this was a discussion that was on the table several years ago through VIPD to have a wellness program. But I think that is still under discussion through the Virgin Islands Police Department. But there's no requirement of post in reference to physical fitness after they leave the academy.
Okay. And I wouldn't pose this as a question to you because you work for the council. I don't want you to get your head taken off. But I've noticed that there are 8 positions on the council that you listed, and 3 of the 8 are all from the Virgin Islands Police Department. So we're gonna have we're gonna take a further look at that, because I see in there where you have is, and the legislation is well intended, but I see that that's the only entity that have the commissioner and 2 respective chiefs in there. All right, so Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 6 minutes, and you wasn't skipped over, sir.
Who said that I was? Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the viewer and listening audience and the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
I must say to you guys, I trying to be a nice guy this year. But when I listen to the question about citation, I'm going to start with posts. You train all of these individuals under posts, and they get peace officer status. What are all of the requirements or things that they are mandated by peace officer status? Just a few of them.
Well, as a peace officer, you know, your duties and responsibilities is that to uphold, you know, the violations of the law. Any, you know, whether it's a criminal act, whether it's that of a traffic violation or that of. So, and you know, when it comes to the academy, at the academy level, you know, there's several courses that the officers do take, the recruits do go through at the academy, and that's encompass trainings of report writing, traffic investigation, investigative techniques, and, you know, several different courses.
Do you emphasize that if a law is being broken, any of these individuals that has peace officer status is in that area and they don't engage, that they can be charged?
Well, I mean, when posts or when we go in and we do our, you know, our presentation, we do in fact let the officers know that if there is a traffic violation or any violation in general, if they fail to act, there could be repercussions based on their failure to act.
And I say that clear because I remember my good friend walking in the Bureau of Correction, saw a fight, they didn't do nothing, someone got stabbed. When the person reached the court, they tell the judge, but officer such and such was there. They say, huh? We're going to adjourn for now, bring the officer up. When that individual reached, the judge started to explain to him your duties as a peace officer. Clearly, it flew over his head. The judge made him to understand that if that person had died, you could be charged just as much as the person that did the killing. And it's important that our law enforcement individuals who have this peace officer status understand this. But when I see 22 agencies carrying this peace officer status, I see some of the reckless things that happens on our street out there. If I'm seeing it, I mean all of you guys and your agencies and those who are out there are seeing it. The worst part about it is you're driving a government vehicle with lights and everything, and you're doing nothing. I am so bombarded every day when I going home and I stop to a red light, a dead red light, and cars whoosh by. And at times, I see some of these same vehicles in the opposite direction. They don't put on a light and turn around and go after the individuals. And it burns me because somebody could have lost their life there. And those folks that are running these lights, they're not going to stop until they boot up and hurt somebody. Coming to work 2 weeks ago, ridiculous accident between public safety and the industrial park. Basically, it was a red light. The lady stopped to make a right. He was in the left lane. The other car in the right lane stopped, and he came through. So she didn't realize because she saw the one car that stopped. Licked the car upside down. All I'm pleading for is, and I know it's not an easy task on you guys because you have other duties and responsibilities. But if we combine 22 agencies together with peace officer status, we have the biggest police force out there. We really do. Because in a lot of other states, you guys don't get that. Those 22 agencies are not covered by the peace officer status and don't have those status. Is it fair to say so, Mr. McIntosh, in a lot of other states?
Yes, Senator.
That's what I'm saying, that we have 22. 22. I ain't gonna beat a dead horse here today, but we gotta do better. We have to at least start. You spoke about, and this kind of bothered me a little bit now with posts. You said that after the individual complete post, there's no requirements for physical fitness training once a year?
Director McIntosh, no, not under posts. That would be the individual agencies.
Well, I would like to ask all the agencies if they do have the requirements for physical fitness, and not even the police department?
Yes, they do.
The police department do have that 1 year requirement for physical fitness training?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do you know if it's being carried out?
I'm not sure.
I seen some people a little bigger than me out there, you know. I don't know how they're going to run down anybody, but I want all the agency to answer if you do have that 1 year physical fitness training. Let's start from Department of Health.
Watson Harris, Director of Environmental Health. No, Senator.
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. We do not, sir, Senator.
DPNR.
Howard Forbes, Director, DPNR Enforcement. No, we don't, Senator.
Taxi Commission.
Bernice Gums, Executive Director. No, we do not, Senator.
All right. I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it
Time.
alone. May I wrap up on this, Mr. Chair?
You say you're going to leave it alone?
I'm going to leave that part of it alone, yes.
You may wrap up.
I'm going to leave that part of it alone. Department of Health, you said that there was some 789 inspections conducted in 2023. What were some of the key findings in your inspections that you made?
Yes, Senator. Watson Harris, Director of Environmental Health. Most of those key findings were individuals who were operating without a valid health permit within the territory, along with health card violations. We also had individuals that were operating without water in the restroom or to wash hands. Those are the major ones that we found that led to immediate cease and desist orders.
Okay, and I just had one more question for Licensing and Consumer, if I may, Mr. Chair.
You may.
Going good today.
Wait. Oh, wait, only today?
Could only speak for today. I don't know what tomorrow brings.
Okay, you may proceed.
Licensing and Consumer, you spoke about this $1 million, and I think it's in relation to businesses that license expired. Most of them would be related to that. And if that is the case, what are you doing to assist these businesses? Because some people, the license expired, they don't even know they're not even doing business anymore. And not having that knowledge, they come back trying to open back up the business, and then now find with this big amount of fines that they're going to have to pay. So what are we doing to try to keep these businesses, I should say, up to par with their license, notifying them, and what is being done to assist that? Because you're talking $1 million, but you might not have $1 million because people just shut the business down one time and get rid of that license.
Well, yes, Senator, thank you so much. And your lead into the question is actually part of the answer. And so, indeed, we have been seeking to communicate to those individuals. We have engaged our legal team to go through and have appropriate notices drafted. And also, our enforcement team, one of the key responsibilities in delinquency enforcement is to review all applications and make contact with the businesses to ensure their compliance.
But if that business is closed, right? Let's say they're closed and not doing business anymore. It might have been on the roadside or the road vendor or something like that, and they're not doing business anymore, and the license still it's expired, but you have it in the book and you bill up all of these charges. And time comes, they say, I don't want this business anymore. I don't even do the business anymore. Your book's information that you're indicating is really not as accurate then.
Well, there's no way, Senator, there's no real way for us to know whether or not that person is in business unless they renew that license. So what we do is, our goal is to connect with them, communicate with them. If they inform us that they're no longer in business, what we end up doing is taking them off the rolls. And so we have been very, very gracious in working with our business community to ensure their compliance. And for those instances where someone can prove and demonstrate that they were not in business, then we have taken the appropriate action of eliminating or taking them off of the delinquency.
And then your numbers will go down as far as yours.
Yes, it's likely that it would go down.
All right, thank you very much.
With improved enforcement.
And if I may add two things.
Please.
First and foremost, Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement at DLCA. First and foremost, as the Assistant Commissioner indicated in the reading of his testimony, one of the first measures would be 30 and 60 days out. The procedures, what's the name of the platform? Yes. The notification goes out to those licensed business 30 days, 60 days out before the expiration of their business, number one. Number two, as part of our inspection and vetting process, we also notify those businesses, all those prospects, that in the event that they intend to close out or move their business, they need to make sure that they make contact with the department so that they can give proper notification and we go ahead and close out their business officially rather than just allowing that time to run. But as Assistant Commissioner indicated, in the event that a business can show that they did actually or were not actually in business, then we also take that into consideration with regards to adjusting those fines.
Thank you very much. And in closing, I'll make it very simple. You guys are not the only agency that sees vehicle run through red light. Sometimes even the blue car, which is the man in blue, the police, them have been on traffic.
No, you didn't.
I could tell you what I see. It's what I saw on more than one occasion, so you might not be the only one. That's why it's important that all of us hold one head together as law enforcement, peace officer status, and let's try to help the street out there, make it safer for all of us. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Point well taken. Just don't want you to get in trouble. Before you, your point of information, Senator, so I like where the previous speaker was going. So for DLCA, you're speaking of business license. For Department of Health, you issue health cards for a fee. I'm not sure what else you may give for a fee. And these are all with expirations. DPNR, you also deal with both registration, et cetera, correct?
That is correct, Senator.
So, starting with DLCA to Department of Health to DPNR, do y'all give any incentives for early or timely renewals of these license cards, registration, or whatever that's about to be expired? Starting with licensing and consumer.
Senator, the answer would be no. There's no incentive. The incentive is ultimately that you have your license timely, as opposed to some sort of additional penalty fee for not having it. But we do encourage them to get it in advance.
Department of Health?
We have given some incentive, yes, sometimes based on the conditions of the establishment. If they write a letter to the commissioner, sometimes the commissioner may waive late fees, or for those that constantly.
Okay, don't go to those that constantly yet, unless you're going to speak to constantly renew on time. I want to know if what are the incentives that you have given, because what I've seen outside of the territory, I've seen where there are advertisements by agencies, even firearm license, etc., encouraging folks to come in. You know that your license is about to expire. You don't wait until the deadline date or the same month, and if you come in before, you might get a percentage off. If you come in before, they may grant something else. What are your incentives, if any, that you give or have given?
No incentive for the early renewal of permits.
Okay, so that's what I figured. DPNR?
Senator, no incentives.
No incentives, okay. All right, just a thought though, okay, to get people not only reminded, but to get them into you in a timely fashion so you could get things done. And this is also a revenue generation, all right? And before I go to the Senator at large for his point, I want to say, Director Forbes, you send me back in the records, you know, because I was a little baffled. That I ain't gonna think. I'm gonna just tell you that I want to see enforcement entities doing more traffic enforcement as well. Your law enforcement officers fully vested with all law enforcement authority. And I was forced to go back and look at the DPNR's budget presentation and testimony. And you get $1.5 million in local funds and a little over $590,000 in federal funds. Most of your federal funds or your fully funded entities is CZM and Division of Fish and Wildlife. But for your law enforcement officer, the rest is $1.5 million locally, $592,000 federally. So I'm just saying, while we provide these funding, we expect full enforcement by all our law enforcement entities out there so that we can share the responsibility across when it comes to law enforcement. We could have one of the safest communities there is.
Senator, if I may, I would like to just do a quick response to the matter of the citations.
I'm listening.
Yes. There's our officers, and I use this as an anecdote, if I may. One of our officers, and this represents most of them actively engaged. One of our officers is known to be an individual who many people would say, they would use his name and say, I will let you know about Officer Marius. And Officer Marius was used as a byword for the individuals who would drive without their seatbelts. I get into my vehicle, my wife reminds me, she says, Horace, I'm gonna call Officer Marius. Why? The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs was very active. Of recent, no, as they've been sort of moving together with the VIPD at various times, but the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs had a reputation for an agency engaged, fully engaged with the process of issuing traffic citations. And so while in the current state of affairs, we may have sort of fall back, and I thank you for that very critical reminder of our responsibility, I would say that our officers serve as a deterrent. Being in the field, I've driven many times with the officers and seen them indicate to individuals, stopped and warned individuals who may have approached violations, and because I was present with them, they couldn't do the full enforcement protocol, but they have served as an ongoing deterrent. Just the active vehicle being along the street, I want you guys to realize that that serves as a very, very critical deterrent for what potentially could be many, many more accidents and other situations around.
And thank you for that, because yes, while I stress the traffic citations, is not just to give a citation.
Correct.
It's for the safety of all of us. And if all our law enforcement entities are doing their fair share, again, we will have one of the safest communities. So in this case, we could lessen the number of accidents that we're seeing. We could lessen the number of opportunities for individuals to utilize these unregistered and uninsured vehicles to commit crimes, etc. Okay, so don't take it that I am just looking at just give a ticket, because as a career law enforcement officer, I wasn't just arresting people. My concept was to more help our people than to be arresting our people. Okay, so thank you for that. And you could probably thank then Chief Francis at the time, who Officer Marius worked under. That's where he got his training, you know, and onto DLCA now. So thank you, Officer Marius, for what you're doing.
If I may.
I must call you Senator.
No.
Director?
Yes, Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement at DLCA. Just to piggyback off of what Assistant Commissioner mentioned about Officer Graham, I would like to say that
Officer who?
Officer Marius, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that clarity. All of my officers do engage in participating in traffic initiatives. Your question was specific to asking about writing citations, and that's why I answered the way that I did. But I do know, to include myself, we all are engaged in stopping and or interjecting in any traffic violations that we do see while we're on the road.
Okay, so you're trying to say I made a mistake, but I did send a cheat sheet, and I was specific in traffic citations. But I'll let you off the hook. It's okay. All right, I just want you guys to understand. Full law enforcement authority, we expect that you're doing full law enforcement work. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your point of information, and then we go to the committee vice chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as the good senator from Frederickstead was speaking, who I also know is a former Bureau of Corrections member, through the chair to Post Director McIntosh, are Bureau of Corrections officers required to go through post-training as well? Because I don't see them here with us today.
Executive Director McIntosh.
And 1 second before you answer that, and that's through the chair whenever there's a point, okay? Senator, you don't see Bureau of Corrections here today because we're just starting the review of agencies. So we only have 4 other agencies here besides Post that's before us. But there's a process. As you've heard, there's some 20 plus law enforcement entities. So those other entities will be coming before us shortly.
Okay, very well, very well. I just looked at the agenda and thought they would have been a good part of the discussion as well. But thank you for the clarity.
Thank you. Vice Chair Fonseca, are you ready?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Blessings and good afternoon.
Followed by Senator Fred Gregory, if she's still in the chambers.
Okay, yes, and blessings. Mr. Malloy, I wanted to go to you, environmental health. You had mentioned there was like $16,000 in fines, and also I wanted to go towards the standard training. I wanted to ensure that all of the training that the environmental health officers receive. Are you in the initial police cadet class? Mr. Malloy? Are the health enforcement officers in the train like the VIPD cadet training? Do they receive the same training?
Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, yes.
Okay, good. And is there a difference in the salary? Is it the same pay or is it a difference in the salary?
I don't know the comparison. I don't know if anyone else knows that here.
Okay. I want to ask also, does the health enforcement officers also enforce running a red light and drunk driving?
I defer to Director.
Director Harris, Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health for Department of Health. So the enforcement officers, they are tasked to enforce all traffic and criminal violations, especially crimes that occur in their presence.
Okay, so the answer is yes, they do issue citations for running a red light and drunk driving.
They have not issued any citations for drunk driving.
Okay, good. Let's go to the grease trap in the restaurants. Have you issued citations for the grease trap violations of restaurants?
Yes, that falls under gross unsanitary conditions.
Okay, good. I want to ask you about that. So now, explain me here, because you're the expert. I want you to guide, because I want the public to know this information, especially those restaurant owners. So the grease traps are required for all restaurants, and the disposal of the oil is handled separately. Can you explain me those two items, the grease trap and the disposal of the oil?
So the grease trap is part of an engineering process put in place by and enforced by the Waste Management Authority to ensure that the grease in the restaurants are properly stored and disposed of properly. What happens is that once a grease trap is dirty and overfilled, it has a tendency to backflow right back up into the restaurant, causing just unsanitary conditions, and that's where we go in and we enforce and issue the cease and desist order.
Okay, so even though the grease trap disposal is enforced by Waste Management Authority, the environmental health issues the citation for a violation of the grease trap. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator. Once it affects the kitchen and the restaurant area.
Okay. Do you know what those are for the first offense? What those citations are for the first and second offense?
So according to the Virgin Islands Code, the first offense is $30. The second offense is $50 for the Department of Health. The citations for waste management, I don't have that information, Senator.
Okay. Just your opinion, do you think that's a sufficient penalty for that first and second offense?
No, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I want to go to the drunk driver citations, et cetera, et cetera. And you know, you hear it and I want to hear it. If someone presents themselves to a bar and they present where they're drunk, they're intoxicated, can the bartender continue to serve them drinks, or is there any requirement for the bartender to do a visual, or they can't do a visual, but can they continue serving drinks?
Wilbur Francis, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The bartender should not be serving anyone any alcoholic beverages that appear to be already inebriated.
Okay, good. Now I want to follow up now. That person leave the bar and they are drunk driver, and you know that's dangerous. So they driving, they're going wherever they're going home, and they're driving. So they're stopped by the VIPD. Can you explain me the procedures for drunk driving and what is the penalty for the first offense? And do you do the breath tests and the balance coordinator? You see them boy like dancing far along and thing. Tell me the procedure for a drunk driver stop and arrest.
So, Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health for the Virgin Islands Department of Health. So if the officer observes someone showing signs of intoxication while operating a vehicle and they initiate the traffic stop, the officer can always call VIPD or call for a traffic unit to assist in the administer of the field sobriety test.
Okay, Mr. Chair, can I just finish the question?
You can, and I'm trying to get the document with those offenses as well. You may proceed.
Okay, so the drunk driver is their driver's license taken after the first offense or the second offense? What's the penalty for the drunk driver? And do you do the breath analyzer? How do you know they're drunk?
So they can answer from the breath analyzer. The first, second, and third offense, I'm getting that information for you. So you may respond to the breathalyzer.
Yes, true, Chair.
Breathalyzer, we get the assistance from the Virgin Islands Police Department Traffic Division.
Okay. Thank you very much so kindly for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I don't see the other senator. So we move to Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Minority Leader. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. All of you listening and present. You know, as a former law enforcement officer myself too, is easy to find. I could find every fault in the book now in 2024 to talk about enforcement officers, but I ain't here for that. I here to see how we could improve on what we have. Post Director McIntosh, do the law enforcement entities pay a fee for post certification?
Executive Director McIntosh, no, there's no fee.
Okay, good. Do any of these the other agencies pay any fee for the training at the training academy? Are there any fees paid to licensing, health? Any of you pay any fees for that training? Director Harris?
Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental for the Virgin Islands Department of Health. No, Senator, we don't pay any fees for training.
Okay, all right. I'm just making sure. Do you provide any counseling for your officers? Director Harris, Director Francis, do you provide any counseling or anything?
I didn't get a question. If we provide
any counseling?
Yes, Senator. We do monthly counseling after action review. We hold, as the director, I hold everyone accountable, even not just for bad, but for good things that they have done as well.
Okay. Director Francis?
Yes, sir, I do. Director Francis, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Part of what I do for counseling, as Director Harris indicated, good and bad, I do quarterly reviews and I highlight the officers in their strengths and also mention their weaknesses and look for ways to foster those weaknesses, as well as continue to engage them in participating in the areas that they're strong in. But that's done on a quarterly basis.
Sorry, Director Gomes, do you provide any type of counseling for your enforcement officers?
No, not at this time, Senator.
No? Okay. Equipment. Are all of these other post-certified officers, are they fully equipped as the police officers are? Do they have tint machines to check tint on vehicles?
Wanson Harris, Director for Environmental Health. No, Senator, we don't have any tint machines.
No, okay. Director Francis?
We did have tint machines. I think the issue with them at the time was them not being properly calibrated.
Okay. Director Gomes, do you have any for your taxi enforcement?
No, Senator.
Okay. Now, do you all use the same radio channels that the 911 operators use, that the police use? Are we on the same frequency with VIPD?
Wanson Harris.
Okay, good.
Wanson Harris, Director for Department of Health, Environmental Health. Yes, Senator.
Francis, Francis, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Yes, Senator.
Okay, and there was also the Director for DPNR. You know, I sorry if I passed you over, so you could answer also.
Howard Forbes, Director of Enforcement for DPNR. Yes, Senator.
Okay, and for taxi, your enforcement officer, same.
Bernice Gumbs, Executive Director of the Taxi Commission. Yes, Senator.
Okay, and in post, are you still teaching, or we still using 10 codes?
Weston McIntosh, Executive Director, Post. Yes, that's being taught at the Academy.
Okay, okay. Now, when it comes to specialized training, for your law enforcement officers, VIPD has specific specialized training. Can any of, I guess to Post Director McIntosh, can enforcement officers from DPNR, licensing, taxi and stuff, can they join these specialized units in the VIPD, such as K9, SWAT team, bomb squad, different? Can they do that?
Executive Director McIntosh, in reference to the training or in reference to them being assigned to one of those units?
No, in regards to, because they're post-certified, if VIPD needs someone for the bomb unit, can they qualify or, I guess, apply for those positions? Bomb squad, K9, something like that. Can it be done? Well, I mean, the people of their departments for sure, but I'm just asking, is it open to them if you know? I don't know if you know.
That's unknown to me. I mean, that will have to be, you know, MOU between the agencies, or that in itself speaks to some liability issues, based on whether or not the department actually will cover that officer if he go and do bomb training, or be a certified K9 officer. So that was something that the agencies will have to discuss.
Okay. Also for the enforcement officers, when you work with VIPD, do they assign you with a police officer, or do you work in your capacity as a law enforcement officer in your vehicle catching cases and stuff?
Francis with DLCA. When my officers work alongside VIPD, they work they work alone, or they can work with a VIPD officer, but typically they work alone, and they would be fully engaged in the process, but as far as reporting and everything else of that sort, writing reports and or entering information into PD system. PD has a separate system where their officers do all of the reporting and channeling of paperwork through. So while our officers may be used to augment their forces, their officers would quote unquote catch or take the case.
Okay, okay. And the same thing for everybody else, Director Harris?
Yes, Senator.
Everybody?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so if VIPD officers are fully occupied during a day shift when other law enforcement agencies are working, can 911 operator assign an officer from licensing to catch a case? Or DPNR or taxi also, can they assign them to that? Health, anyone?
Director Harris, Director of Environmental Health for the Department of Health. So my officers, if they're in the area and they hear a call, so just say maybe for activated alarm or possible burglary in progress, anything within the area, they will actually respond to 911 and let 911 know they'll go and check it out.
No, that sounds like if they want to. What I'm saying, can they be assigned a case? No police officers, no police units available, health unit, so and so. I'm assigning you to this case.
Francis, DLCA. I haven't seen it being done. However, what would usually be done through VITEMA and or the 911 dispatch center is they may dispatch a unit in that sector. And to piggyback off of what Director Harris mentioned, then maybe one of our officers may, quote unquote, go to assist or 43, whatever that officer is doing at that location. That doesn't mean that our officers may not arrive first, but as far as assigning a case, that would typically go to the Virgin Islands Police Department, and we would just assist. But I'm not saying that it can't be done.
Sorry, and I'm basically trying to get to that the collaboration is, one, the enforcement officers are properly equipped, like the police officers, they're properly trained, and they can be assigned, and they have worked with VIP. So I think in terms of some of the issues that we're seeing in the territory, it's just a matter of getting together, the collaboration, and addressing some of these ills that we are seeing taking place here in the territory. So it might seem like a hard fix because of manpower, but when everybody come together, I believe it can be accomplished. And that's basically what I was trying to get at. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Going back to the Vice Chair, you can find the driving while under the influence of intoxicating liquors under Title 20, Section 493, which is actually a arrestable offense. And in the first violation, if you're found guilty, it's a misdemeanor. And that will mean not more than 1 year in prison. And I believe that the fine is not less than $500 or both. However, if the person was involved in an accident violating subsection A, so the first offense is a misdemeanor, not more than a year, and or $500 fine. And it goes up to others. So just review Section 493 of Title 20. Next up, we'll have, and just for the record, Senate President and I have submitted bill draft legislation that we're still working out that will increase the existing penalties for traffic fines and other related purposes to include special allotments. And the special allotments are inclusive of a dollar amount or a percentage thereof to be transferred to the Superior Court for administrative purposes of the process and to the respective issuing law enforcement agencies for specific purposes such as training, equipment purchase, and upkeep. So again, and these fines will be commensurate with the violations and inflation value of today. So we shouldn't be paying $25 for a ticket. Ticket book costs more than $25. So we're gonna address this, and we will need all our law enforcement entities to be cognizant and to be enforcing the laws to make the place a bit safer. Next up, we will hear from Senator Alma Francis Heyliger, who is online with us.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Everybody see?
Let's just make sure your camera is on again. We're not seeing you
here.
just yet. There you go. There you go. You may proceed.
There you go. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. My first set of questions have to do with DLCA. Have you guys ever engaged or potentially might think of having like a private shoppers program? I know a lot of the enforcement officers cannot be at every location in the territory, but have you ever thought of engaging individuals to go out into some of these locations to collect data or information to potentially help protect the public from potential infractions that you might never be able to come in contact with on a day-to-day basis?
Yes, Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner. I'm not sure I heard you clearly, but I believe you said if we have engaged the private sector in some sort of a specialized program to sort of support our enforcement activity.
Yeah, like private shoppers. Sometimes you send people into stores and businesses, they buy something that's outdated just to make sure these people can't say, hey, it didn't happen. Have you ever tried stuff like that?
Yes, Senator. We started a process with a private shopper service where we tried to have a private sector group work together with us. I'll have to get the details of where that fell by the wayside. It looks like there was some forming of a nonprofit organization, and it kind of collapsed at that point. But we certainly believe in that process. We realize that the public much broader could do for us more than we might be able to do individually. So for sure, that is something that we will be looking at, Senator.
Well, please, through the chair, I would definitely request that information as to the data or collection as to how this process is working or why it might have fallen to the wayside, because I think it might be something positive that could assist us in being a lot more involved in understanding what's happening to our consumers when our enforcement officers can't always be in every location.
Slow down for me.
As it relates to
Stop 1 second for me. I'm going to return your time. Just be clear on your request through the chair so we could make sure that we get it. What are you requesting?
What I'm requesting is data and or information about the private shoppers program that Mr. Graham referenced, stating that they have already started and it might have fallen along the wayside, and he could provide some information as to its status.
Thank you. Are you clear on that, Assistant Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you. As it relates to how often does law enforcement officers get called out after hours? Because there's always a situation where, you know, it's one thing to be working 8 to 5. We know the police officers are around the clock. But when it comes to our enforcement peace officers, when businesses are open after hours, we know taxis are out all hours in the night, sometimes servicing the public. How does that aspect work for those that are not police officers?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, DLCA. When we do have overtime funds available, then we deploy our officers to make sure that we're capturing some of the business activities that's transpiring after hours. Yes.
So it's dependent on you having overtime funds. So you live within your budget means. That's what you're saying?
Basically, yes.
Oh, okay. Mr. Graham?
I concur with Director Francis. We do. There are other opportunities for our officers to engage in after-hours activities, and sometimes that means that if they're working together with the Virgin Islands Police Department, in the past they have, and I want to commend them for that, that even while on duty in other areas, they have looked into matters pertaining to DLCA. So, but yes, as long as there's overtime funding, we normally schedule our officers to be able to do some evening or late night enforcement activity.
Oh, well, that's what we might have to look into that. Or have you guys looked at the scheduling of your officers? Because a lot of these businesses, or some of these businesses, are not just limited to daytime. So what I'm understanding is that there might be a pocket of things happening in evening type businesses that might not get any type of policing because of what you're saying, budget. But have you ever looked into scheduling to make sure, for example, you might have the bulk of the officers working during the daytime, but you still have officers that are scheduled to work in the evening to police businesses that are open after normal business hours?
Wilbur Francis, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. We don't have a bulk of officers anywhere, first and foremost. Secondly,
Let me correct that. When I say bulk of officers, I mean the ones you do have. So if you have 10, the bulk of them could say 8. If you have 5, the bulk of them could be 4.
Understood.
That is what I was referencing.
Understood, Senator. And another point is that our officers are guided. They fall under contract, and so their CBA speaks to certain hours, and then the hours after that being provided or paid to them through overtime funds, which starts at, it goes up until time and a half, up until 8 o'clock, and then double time after that, and then on holidays as well. So it boils down to a funding issue.
Okay, but I also want to tap on, maybe it boils down to adjustment of our society. And the reason why I say that is I know that years ago, we might have gotten away from functioning through the regular 8 to 5, but as society advances, some of these jobs, some of these different things need to be negotiated a little bit differently because our world works on different shifts. You have morning, there's second shift, there's third shift, and there are some certain jobs where enforcement is necessary in the evenings because businesses just don't run 8 to 5. So maybe that's not something you can handle. Maybe that's something we might have to deal with from a government standpoint, from negotiating of contracts, dealing with unions, etc. But I think we need to do a little bit better job in making sure that holistically these businesses are patrolled at different types of hours.
Senator,
the other question I wanted to ask quickly, I saw Miss Vernice, did you wanted to say something? I saw you grab your mic at one point.
No, Senator.
Okay. When it comes to the collection of fines, what is your actual collection rate? It's one thing to write a ticket and say you wrote a ticket for $100,000 worth of tickets. What is your actual collection rate? Do you collect the majority of it? Do you get 80% in? How does that work? And if someone does not pay a fine, what are the consequences and how do you handle that? And that could be for all of you on the panel.
Director Harris, Department of Health, Division of Environmental Health. So once a fine is issued to an establishment owner, we have 30 days. The establishment owner has 30 days to pay the fine. After that, the enforcement officers goes out and issue them a cease and desist until they come in and pay the fine.
Okay, I understand the procedure, but what is your collection rate? Does anyone know what is your normal collection rate outside of you having to do cease and desist? Because I hear a lot of times where people would put out fines and give people fines, and then some people just ignore them. You're saying you might not have officers to always go back. Do you have a 100% follow-through rate of going back to locations that you have given fines to say, well, listen, you are going to get a cease and desist? I need to get some kind of information. I understand the procedure, but what is your actual collection rate when it comes to getting these fines paid?
Senator Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Currently, as we reported, our collection rate for fiscal year 2023 for citations issued through the Enforcement Division stands at about 18%. I know that that seems quite abysmal, but 18% of citations issued were collected upon. In 2024, through increased enforcement review, increased enforcement activity, returning to some of these previously issued citations, and some more aggressive approaches, the department is currently seeing for the first quarter a 41% collection rate.
It's a good improvement. I'm not sure if I heard time because I want to stay within my timeline.
Yes.
Did I hear time?
Yes, long ago. But I know you're online, so I allow you.
Sorry.
You may wrap it up.
I do apologize, but thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging me, and I will continue to listen.
You don't have a wrap up? If you have one more, you could go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Well, if someone, when you just shared with me your increase from 18% to 41% for collections, what is the status of those businesses you are not able to collect from? Because that would mean, based on what, for example, what the other gentleman said, they might say cease and desist. So are you saying the other 59 businesses are closed? Are they shut down?
Wilbur Francis, Department of
until they pay those fines?
Wilbur Francis, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, that the remaining percentage that's missing makes up a lot of individuals and/or entities operating without a valid business license, and so currently we don't have any teeth to say we can issue a cease and desist to a business and/or any automatic shutdown powers And that's why we have a large amount of funds out there that needs to be collected on.
Well, thank you for expounding on that, because then that falls into the realm of the Senate, where we might potentially have to improve the laws so you can have that teeth, so you can execute your job better. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me this additional time.
Thank you, Senator. But I can't accept that last response. Can you all clean that up for me before I proceed?
Yes. Let's. I'm gonna
start with your name again.
Horace Curry, I'm Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I want to circle back. Certainly, we do not have the unilateral shutdown authority. I know that sometimes we've come before the Senate and made certain overtures and indications, but I will say to you that the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, through the Virgin Islands Code, has the ability to bring people through the appropriate due process hearings to address inequities in their approach. So if someone failed to pay a citation, and as we are tracking it, they can be brought in for a violation. We have recently hired a hearing officer, and we have an active process of putting together a court docket where individuals receiving citations would be given exact dates when to appear. Failure to do so will lead to a notice, and that notice or order from the commissioner could ultimately lead in a violation that could be an arrestable offense for failure to maintain compliance.
So thank you for that. Because I don't want people believing that they can just simply
don't mess with the DLC.
Arbitrarily do what they want to do.
Thank you, Senator.
Because in order to operate a business in the territory, one must have a business license, correct?
That is correct.
So if you operate a business without a license, you are in violation of the Virgin Islands Code.
Absolutely.
Which will be an arrestable offense.
Ultimately, so, the DLCA has not, through the chair, Mr. Chair, the DLCA doesn't willy-nilly do that. So we do want to get you through the process, through due process. We do give businesses sufficient time. We realize that they are the backbone of the economy. So what we have been doing is...
I'm going to stop you right there. If they're operating illegally, I expect you to stop them. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about that. You just had a perfect example. I think it was you guys in St. Thomas, where we've been having a number of shooting incidents at an establishment, and to come to find out afterward that establishment was operating outside of what's required by law. And you ended up making an arrest. Didn't you? Yes or no? Am I talking to the right agency?
Yes, Senator. That was an occurrence, yes.
So I'm saying, let's not sit here as law enforcement entities and him and her as if we ain't sure of our duties and responsibilities. The Virgin Islands law requires you to have a business license in order to operate. If you operate in a business in a territory illegally, it must be shut down. It must be shut down, and you're the lead agency for that, because a regular officer patrolling the beat, DPNR patrolling the beat, Department of Health patrolling the beat, sees a business operating. If they're unsure whether or not these folks are operating within the confines of the law, meaning with a business license, they're supposed to ultimately contact you, your agency. And if they don't have a business license, I don't expect you to wait for them to comply and all kind of thing, because you might lead to something else. So if they're operating illegally, we want to know that it's immediately addressed.
We do have means, I was saying Commissioner, Senator, we have means to the law to address those inequities. And so certainly a part of that, like we said, is due process. We give businesses the opportunity to come into compliance, and failure to do so, we do have the ability to.
But there you go again. There's no due process if you're operating illegally. Ain't no due process to shut it down. That's what I'm saying. It shuts down immediately, and you have due process thereafter to come into compliance and do what you need to do, but you need to shut it down.
So I'm not combating you, but I just want to make sure that the communication is clear.
All right.
So while it is desirable, it may seem like a desirable thing for a DLCA officer to go and put, say, shut an office, mean lock a place. We don't have that authority.
No.
We have to bring that person into the due process requirements of the law.
Okay.
Senator.
So that's not what I mean, for you to go and lock it down.
All right.
But what I do mean is if they're operating illegally,
we should take swift action.
That there is swift action.
Correct.
That, sir, ma'am, you must close this establishment at this time. And if there's patrons in there, everybody has to leave. And you shut it down. Now I'm going to ask you, because we are my time now, I'm going to ask you now to then explain to me, I guess the director/chief, tell us what happened in that incident on St. Thomas.
Well, Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement.
Just what led to the arrest. I don't want melee, he said, she said. Just what led to the arrest.
Absolutely. As you are aware, it is an active criminal investigation ongoing. The person was recently arrested, so I'm not at liberty to be able to discuss the merits of the case. However,
listen, let's not toy with words here. I'm a career law enforcement executive. The arrest is public. I don't need you to tell me about what the further investigation is. Just tell us, the public, the Senate, what led to the arrest.
The entity was awarded due process. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs issued a cease and desist order pursuant to the due process hearing. They continued operating. We effectuated an arrest because they were given, under the authority of the department, they were issued the cease and desist to stop operation. They continued, we stopped them.
They continued and you stopped them?
Yes, sir.
And when you say you stopped them, tell me how you stopped them.
We ordered the business to close, and then we ordered the business to close, and we effectuated an arrest because the entity refused to close. So we effectuated the arrest based on that person's refusal to comply with our cease and desist order, and the order is provided by the enforcement officer.
And you did this by way of warrant, or you did this just by your documentation to them to close, and they therefore disobeyed a lawful order?
Yes, sir.
And you proceeded?
Yes, sir. Not a warrant.
Okay. So that's what I wanted to know, because I don't want people listening to this either feel like licensing and consumer don't have the authority for the cease and desist, or I guess my term is strong, to shut it down. I guess it's strong. But in essence, that's what we got to do. Shut it down so that we could prevent other things from happening. We see, and I'm sure that this doesn't happen with much establishments, but something must raise the eyebrow when we keep seeing certain incidents, I dare to say, criminal activity happening at certain business establishments. It is time for all law enforcement officers' eyebrows to go up and work collectively to ensure the safety of our people. Agree?
I concur with your sentiments.
Okay. So in wrapping it up, before I ask my colleagues if they have any thing to wrap up, thank you. Senator Joseph, our secretary, thanks to the senator at large, he saw you. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. I was in my office and I was hearing the dialogue here. And of course, our people are definitely having some challenges with enforcement of the law. And so this is a very appropriate discussion. I want to say a pleasant good day to everyone. I didn't say that initially, and also the testifiers. I don't believe I'll use all of my 6 minutes, but I had a question based on some discussions and revelation at the Public Services Commission meeting I attended today, and I wanted to get the law enforcement entities here position relative to subpoena. This body in 2022 had to subpoena an entity to get information. I would like to inquire first with DLCA, have you ever had to execute a subpoena?
Yes, yes, we have. There is a standard form of information gathering for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and our legal division regularly executes subpoenas to acquire information.
Okay, and should the entity that was subpoenaed fail to provide the information based on your timeline, what is the process involved when that failure occurs?
What I'd like to, if I may, I'd like to ask our legal counsel who is present with us to address an answer to that question. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we could bring her in on this end.
And that's, her name is
Madam Secretary.
Geraldine Vaval. It's our department legal counsel.
Okay. Which I'm sure she'll identify herself again. Should I refer to you as ma'am?
Chairman.
You're retired, okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Geraldine Vaval, General
You
Counsel.
pull the mic to you.
Good afternoon, Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel. Senator, we've never actually had a business that refused our subpoena. So when we send it out, they actually respond to us.
Hypothetically then.
Hypothetically, we could enlist the assistance of the Attorney General's office in getting that information from them.
Okay. And now I will switch to the Department of Health. Did you or anyone ever had an occasion to subpoena and that entity that you subpoenaed refused to provide information?
Winston Harris, Director of Environmental Health. We have never had to subpoena anyone.
Okay, and now to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. Have you had, for whatever reasons, to issue a subpoena to one of your taxi operators or any other entity and or the like? Have you had the opportunity to do that?
Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. No, Senator.
Okay. The question I asked is because I was in a meeting today and for the PSC, and they issued a subpoena to an entity, and that entity did not respond. And so that is troubling to me. I know when we, as a branch of government, issued a subpoena of WAPA, they responded, but I asked one of my colleagues if they didn't respond and they didn't show up, what would have been that consequence for us to really get the information and have them appear as we had asked and requested in the subpoena? So that is something for us as legislators to contemplate and have further discussions with other entities relative to that process. But it's good to know that we have good citizens who take it seriously, subpoenas that are being issued by our government entities. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my line of questioning. I want to just thank you kindly for allowing me to ask those questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary. And again, just going back to the Vice Chair's question to the driving while under the influence, the second offense is that any person having been convicted of such violation within the previous 10 years shall be guilty of a felony. So it moves up from a misdemeanor during the first infraction to a felony during the second, and shall be punished by imprisonment not less than 72 consecutive hours, which equates to 3 days, not less than, not more than 2 years in prison, and fined by not more than $4,000. All right. Where are we here? Department of Health. You mentioned having 3 officers in your enforcement division, and you answered my other question already as to the non-enforcement personnel that you have. But this neighborhood nuisance officer, that really got me. That sounds like a real important position, and the duties that you outlined. How many do we have currently per district?
We just have one for the territory.
No, sir. So let's look at that for the next fiscal year budget, because this neighborhood nuisance officer, and I tried to send you a picture, it's not going through, but before you leave from here, you're going to get it so you could, that person is on St. Croix or St. Thomas?
St. Croix, Senator.
All right, so let's try to work on that, because I'm sure St. Thomas and St. John will need theirs as well. Someone that's familiar with the island and the terrain, etc. You said you will be adding 3 more officers. Where are your 3 officers, the sworn officers, located currently per district?
2 on St. Croix, 1 on St. Thomas, Senator.
And the other 3 that you're going to get, how are they going to be broken down?
2 on St. Thomas, 1 on St. Croix, Senator.
Okay. And with such a small outfit, though, why the need to create 2 chiefs? Let the Assistant Commissioner speak to that, since he stated that.
It was strategic in that law enforcement officers need to report to law enforcement, a chain of command. So rather than have an assistant director, decided to have 1 chief on St. Croix and 1 chief on St. Thomas to facilitate that process.
So I see where you're going, but let me just caution you guys that based on what I've been seeing, every time we call people chief, nobody want to work, okay? So let's be careful on how many other chiefs we are assigning. You could have a senior enforcement officer or something like that, but let's be careful on the chiefs. The entity is just too small to have that. All right. You also spoke about duty hours and operational flexibility. So I know that most of the law enforcement agencies would probably work that Monday to Friday, 8 to 5. Sounds so good and cushy. But in law enforcement, we know that the clock don't stop running. So the operational flexibility is crucial. Are you able to pay your officers night differential if they work after 6 p.m.? Department of Health.
Director Harris, Director for Environmental, Department of Health. Yes, Senator.
And overtime if necessary?
Yes, Senator.
DLCA?
Last calendar, Wilbur Francis, DLCA. Currently, we don't have any overtime in the budget.
What about if they work, so do you do flex hours?
No, sir.
So what do you do, Monday to Friday, 8 to 5 as well?
Yes, sir. in instances where I've had to utilize officers after hours, I just make sure that I compensate them on the back end by way of giving them additional hours. But I mean, I can't mandate that they work those hours because by contract, they are outlined to work Monday through Friday, 8 through 5. And that stands for all the enforcement agencies that are here right now. Department of Health and DPNR are under the same contract negotiations as we are.
Oh, we got to take a look at that. That sounds problematic to me.
I concur.
All right. I'm going to recognize you, Mr. President, in a minute for point of information. Well, go ahead with your point of information. I'm sure it's along right there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just 2 quick points I wanted to make. One, in regards to maybe the law enforcement agencies being able to get some additional equipment and maybe even salaries, if we could tie a program to it, is perhaps applying to LEPC. There's some money under Edward Burns grant that you could apply for under LEPC for law enforcement agencies that could help you to get some additional equipment as well as salary towards some program design there. 2, I wanted to ask you, what was the logic, or help me to understand where, I know that you talk about having 755 business inspections for new businesses, and then you alluded to the fact that you're working with BMV for the purpose of those individuals that's not renewing their license in a timely fashion. We're now saying that we're going to have, because if they're not renewing and you start to pull down on their vehicle registration, we're going to now have individuals operating unregistered vehicle. Help me to understand what's the thought process behind punitive action towards the motor vehicles as a means of holding individuals to their timely renewals.
Yes, sir. Wilbur Francis, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The logic behind of that creation of MOU and or the attempt to create that MOU is to basically limit offenders in the territory who are negligent and or who have outstanding obligations with one government agency and conducting business with other government agencies. So, I mean, we just found that trying to be able to limit people who are habitual, who has outstanding obligations with DLCA, that whenever they go to renew their vehicle registrations and or their driver's license, that this flag would come up similar to a traffic citation whenever someone receives a traffic citation, therefore bringing them back to the agency where they have the outstanding obligations. So the thought process behind that was just similar to someone receiving a traffic violation.
Okay, I'm hoping that you'll be able to measure that at some point and be able to make a determination if that's a good move, because I question the individuals that want to be defiant going to be defiant. So we have to find some other mechanism by which we're able to hold them punitive. We don't want individuals now operating vehicles unregistered, because I believe that there could be a lot more repercussions to another driver if they get involved in an accident or some other means that could leave that other person then at a serious disadvantage versus not just paying their business license. So we have to weigh that to make sure that we're getting the best bang for our buck by being able to establish punitive actions against individuals for not obtaining their business license. Again, we'll have to, over time, I guess you'll evaluate and make a decision, but I'm just a little bit cautious because we want to make sure that we have individuals that's operating their vehicles and operating it such that they have their vehicle registered and they're properly insured.
Understood. Thank you very much for that point, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, kudos to for the recent arrest with the burglary at one of your facilities, Department of Health. Again, you included 789 inspections conducted, 127 cease and desist orders, 95 citations, those administrative citations, that is. And you already answered that you have marked vehicles, all of you. DLCA, so I know you have one that you could speak of, but in the calendar year 2023 and to now 24. How many arrests?
This was DLCA's first arrest,
One.
Senator.
Okay. DPNR?
None.
None. Department of Health?
I get lost with a year, Senator.
Huh?
I got lost with a year.
2023 and 24 current?
None.
None. Okay. DPNR Act 8450, the snake bill. Y'all been getting a lot of calls on this?
Yes, we have, Senator.
How are we addressing this, and are we advising people of the bounty program? I know that the legislature needs to give you all a little more funding again. I'm looking at that, but I know that y'all were supposed to be receiving some federal dollars, which that we were told that would be sufficient, but it doesn't seem that way. We've been getting a lot of calls lately, especially on St. Croix. Can you give me an update on that?
Senator, I don't have the update to provide you thus far. The Director for Fish and Wildlife, Dr. Angelique, would have that data for you.
Okay.
I know.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Colleagues, if you have a burning question, just to wrap it up here, I'll start from the top and just work my way back down, and then we'll wrap this up. And don't forget, we need to conclude with the bill that we discussed earlier. So, Senator Bolkes Jr., you recognize, just for a wrap up. Senator Bolkes Jr. is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for DLCA. You indicated in your testimony that there was an increase in the collection rates of citations for the first quarter of 2024 compared to the previous year. I wanted to know what factors contributed to that improvement, and how does DLCA plan to sustain or improve on those rates?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, DLCA. Specifically, the factors that contributed to those collections were reoccurring visits to established businesses. Typically, what was happening is they will issue a citation for it, and it doesn't even for any offense. They were waiting until they came back into the department to renew their business license to take care of that particular offense and build it into their annual fine, their annual license fees. What I started doing is these established business specifically, we would have the officers go back and do reoccurring visits so that they understand, well, hey, this violation is here, it's not going to go away, we're not going away, we're going to make sure that you become compliant with this regard. And then what we hired a hearing officer as well, and the hearing officer, through the citation and going through our hearing process, we have been having hearings to be able to bring businesses into compliance. So, I mean, they've been given the opportunity to be able to be heard on whatever their issues are, and just by putting those two processes together, we've been seeing the increase in collections.
Okay, very well. So with that said, when they, like you mentioned, they try to pay for it on the back end, are there penalties per month, per week, or anything? What's the penalty structure concerning that when they try to do it on the back end? None? There should be.
There are no added penalties to the citation, but as the director indicated, that the return investigation, that if a citation is issued and that person fails and the same violation inheres, another citation may be issued, and so the potential for compounded violation is there. But there's no sequential increase in the citation.
Testifiers, just be clear on when you're talking about citations, that you're talking about administrative citations and not the traffic citations.
Very well. Well, thank you for the clarity, but I do believe that some sort of penalty should be incurred in such cases. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes Jr. Mr. President?
Real quickly, Director McIntosh, have there been a shift or at least a look-see on how we're hiring police officers of the future? I think, I know that you have attended many conferences of recent, but are we still looking for the brute and force? Those individuals that could run and jump and all kind of thing as candidates over the technological, digital predictive policing, smart policing, artificial intelligence, all these concepts that's now being utilized. Are we still modeling our recruits in the same fashion that we have traditionally done, or there's a different approach or a different look to what our recruits should look like in the future?
Executive Director McIntosh Post. In reference to what the future law enforcement officer will look like, I have attended several different conferences, and that has always been the topic of discussion, because recruitment is a big issue in terms of getting individuals to join law enforcement, across the board. So in doing that, a lot of the agencies have tried to include different courses in terms of how do you attract the younger generation, especially when you have the millennials, because millennials really, when you look at it, they're not really staying on the job. You're probably staying 2 to 4 years, and then, they're leaving and going on to other, law enforcement or other jobs within the community. So the discussion has always been there, how would we attract and keep the officers? So within the council, we're going to start looking at different ways as to how we can change the curriculum, how we can make it more beneficial for the officers, not only to look at what's there in the curriculum, but how do we keep them engaged, and how do we plan to build on their career, moving forward. Yes, law enforcement, we have taken a hit, or they're taking a hit in terms of law enforcement throughout the territory, and we're losing a lot of officers. But in terms of just the recruitment process and keeping them engaged, I think this is a discussion the council will definitely, we have, talked about it, and we plan to see how we can address it.
Thank you very much for your response. Of course, the PAT mechanism by which the physical agility testing by which we have done our recruitment of the past, I think is something that we have to move away from, or probably, add to that. But it can't just be about the PAT. It just can't be about physical agility testing. We have to go beyond that when we're making our selections moving forward.
In reference to the PAT, in the past, the PAT used to be, it wasn't a pass or fail, and we reintroduced the PAT as being a pass or fail, because it made it difficult for the training staff to get somebody who may not be as physically fit to actually pass the class or pass the physical portion of the training at the end. So now it's a pass or fail going forward, and it's a disqualifier for the applicant. And we also encourage the agencies, when they're hiring or doing, have their applicants, to have them start preparing for the academy, start working out, start familiarizing yourself with the VI code. And even if they're going into an agency, start familiarizing themselves with their, their agency's policies as well.
Thank you. See, it's times like these, I don't have to go home and then sit down and listen to the hearing again, because I think you said something there just now, but I think you meant it in the reverse. I'm not sure. But repeat what you just stated about the PAT. What is it currently versus what it was, what the requirement was before?
Currently, the PAT is a pass or fail. Prior to that,
it is a pass or fail.
That is correct. Prior, it wasn't a pass or fail. It was basically an assessment.
And at what point is that pass or fail? Well, because we have agility tests going into the academy, and we have physical fitness testing during the academy. So let's talk about the one going into the academy, because I think that's where the good president is going. Is it a pass or fail to get into the academy?
Yes, it's a pass or fail to get into the academy.
So we got the good, what was your rank again? What was it, major? Lieutenant Colonel. I am so sorry, ma'am. I am so sorry. We have the good Lieutenant Colonel Vaval. See, I have always had a concern about that pass or fail going into the academy, because I always thought, and this was a conversation that I used to have with the chief and with the commissioner and whatnot when I supervised internal affairs, that we shouldn't be turning away candidates at that point. At that point, going into the academy, that part should be about seeing where someone's physical ability is, and then once they get into the academy, you work them up to where you want them to be. So where the pass or fail should be within the academy, not for them to get into the academy. I might only be able to run 1.5 laps, I'm a tongue out my head going into the academy, but I'm required to run 3 laps fully in X amount of minutes, and by the time the academy is done, I could run 6. I could be required to do 20 push-ups going into the academy. I might be required to do the 20. I might only be able to do 10, right? But after you've conditioned me in the academy, I could do 100 and still ready to go. So that's what I'm asking. At what point is this pass-fail that you're speaking to?
It's in the initial process of the hiring process, and it's also a disqualifier as well.
So again, that's a problem. I'm just asking you all to look at this.
Yes, duly noted. I'll take it back to the council.
Lieutenant Colonel, do you concur? I mean, when you go to basic training, I mean, what do? They condition you, right?
Right. When you entered basic training.
Please recognize the mic of the good Lieutenant Colonel Vaval. Take off the attorney hat right now.
Lieutenant Colonel retired.
Yes.
So when you entered basic training, you didn't know how to do anything. But through your physical training, by the time you finish, then you had a pass or fail. But what the military has been doing, they've been lowering the standards. And when they lower the standards, the soldiers come to their first unit and end up failing because they've lowered the standard. It's not a pass or fail, but they lower the standard.
Okay. And I don't like to hear about lowering standards, but I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I'm going to just ask you all to just take a look at that. I think we might be missing out on some good candidates just because. All right?
Yes, sir.
Senator Johnson, every time I come to you, we delay, huh? You may proceed.
Good afternoon, all in a DP, right? What I would like to ask the agencies are you fully complemented with all your law enforcement? And if not, how many of you are lacking? And what are the agency doing to recruit to have your full complement, starting with health and come over to license?
Were you pushing the mic to he now? You're supposed to be able to tell us how many you got and how much you lack in. Who are you?
Wanson Harris, Director for Environmental Department of Health. So we're lacking.
How much you have first?
We have 3 enforcement officers. Right now we're in the process of, we have what they call a PRF out to hire 3 more enforcement officers. So, I mean, I really would like to build a team of 12.
That would be a full complement to effectively carry out the duties?
Yes, Senator.
But as we speak right now, how much is on the book?
3.
Only?
Yes, Senator.
And 3 on each island?
No, Senator. 2 on 1.
Wow. Well, I sure hope you guys make sure you include it in the budget and show just cause as to why you would need to, get the compliments, at least a couple more of them to assist you in getting your assignment and getting the work done, because some of your enforcement generate funds and more reason to have them.
Yes, Senator.
All right. Licensing and Consumer.
Good afternoon. Once again, Wilbur Francis, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Currently, we have 7 enforcement officers to include myself, and we can use 7 more.
And 7 total?
Yes, Senator.
And what are your numbers? 3 on 1, 4 on the next?
4
3
on
and 3, and then you become the 7th.
Yes, sir.
And how many business do you guys monitor?
12,000.
12,000. Please.
12,233 to be exact.
Business that your enforcement group has to monitor with 3.
Yes, sir.
On each island.
Just.
Do you have the breakdown per district?
Yes, I have 3 in St. Thomas and 4 in St. Croix to include myself.
Oh, again, all I would suggest is that in your budget, you bring this to the floor, you explain what your needs are, because again, your agency to generate money. We continue saying that we ain't got money, but we leaving the money on the table all the time by failing to not having the complemented resources that you need to execute your detail that will then generate those funds. And then DPNR?
Howard Forbes, Director for DPNR Enforcement. Complement of 11 officers in the territory, and to break it down, 6 on the St. Thomas District and St. John, and 5 on the St. Croix District.
And that's sufficient for your agency? Or?
Negative, Senator. To complement us, we will probably need 10 officers per district.
Because you cover the entire shorelines.
All the shorelines. And then we also the enforcement arm for the department itself, which consists of multiple divisions, as you know.
We got a lot of work to do, and if we really are serious about generating these funds with these agencies that do generate funds, we need to give them the tool to be able to execute and get a job done, because we're talking about generating money, we're talking about trying to give raises, but we're not picking up that money. Taxi cab, can you also join in and tell me how much you have and how much will be pretty much adequate for you to execute your detail?
Bernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. Currently, we have 2 on the island of St. Thomas, none on St. Croix, and I think 10 would complement us territorially.
And the reason for having none on St. Croix, someone retired or?
That's correct. The one on St. Croix retired at the end of August.
And have you guys started recruiting and trying to make sure you get someone to fill that gap?
We are in the process of doing so. So in the next couple of months, we should have that information posted and start our recruitment process.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Wow is right. So, and I always ask for the enforcement entities to be forceful in the budget request, especially when it comes to this. Like the senator said, you know, a lot of you are revenue generators as well. A revenue generating agency. If we have the enforcement arm in it, we could collect the money that's on the table. Again, 11 for DPNR. Off the top of your head, Director Forbes, you know how many vessels registered we have in the territory?
Most definitely, Senator.
Speaking to the mic. Speaking to the mic.
3,500, sir.
3,500
vessels in the territory registered.
In the territory.
Plus a little more, give or take.
Okay, and we're just talking about registered vessels.
Registered vessels with the department. 3,500.
Right, 3,500, right? And then I'm writing down at the same time. And then with 11 officers, DLCA, you have 7 officers and over 12,000 businesses. Department of Health, 3 officers with the same amount of businesses and the other environmental.
6,000 businesses.
6,000 businesses, but 6,000 businesses. And Taxi Cab Commission, which is supposed to be a tourist-oriented territory. And one of the big entities is taxis, and we have 2 officers only in St. Thomas. That's why we're talking about recruitment strategies and everything. So we got to do that. Where's your? I did request for the your taxi cab commission chief or senior officer, whatever term y'all use. Where is that individual today?
Bernice Gums, Executive Director, Taxi Cab Commission. We don't have a chief, but our senior enforcement officers out on medical leave.
Okay. And I guess he's one of the two that you spoke of, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's get serious on our recruitment efforts. Whereas Taxi Cab Commission only have 2 and stated that 10 will do well. Department of Health, 3 active, 12 will do good. DLCA, 7 now, but 14 will do good. And DPNR have 11, but 20 will do good. That's 10 per district, I'm assuming. However, I'm gonna go back and look at what's your funded vacancies as well. But for the next budget cycle, we expect to see y'all requesting this difference so that we can hire people, all right? And not just talk about it, and then we're not hiring anyone. Next up is Vice Chair Fonseca. You're recognized for your wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, this question is for Ms. Gums. Ms. Gums, pleasant good afternoon. The last time you were here, we had asked you about your collections for the year 2022 and 2023. You didn't have those numbers. Do you have the fees and the collections for 2022 and 2023?
I don't have them with me today. I'm sorry, Bernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. Senator, I don't have those numbers with me, but through the chair, I could put those numbers together and have it sent to you.
Well, Sir Popa, you know, the last time we were here, through the chair, I asked for them numbers. So now you want me to do another through the chair. When the Honorable Madam Secretary was here, I asked for those numbers through the chair. You come back here before the legislature again, you want me to ask for the same numbers through the chair. I will do that through the chair. I'm asking for Ms. Gums of the Taxi Cab Commission to provide the revenue and the fees collected for the taxi drivers for the year 2022 and 2023. Thank you very much. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fonseca. Minority Leader, Senator, one second. I see, is that Senator Fred Gregory? I can't see.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized. I'm sorry, we're doing the last round.
Mr. Chair, I have no input at this time. I've listened to the conversation intently, and it's no doubt that, you know, we have some work to do. But overall, I think that the agencies that's before us have been doing a good job. We just have some areas as naturally that will happen that we need to address as department heads, as stakeholders, as leaders in the territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just 2 quick questions. Taxi Director Gums, how many taxis do we have in the territory registered with your office?
Registered with the office, we have a little over 5,000.
Okay, thank you. Also, for I think is licensing or health, when a cease and desist order is given, can it be given verbally or does it have to be in writing?
Winston Harris, Director for Environmental Health, Department of Health. Cease and desist order is always issued in writing from the Department of Health.
Assistant Commissioner Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. If a notice is sent out to a particular entity, business entity, that has to be done in writing as an order from the commissioner.
Okay, so it can't be like how we have failure to follow on lawful order.
No, Senator, I wouldn't constitute a cease and desist.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. So with 5,000 taxis, that's territory-wide, how many limousines do we have? And I believe that question will have to go to licensing and consumer.
Senator, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but if you give me 2 minutes, I'll have that.
Okay, you could go ahead and look for that. In the meantime, Senator Francis Heyliger, you're recognized for your wrap-up.
Thank you, thank you. The question I would like to ask is directed to the Taxi Cab Commission. In regards to your enforcement officers, how many do you currently have? I think it was 2 or 3 the last time you said.
Bernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission, 2 on the island of St. Thomas.
Okay, 2 of them. And in regards to your need, why isn't there any on St. Croix, number 1? And number 2, I would like to know, in collections-wise, have you seen any significant improvements since they've been back? Because I know they were reassigned to the COVID task force and they're now back under licensing and consumer affairs. What improvements have you seen collections wise when it comes to fees? Because, you know, when they were gone, we were hearing there was a lot of infractions happening and nobody was there to monitor. So what changes have you seen or improvements since they have been back under DLCA?
Bernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. The one officer out of St. Croix retired on August 31st last year. As it pertains to the collections, there was no benchmark that I can use to say whether or not collections have improved. What I can say is since I got there from FY22 to now, we have collected $2,200 in citations.
What? $2,200
in citations.
Oh, okay. And how many citations were those? 10, I think.
About 10, roughly 10.
Okay. And out of the 5,000 plus taxis that are registered, do you keep an account of who's actively out taxing versus who just have licenses? Because then I could get some kind of idea, you know, if 3,000 are out, so you would say, well, only 10 infractions for that kind of seems a little bit off. So I'm trying to understand how many are active versus non-active who are holding medallions.
So Bernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission, there is not an active listing of that. An Excel spreadsheet was started, but lack of manpower to input and update that spreadsheet, everything stopped. So it's not accurate at this time.
Okay, well, I would hope that that is something that with financing, you guys would be able to get into and give us a detailed outline, because, you know, having 5,000 plus medallions, but then it might have 3,500 who are active versus those that just have the medallion. I think that's important because then you could look at the ratio as to whether we're improving or not improving when it comes to infractions, or how we could target these taxi drivers, whether it's for additional training, education, whatever the case is, but across the board. But thank you for that information, Mr. Chair. But I am going to ask through the chair, can we get a listing of the taxi medallions, the listing of taxi medallion holders in the territory? Is that something can be provided to us?
Bernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. It is a listing that would take some time because everything that we do is a pen and paper operation. So there's no defined listing that outlines all of that.
Well, you stated it's over 5,000, so I assume you did have a database to. So you're saying you don't have that?
So again, you don't have a defined database. So you go on,
Okay.
How can I best say it? You have, as they come in, and it's something that I'm working on, but been distracted or taken away to complete other assignments and getting it done. So you'll be looking at the active and inactive medallions and leasees and leaseors.
Oh, okay. Well, I do hope this is important information and how it's being tracked and registered for the Taxi Cab Commission. And whether through the hearings this year for the budget hearing, I would suggest that you guys request some funding to get that done if you're saying you don't have the monies to do that. Because for us to have accurate data when it comes to our taxis, I think it's very, very important. So, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for giving me the additional time.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chairman.
Assistant Commissioner, you want to respond?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So the question was whether what were the number of limousines that we had in the Virgin Islands, the territory. So the breakdown, the number is 56 businesses. We have 47 limousine service businesses on St. Thomas. We have 7 on St. Croix, and 2 limousine service businesses on St. John.
I'm sorry, say that again for me, sir.
56 territory-wide. The breakdown is 47 on St. Thomas, 7 on St. Croix, and 2 on St.
Now, I noticed when you were given the stats, when you first started, you said you were saying businesses.
Yes.
So are these numbers representative of businesses or each vehicle?
So right, very good. We do not have a hard count on the number of vehicles presently. The issue is we were issuing those licenses per vehicle. We faced a legal challenge, and until such time as we get some matters in order, which we are currently working on, we are not authorized to issue the licenses per individual vehicle. So there are a number of businesses that are, the majority of the businesses are individual vehicles. There are a few companies that have grown to a good proportion that have a number of, have multiple businesses.
Let's abbreviate it and we could have a conversation after.
Sure.
Is there a required, or is there a cap for each of these limousine business?
At present, no.
Okay, thank you. So in wrapping it up post, now, are you guys monitoring the number of moves from these law enforcement officers that are moving from agency to agency? And some moving for the wrong reasons because some trying to avoid sanctions, etc. Are you guys monitoring these movements?
Weston McIntosh, Executive Director, Post. Yes, we are.
Okay. And what I want to just request from you guys that are here, DPNR, Department of Health, Licensing and Consumer and Taxi Cab Commission, I would like an equipment listing from you guys to include yet not limited to, because I want all your equipment listing, firearms, PPEs, the personal protective equipment, bulletproof vests, citation books, etc. Again, remember, yet not limited to those, whatever equipment this government provides, let us know. Even if you don't have it, if we're supposed to provide it, I'll put it on a listing and put 0. All right, and this equipment listing is due to my office no later than 3 p.m. Friday, February 16th. That's this Friday. Thank you. Point of information, Senator Franklin Johnson, and then we're going to move to conclude the bill that we have in 31-0182.
My point of information is to license and consumer in regards to these limousine. Is it fair to say that one business license could have
10,
20 cars underneath it?
There is a possibility that that can happen today. Yes.
All right. Because I have a piece of legislation there, I got to go down to legal counsel to find out the status on it. Because what I think is our biggest problem is we don't have the definition of what's a limousine. Because people using any car now considering it a limousine. Is it fair to say that?
No, Senator. Anyone who received a license from the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs for limousine service, the vehicles are all inspected. Now, what we are, as part of our enforcement regime, what we are required to do now is to verify that they are not going to, and that's why we've been liaising with BMV to make sure that they're not adding other vehicles and calling it a limousine. In order for them to be a limousine service, we have a required listing of vehicles, types, and status, and we share with them. And so our enforcement officers review, check, and verify that that type of vehicle is what's being put into operation. But we are aware, we have been informed, and we take action accordingly when individuals claim that they're operating under a particular business as a limousine service.
Well, and that's why my question is, and that's why pretty much we're working with legal counsel. So what is, in your books now, what is the definition of a limousine by law as far as someone getting a license to say that they have a limousine service?
Right. So a limousine, and according to the law, is in many instances is identified as a stretch vehicle that has a particular capacity. What we have been doing is we look at luxurious vehicles, and so what we specifically say is the large or luxurious models of the standard, I think whether it's a Ford or whatever class of vehicle, we usually issue it. So if it's an Escalade or some type of vehicle of that sort. So when we inspect for that, even if it's a larger vehicle like a van, we would say it has to be like captain seats and well appointed as such. So not a regular taxi bus. We have not licensed or approved any standard 15-passenger vans, regular status as limousine vehicles. But we are currently working, I believe legal counsel gave a final review on rules and regs for that purpose, and that should be forthcoming in short order.
But I think you guys have a lot of work because there's a lot of vehicle claiming that they are limousine that are regular vehicles. And that's what make I ask if you do have that description, because we should have numbers of seats, part of the description. Somebody come with a car that could only hold 4 or 5 people. 4 people, that's not a limousine. So passenger-wise and size should be part of description.
We would be happy to forward to you once that's finalized. We would be sending out that.
I would appreciate that because I started doing something in that nature once I found out or received information that folks are using that one license, putting a whole fleet of car underneath them, cars, not limousine, and using it and calling it the limousine pickup. And these are things that we definitely gonna have to look at and make sure that we enforce it and curtail it, because I know I'm going a bit here. Folks have been giving up their taxi license because they could get a limousine and got more than one car underneath it. A taxi, 1 medallion, 1 vehicle.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much.
So we're gonna, something that we definitely need to address with you. So hopefully the Senator will reach out to you so we could address this once and for all. All right?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
This concludes block 2 of today's agenda. However, before I gavel for us to adjourn. We just need to get rid of the bill that's before us, which we considered bill number 35, that's 0182. Motion, Senator Franklin Johnson. Motion. You recognize for your motion, Senator Johnson?
Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 35677 to bill number 350182. Bill number 350182 is amended as follows. A, internal section 1033, 1, subsection, insert a sentence that end to read, consistent to the recording of the visual image does not by itself constitute consistent for the disclosure or dissemination of the image. 2, insert subsection B to read, the statute of limitation for filing a criminal complaint for a violation of this subchapter is 2 years from the date the victim became
motion
aware.
Stand by, Senator Johnson. Motion, Senator Bolkes Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move the waiving of the reading of amendment number 35-677. I so move.
Second.
Second.
Okay, I hear a motion to waive the reading by Senator Bolkes Jr., second by Senator Johnson and Minority Leader.
I so move.
Here, yes, we have 2 seconds. I did say that. Second by Senator Johnson and second by Senator Hearing no objection, so order.
Motion.
So move.
I so move.
All right.
Objection.
Objection, roll call on the waiving of amendment 35.
No, I withdraw that
677.
objection.
Stop speaking. You're not recognized. You objected. So therefore, we're going to a roll call. Roll call on the motion to waive the reading.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heyliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heyliger, yay. Senator Giovanni James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Chair, you have 7 yays.
So why did I have to do a roll call? Motion carries. Motion, Senator Johnson.
Mr. Chair, I move bill number 350182, an act amending Title 40 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 51, by designating the existing provisions as subchapter 1 and adding the subchapter 2 relating to the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit image be voted on favorably in the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety as amended and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Objection.
Second.
Objection.
Properly moved by Senator Johnson, second by Senator Bolkes Jr., Senator Dwayne DeGraff, and Senator James. Objected to by Vice Chair Fonseca. Roll call on the bill as amended.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Okay. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Nay.
Senator Fonseca, nay. Senator Alma Francis Heyliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heyliger, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you. Bill number 35, that's 0182, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code relating to the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images as amended has been voted upon favorably here in this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting and action. Congratulations on the passage of that bill. I want to thank all testifiers before us, the Department of Health, and your representatives, the representatives of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Peace Officers Standard Training Council, and the Taxi Cab Commission. Thank you all for your testimony today. Thank you, staff. And today is February 13th. All of you that are married and happily engaged and everything like that, don't forget what tomorrow is. Don't get put on the back burner. So I want to say happy Valentine's to all of them, or all of you and all of them ahead of time. But yeah, I'm forgetting. I'll just allow you to do a 30-second wrap up and then we go. Post Director? Just 30 seconds. You're looking for the fancy write-up? Just say thank you and you're gone.
Executive Director Marketage. On behalf of the Council, I would like to say thank you to the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for the opportunity to give testimony on our agency's certification and recertification procedure. As mentioned before, POST will be seeking additional funds through the grant process and any other funding source so we can continue to provide additional well-needed trainings for all peace officers in the territory. Posts don't often get a chance to testify or give testimony, but we are grateful to be here present today to inform the body and the community on our functions, duties, and responsibilities. As the good Senator Bolkes mentioned earlier, posts do have challenges when it comes to funding, and we do plan to have a robust discussion during the upcoming budget season. Thank you.
And in your closing, the rest of you going forward, please put your contact information on the record, because we did let folks know that they'll have a way to reach you. Your office number, and if you have a government cell, I expect that, but directly for sure, your office number so that people could be able to contact these enforcement agencies.
Good afternoon again. Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health. On behalf of the Honorable Commissioner Justa E. Encarnacion, Assistant Commissioner Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Director Wanson Harris, and I want to thank the committee again for the opportunity to provide testimony and updates on the Department of Health Enforcement section, and for highlighting the tremendous responsibilities and value they bring to our community. Thank you to the enforcement officers within the Department of Health and all peace officers for the Herculean job that you do for our community every day. We'd also like to thank Chief Counsel Makeish Taylor-Jones and Deputy Commissioner John Baptiste, for their presence in support of us who are in the well today. In response to questions and discussion today, our strategic hiring challenges and manpower shortages, we recognize more officers are needed to properly regulate the over 6,000 establishments in the territory. We have plans on the way, as outlined, to add officers and leadership. On active shooter and additional officer training, we agree this must remain a priority, and we'll work closely with VIPD, Post, and other agencies on these critical areas. Proposed neighborhood nuisance officer position, We welcome further discussions on the potential duties and believe it could aid enforcement efforts. On the VIPD camera, we would be interested to know, on the camera project, we would be interested to know more details on the specific mission and purpose. Regarding fitness evaluations, we agree annual physical assessments help ensure readiness, and we look into formalizing annual testing. On the adequacy of current fine levels, we concur the $50 fine citations are likely insufficient deterrent, which is why we have proposed updating fines now under review. We will provide data on citation collection rates. As we continue our enforcement mission, we value our collaboration with the legislature and other agencies and welcome ongoing partnerships to best serve our community and improve the quality of life for U.S. Virgin Islanders. My email address is REUBEN.
No. People want to call the office and get through to enforcement. What's the enforcement number?
One scenario is we can be reached on St. Croix, 340-718-1311, extension 3709. That's 340-718-1311, extension 3709. And on St. Thomas, 340-714-0117. That's 340-714-0117. And my cell, 24 hours a day, 340-643-8984. 340-643-8984. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, DLCA.
Yes, well, want to express our gratitude on behalf of the Commissioner Designee. Tomorrow she will be sworn in as the Commissioner, but on behalf of Commissioner Designee Natalie Hodge and the hardworking men and women of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, I want to express our gratitude and appreciation for the opportunity to share some of what the challenges and also the direction that the Enforcement Division is going. We appreciate the fact that you have called us to share with you today, and we look forward to making the strides that we have articulated. Just want to let you know that in order to contact our department, our Enforcement Division, you can reach us on St. Thomas at 714-3522. That's 714-DLCA, obviously area code 340. You can reach on St. Croix, 713-3522. And our Enforcement Director, Mr. Wilbur Francis, can be reached at the number 725-5065. Thank you once again and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. That's it for both of you? Okay. DPNR?
Good afternoon, Howard Forbes again. The department wants to take this opportunity to thank this body for allowing us to highlight our achievements and challenges for the division. My contact number, government work cell number, 340-244-9066. The office number is 773-5774 in St. Croix. St. Thomas is 774-3320. Or you could just call 911.
Well, I didn't know. I was so happy that nobody said that. 911 is for emergencies, so that's why I wanted the alternate number as well. But just repeat the two office numbers for me, please.
340-773-5774 St. Croix. St. Thomas, 340-774-3320.
Thank you.
And my cell again is 244-9066.
Thank you.
And that's 24/7 also.
The government cell. Thank you.
Government cell. Or if you can't get that, then you call 911.
Thank you.
They will get me.
Only if it's an emergency. Taxi Cab Commission.
Good afternoon once again. Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. Senator Gittins and the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice. I want to thank everyone for providing us the opportunity to give an update on the enforcement unit of the Taxicab Commission. We continue to work diligently to bring the Taxicab Commission into the 21st century, and we look forward to initiating the recruitment process for inspectors/enforcement officers territorially, thereby allowing us to carry out our duties effectively and efficiently. Thank you. And we can be reached at 340-693-4211 on St. Thomas and on St. Croix, 340-773-1561, extension 4451.
Thank you so much. Again, have a happy Valentine, and I will just take the liberty to say a special Valentine to my three heartbeats, Shante, Shanette, also known as Jeshante, and my grandbaby Zion. Happy Valentine's to all of you. All right, have a good afternoon, and thank you again for today. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, February 13, 2024 is hereby adjourned.